Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei neglected and met Ophis for Harem? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Dustinsage for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. As I sit here, staring out at the world through my bedroom window, I can't help but feel the weight of my past pressing down on me. My name is Kusi, and my life has always felt like a never-ending storm of turmoil and heartache. I close my eyes, trying to shut out the memories that haunt me relentlessly. It all started with my brother Issei's cruel betrayal. He fabricated a scene that painted me as a bully to our childhood friend Irina, a girl I cared about deeply. The pain of being falsely accused, especially by someone I trusted, cut me deeply. Irina's sudden hatred towards me was like a dagger to my heart. I replayed the moments we shared, trying to find where I went wrong, but the truth was that I hadn't. Issei's manipulative actions twisted reality, turning everyone against me, even Irina's own parents, who once treated me like their own son. The fallout with my family was catastrophic. My parents, shocked and ashamed, couldn't comprehend how their once close-knit family had fallen apart so tragically. The trust that once held us together shattered, leaving behind a gaping void that nothing seemed capable of filling. For years, I've carried this burden, trying to make sense of it all, trying to find a way to mend what was broken. But each attempt felt futile, like grasping at smoke, slipping through my fingers no matter how hard I tried to hold on. The isolation I felt was suffocating. Friends drifted away, unable or unwilling to navigate the complexities of my fractured relationships. I became a shadow of my former self, a ghost wandering through life, haunted by the memories of what once was. As I stepped into high school, I held on to a sliver of hope that maybe things would be different, that I could leave behind the pain of my past and start anew. But fate seemed determined to keep me trapped in a never-ending cycle of despair. It all started with the discovery in my locker. Pictures of our female classmates, and even some teachers, barely clothed, were plastered inside. My heart sank as I realized what this meant. I was being framed yet again, this time as a stalker and a pervert. The accusations flew like wildfire, spreading through the halls faster than I could comprehend. Before I knew it, I was the talk of the school, but not in the way I had hoped. Instead of making friends and building connections, I became a pariah, shunned by everyone around me. I remember the day I was called into the principal's office, the accusing eyes of my peers following me down the hallway like daggers. The interrogation was intense, the school authorities demanding answers I couldn't provide because I was innocent. They couldn't prove that I had any knowledge of those photos, let alone had taken them, but innocence didn't matter. Perception became reality, and in the eyes of my classmates, I was a disgusting pervert, a threat to their safety and privacy. It didn't matter that there was no concrete evidence against me, the damage was already done. I tried to defend myself, to explain that I was being set up, but no one wanted to listen. The whispers and rumors grew louder, painting me as a villain, a predator lurking in the shadows of our school. I felt helpless, lost in a sea of mistrust and suspicion. Friends I thought I had drifted away, afraid to be associated with someone deemed so despicable. Teachers looked at me with wary eyes, wondering if there was any truth to the accusations against me. The weight of it all was crushing. Every day felt like a battle, trying to navigate a world that had turned against me, trying to hold on to my sanity amidst the chaos. But through it all, I held on to one truth. I was not the monster they painted me to be. I refused to let their lies define me, to let their judgment break me. Somewhere, deep inside, I found a strength I never knew I had, a resilience born from adversity. The weight of betrayal and loneliness grew heavier with each passing day. I couldn't shake the feeling that my own brother, Issei, was behind all of this. His deep-seated hatred for me had always been palpable, simmering beneath the surface like a dormant volcano waiting to erupt. I remember the countless arguments, the bitter words exchanged between us as children, the resentment that seemed to seep into every interaction. Issei's jealousy and animosity towards me were like a poison, slowly corroding any semblance of sibling bond we might have had. When the accusations at school surfaced, I couldn't help but wonder if Issei was somehow involved. The timing was too perfect, too orchestrated to be a mere coincidence. But proving his involvement seemed impossible, especially when everyone around me had already deemed me guilty without a fair trial. My family's reaction only added to the pain. Instead of standing by my side, they distanced themselves, treating me like a pariah within our own home. The looks of disappointment and disgust they cast my way cut deeper than any accusation hurled at me by strangers. The final blow came when I was essentially disowned. The very people who were supposed to love and support me unconditionally had turned their backs, leaving me with no choice but to leave. Moving into a small apartment felt like a cruel punishment, a stark reminder of how far I had fallen. The loneliness in those empty rooms echoed my shattered hopes and dreams. I longed for the warmth of family, for the comfort of familiar faces and laughter that once filled our home. As I walked through the school corridors, the familiar weight of judgment and scorn bore down on me like a heavy burden. Every step I took seemed to amplify the piercing gazes of my peers, filled with disgust and disdain. It was a constant reminder of how quickly one's reputation could be tarnished, how easily lies could overshadow the truth. Murayama and Kates, the tormentors who seemed to revel in making my life a living hell, were waiting for me like vultures ready to swoop down on their prey. Their words were like daggers, slicing through whatever semblance of confidence I had managed to muster. Murayama, look, it's the disgusting pervert. Murayama sneered, eliciting laughter from the surrounding students who eagerly joined in on the mockery. Kates chimed in, her voice dripping with malice. Kates, how does it feel to know that everyone sees you for what you truly are? A pathetic excuse for a human being. I felt a surge of anger and humiliation bubbling within me, but I clenched my fists and forced myself to remain calm. Reacting would only fuel their sadistic pleasure, and I refused to give them the satisfaction. Instead, I took a deep breath and met their gazes head-on, refusing to cower in the face of their cruelty. Me, you can say whatever you want, I replied evenly, my voice steady despite the turmoil raging inside me. Me, but I know the truth, and so do those who truly matter. Murayama and Kates exchanged smug glances, clearly enjoying my discomfort. Murayama, oh really? And who exactly are these important people who still believe in you? Murayama taunted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I straightened my posture, determined not to let their words break me. Me, myself, for starters, I retorted, a flicker of defiance igniting within me. Me, and anyone with an ounce of intelligence and decency to see through your lies. Their expressions darkened, realizing that their attempts to rattle me were failing. But they weren't done yet. They continued their verbal assault, hurling insults and accusations with increasing venom. Each word stung, but I refused to let them see me falter. Finally, exhausted from their barrage of negativity, I simply turned and walked away. Their laughter echoed behind me, but I tuned it out, focusing on the distant glimmer of hope that someday, the truth would prevail, and I would no longer be a target for their malicious games. In front of me stood Sona Torai, the student council president, and Tsubaki, her vice president. They were like a formidable duo, their presence alone enough to send shivers down the spines of their peers. And now, they were focusing their attention on me, adding another layer of torment to my already tumultuous life. Sona, you're late, Hidoha. Sona's voice cut through the air like a blade, cold and unforgiving. Her eyes bore into mine, filled with a mixture of disdain and superiority. I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of their scrutiny pressing down on me. I'm sorry, I lost track of time, I stammered, trying to keep my composure despite the anxiety gnawing at my insides. Tsubaki's voice joined in, equally sharp and cutting. Tsubaki, lost track of time, or just incapable of following simple instructions. You're lucky we haven't reported you to the principal yet. I bit back the retort that rose to my lips, knowing that any defiance would only escalate the situation further. Instead, I opted for a more conciliatory approach. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again. Please accept my apologies. Sona's expression softened slightly, though the disdain never truly left her eyes. Sona, see that you do. We have standards to maintain here, and we can't have students like you dragging us down. The implication was clear. In their eyes, I was nothing but a burden, a stain on the reputation of the school and its student council. It didn't matter that I was innocent of the accusations thrown my way, or that I was struggling to navigate a world that seemed determined to crush me at every turn. I understand, I replied, my voice tight with suppressed frustration. I'll do better. Their gazes lingered on me for a moment longer, as if assessing whether I was truly contrite or merely putting on a facade. Satisfied, or perhaps just indifferent, they finally turned and walked away, leaving me standing there with a knot of resentment coiled in my chest. The sudden turn of events left me stunned, frozen in disbelief as Sona casually handed down my punishment without a second thought. 3 weeks of detention for being 3 minutes late, It felt like a cruel joke, a punishment far beyond what the situation warranted. But I was only. I started to protest, my voice trailing off as Tsubaki's hand connected with my cheek in a sharp slap. The sting of her palm against my skin snapped me out of my shock, filling me with a mixture of anger and humiliation. Tsubaki's eyes blazed with a fierce intensity, her voice laced with venom as she leaned in close. "Tsubaki, how dare you talk back to us? Know your place, Hidohu, or the consequences will be even worse next time." I gritted my teeth, fighting back the urge to lash out in return. Instead, I forced myself to remain composed, though the burning sensation on my cheek served as a constant reminder of the injustice I faced. Sona, seemingly indifferent to the altercation, crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. "Sona, are you done with your excuses, Hidohu? Or do you need another reminder of where you stand?" I clenched my fists, my jaw tightening with suppressed rage. "I understand," I forced the words out, my tone strained but controlled. "I'll serve my detention without further complaint." With a dismissive wave of her hand, Sona turned and walked away, leaving me seething with resentment. Tsubaki shot me one last venomous glare before following her, the echo of her slap still ringing in my ears. As I stood there, the weight of their authority bearing down on me, I couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. It was a harsh reminder of the power dynamics at play, where those in positions of authority could wield their influence without consequence. The thought of escaping crossed my mind like a fleeting shadow, a desperate urge to flee from the relentless torment that seemed to follow me everywhere. Maybe leaving this school, this city, or even this country altogether would offer some respite, a chance to start anew where my past didn't define me. But before I could even begin to consider my options, reality crashed down on me with a brutal force. A harsh blow to the back of my neck sent shockwaves of pain radiating through my body, jolting me out of my thoughts. I stumbled forward, barely managing to stay on my feet, only to find Issei standing there, a cruel smirk on his face, flanked by his friends Matsuda and Motohama. "Issei, well, look who we have here," Issei sneered, his tone dripping with malice. "Issei, the pathetic little brother who thinks he can run away from his problems." Matsuda and Motohama chuckled, their expressions twisted with sadistic pleasure as they closed in around me. The realization dawned on me like a cold wave. I was about to become the target of their violent retribution. "Issei, please," I pleaded, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and desperation. "I haven't done anything to you. Why are you doing this?" Issei's laughter was like a dagger to my already wounded pride. "Issei, oh, you haven't done anything? You ruined everything, Kusi. Our family, our reputation, everything." His words were like venom, each syllable dripping with resentment and hatred. I tried to reason with him, to make him see that I was not to blame for the chaos that had engulfed our lives. But my words fell on deaf ears as Issei and his friends launched into a vicious assault, their fists raining down blows upon me without mercy. Pain exploded in every fiber of my being, but I refused to let them see my weakness. I gritted my teeth, trying to fend off the barrage of attacks, but their sheer numbers overwhelmed me. Through the haze of pain and fear, I caught glimpses of faces passing by, indifferent to my plight. Some glanced over with curiosity, others with amusement, but none offered a helping hand. It was a stark reminder of my isolation, of how alone I truly was in this world. As the beating continued, a bitter realization settled in my heart. I was nothing but a punching bag to them, a scapegoat for their frustrations and insecurities. And in that moment of vulnerability, I vowed to myself that I would not be defeated, that I would find a way to rise above this brutality, and reclaim my dignity. But for now, I could only endure, clinging to the hope that someday, somehow, I would find a way out of this endless cycle of pain and suffering. The throbbing pain in my body made each step a challenge as I dragged myself to class. The beating from Issei and his friends had left me bruised and battered, but I couldn't afford to miss any more classes, not with the constant threat of failing grades looming over me like a dark cloud. As I limped into the classroom, the teacher's disapproving gaze fell upon me, and I braced myself for yet another reprimand. "Teacher, Hidohu, you're late again," he stated flatly, his voice tinged with irritation. "I am sorry, sir," I managed to choke out, wincing as I tried to straighten up despite the pain shooting through my body. The teacher's eyes narrowed as he surveyed my appearance, taking note of the bruises and cuts marring my skin. "Teacher, what happened to you?" he asked, though there was little concern in his tone. "I got into an altercation," I admitted reluctantly, not wanting to delve into the details of the brutal beating I had endured. The teacher's expression hardened. "Teacher, that's no excuse for being late," he declared, his words like a punch to the gut. "Teacher, you should have been more careful. Detention after school today." My heart sank at the injustice of it all. Here I was, visibly injured and in need of medical attention, yet all I received was a punishment for something beyond my control. I glanced around the classroom, hoping to find some sympathy or understanding, but the other students averted their gazes, unwilling to get involved. Desperation clawed at my chest as I spoke up. "But sir, I need to see the nurse. I'm in a lot of pain." The teacher's response was dismissive. "Teacher, the nurse is busy. You'll have to wait until after detention." The words hit me like a slap in the face, a stark reminder of how little my well-being mattered in the eyes of those in authority. Tears of frustration and pain welled up in my eyes, but I blinked them back, refusing to show weakness. Throughout the rest of the class, I struggled to focus, the pain and discomfort making it nearly impossible to concentrate. Every minute felt like an eternity, each passing second a reminder of the injustice I faced. When the bell finally rang, signaling the end of the class, I hesitated, unsure of how I would make it through detention in my current state. But with a heavy sigh, I gathered my belongings and made my way to the designated detention area, steeling myself for whatever punishment awaited me. As I sat there, the minutes ticking by agonizingly slow, I couldn't help but wonder how I had ended up in this situation. Was there no one who cared, no one who would stand up for me and demand justice? The questions echoed in my mind, unanswered and haunting, as I braced myself for the long hours ahead. And then it happened. A final blow to my right eye sent a searing pain through my head, and suddenly, everything went dark from that side. I reached up instinctively, my fingers coming away sticky with blood. Stop. Please stop," I begged, my voice barely a whisper amidst the chaos and violence. But my pleas fell on deaf ears as the onslaught continued, each strike pushing me closer to the brink of oblivion. Eventually, the beating subsided, the attackers seemingly satisfied with the devastation they had wrought. I lay there, broken and battered, my body trembling with pain and shock. As I crawled my way out of school, the pain and despair weighed heavily on my shoulders. The indifference of the student council, particularly Murayama and Kates, cut deep, their apparent enjoyment of my suffering adding insult to injury. And Sona's smirk, if indeed she had one, felt like a final betrayal, a confirmation of my isolation and worthlessness in their eyes. But it wasn't just them. Even students I had once considered acquaintances, like Rias, Akino, Kaneko, and Kiba, looked upon me with indifference. Their lack of empathy, their willingness to turn a blind eye to my suffering, added to the sense of abandonment that gnawed at my spirit. As I dragged myself along the ground, the pain from my injuries a constant reminder of the brutality I had endured, I couldn't help but notice the reactions of other students. Some seemed openly happy, reveling in the spectacle of my downfall. Their cruel laughter and taunts echoed in my ears, fueling the fire of resentment and bitterness within me. It was a stark contrast to the few who glanced at me with pity or concern. Their fleeting expressions of sympathy offered little solace amidst the sea of hostility and indifference that surrounded me. But despite the overwhelming sense of despair, a small ember of determination flickered within me. I refused to let their cruelty define me. I refused to give up, to succumb to the darkness that threatened to engulf me. With each painful movement, I inched closer to the school gates, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my vision blurred and distorted from the injuries to my eye. But I kept going, driven by a stubborn refusal to let them see me broken. As I finally reached the exit, the cool air of freedom greeted me like a balm, offering a brief respite from the suffocating atmosphere of the school. But the battle was far from over. With every ounce of strength left in me, I pulled myself upright, leaning heavily against the school gate for support. The world spun around me, my senses dulled by pain and exhaustion, but I squared my shoulders and took a shaky step forward. I lay on the ground, my body battered and broken, barely able to stand let alone comprehend the events unfolding around me. The night sky stretched out above, a canvas of twinkling stars that offered a serene contrast to the chaos and pain of my reality. What am I doing here? I murmured to myself, the words barely audible as I struggled to make sense of my surroundings. But my thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of a figure before me, a beautiful woman with black wings that seemed to shimmer in the moonlight. My eyes widened in disbelief as I gazed upon her, unsure if she was a figment of my imagination or something more sinister. Before I could process what was happening, she raised her hand, summoning what appeared to be a glowing red spear. Fear clenched at my heart as I realized the danger I was in, but it was too late. The spear shot forward with incredible speed, impaling my chest with a searing pain that radiated through every fiber of my being. Gasping for breath, I struggled to comprehend the magnitude of the attack. The world around me spun, the stars above blurring into a hazy backdrop as darkness threatened to consume me. Me, who are you? I managed to choke out, my voice barely a whisper as I fought against the overwhelming agony coursing through me. The woman with black wings regarded me with cold indifference, her eyes devoid of emotion as she withdrew the spear from my chest. Fallen angel, you are an inconvenience, she stated flatly, her voice echoing in the stillness of the night. Confusion and terror warred within me as I tried to grasp the meaning behind her words. Me, what do you mean? I rasped, my vision swimming as blood pooled beneath me. But the woman offered no further explanation, her form fading into the darkness as if she had never been there. I was left alone, wounded and helpless, with the stars above as my only witnesses to the surreal and nightmarish encounter. As darkness crept in at the edges of my vision, I struggled to hold on to consciousness, to make sense of the inexplicable events that had unfolded. But the pain was overwhelming, consuming me like a raging inferno until finally, merciful oblivion claimed me, and I slipped into unconsciousness. As I lay there, surrounded by a pool of my own blood, despair and anguish consuming me, I couldn't help but wonder what I had done to deserve such relentless torment. Tears mixed with the crimson fluid that seeped from my wounds, a bitter testament to the pain and suffering that had become my constant companion. Me, why? Why is this happening to me? I cried out into the uncaring void, my voice filled with desperation and disbelief. The weight of my existence bore down on me like a crushing weight, suffocating me with its relentless cruelty. In that moment, as death seemed to beckon with icy fingers, I felt a coldness grip my soul. The inevitability of my demise hung heavy in the air, a grim reminder of the fragility of life and the harshness of fate. Me, I just died, I whispered into the empty void, my voice echoing back to me. Me, I was in some sort of void, no light, nothing. What did I do to deserve this? I wasn't a bad person. All my life, I'd been scorned and hated for no reason. Why me? Silence greeted my words, the void swallowing them up without a trace. I felt a heavy weight in my chest, a mix of confusion, anger, and despair. All I wanted was some semblance of understanding, some closure to the torment I endured in life. Memories flashed before my eyes of taunts, jeers, and fists raining down upon me. The pain of rejection and isolation seared through me like a knife, leaving scars that would never fully heal. Me, why did they hate me? I muttered to myself, the question lingering in the empty expanse around me. Me, what did I do to deserve such cruelty? But there were no answers, only the haunting echo of my own voice bouncing off the walls of the void. I was alone, trapped in a realm of darkness with nothing but my own thoughts for company. As I drifted through the abyss, a sense of resignation washed over me. Maybe this was my fate, to be condemned to an eternity of solitude, a punishment for crimes I never committed. 0 years later, you're still struggling. Me, who said that? I exclaimed, my senses on high alert as I scanned the darkness, searching for the source of the mysterious voice. Ophis, I am Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon, god of infinity, the voice replied, echoing all around me. Though I couldn't see her, the name sent shivers down my spine, and her tone sounded cold and mechanical. Me, wait, what? I stammered, trying to wrap my mind around the revelation. Me, a dragon god? What do you want with me? There was a moment of silence before Ophis spoke again, her voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Ophis, you intrigue me, Kusi. Your resilience in the face of adversity, your refusal to be defined by the cruelty of others, it is unusual. I felt a surge of unease at her words, unsure of what she meant by unusual. Me, what do you mean? I asked cautiously, my guard still up. Ophis, most mortals would crumble under the weight of such suffering, Ophis explained. Ophis, but you endure. You resist. It is a trait I find fascinating. I couldn't help but feel a sense of discomfort at being analyzed by a god. Me, what do you want from me? I repeated, my voice tinged with apprehension. Ophis paused, as if considering her words carefully before responding. Ophis, I offer you a choice, Kusi, she said. Ophis, you can continue to wander this void, alone and forgotten. Or you can embrace your destiny and become something more. I furrowed my brow, unsure of what she meant by something more. Me? What kind of destiny? I pressed, a sense of wariness creeping over me. Ophis, you have the potential to be more than just a mortal, Ophis explained cryptically. Ophis, with my guidance, you could unlock powers beyond your wildest imagination. You could become a force to be reckoned with, a being of limitless potential. The idea of wielding such power was both exhilarating and terrifying. Me, and what do you get out of this? I asked, skeptical of Ophis's intentions. Ophis, I seek allies in my quest to retake my home, Ophis replied, her tone impassive. Ophis, with your strength and my guidance, we could achieve great things together. I hesitated, weighing the risks and rewards of accepting Ophis's offer. On one hand, the thought of transcending my mortal limitations was enticing. But on the other hand, aligning myself with a god was a daunting prospect, fraught with unknown dangers. Me, what happens if I refuse? I asked, my voice steady despite the uncertainty swirling within me. Ophis, then you will remain here, in this void, for all eternity, Ophis replied bluntly. Ophis, alone and forgotten, just as you were in life. The thought of eternal solitude sent a chill down my spine, but I couldn't let fear dictate my decision. I needed to choose carefully, weighing the consequences of my choice before committing to a path. Me, I need time to think, I said finally, my voice firm. Me, this is not a decision to be made lightly. Very well, Ophis conceded, her tone devoid of emotion. Ophis, but remember, time is of the essence. The longer you hesitate, the harder it will be to seize your destiny. With that, the voice of Ophis faded away, leaving me alone once again in the dark expanse of the void. As I pondered my options, I couldn't shake the feeling that my decision would shape the course of my existence for eternity. As I yelled out my agreement, pleading to avoid an eternity of loneliness, I braced myself for whatever consequences awaited me. The weight of my decision settled heavily upon my shoulders, uncertainty gnawing at my insides. Ophis, you've made your decision. Ophis's voice echoed through the void, sending a chill down my spine as I realized the gravity of my choice. Before I could comprehend what was happening, I felt my soul begin to shatter, each fragment causing me excruciating agony. I screamed in pain, the sensation overwhelming as darkness threatened to consume me entirely. Then, as suddenly as it began, the pain subsided, leaving me gasping for breath as I found myself waking up inside what appeared to be an orb. My soul wandered aimlessly within its confines, disoriented and bewildered by my surroundings. Ophis, I had to forcefully extract your soul from becoming one with the void, Ophis explained, her voice calm yet tinged with an underlying sense of authority. I turned around within the orb, my eyes widening in astonishment as I beheld the sight of a young girl standing before me. Her long black hair cascaded down to her hips, obscuring the pointed tips of her ears. Her dark gray eyes bore reptilian slitted pupils, giving her an otherworldly appearance that sent shivers down my spine. Me, wait, Aloli is some sort of dragon god, I blurted out, my mind struggling to process the surreal scene unfolding before me. The girl regarded me with a mixture of amusement and curiosity, her expression unreadable. Ophis, I am Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon, god of infinity, she stated simply, her voice carrying a weight of power that belied her youthful appearance. Me, but why me? I asked, feeling a mixture of apprehension and fascination at the revelation of her true identity. Ophis, you possess a quality that intrigues me, Ophis replied cryptically, her gaze piercing into my soul. Ophis, with your help, I believe we can achieve great things together. I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease at her words, the implications of her offer weighing heavily on my mind. Yet, amidst the uncertainty, there was a flicker of curiosity, a desire to explore the possibilities that lay ahead. Me, what do you want from me? I asked, my voice trembling slightly as I braced myself for her answer. Ophis smiled enigmatically, her eyes gleaming with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. Everything, she replied simply, her words echoing ominously in the confines of the orb. Ophis, but first, we have much to discuss. Ophis, as we embark on this journey together, Kusi, it is imperative that you understand the intricacies of the world we inhabit. Ophis's voice resonated within the orb, her words carrying the weight of ages. Ophis, from the dawn of time, the cosmos has been shaped by the conflicts and alliances between various mythological entities, she continued, her tone grave yet filled with a sense of reverence. Ophis, there are sacred gears, artifacts birthed from God of the Bible, each possessing unique powers and abilities, Ophis explained, her voice tinged with a hint of fascination. Ophis, These sacred gears have played a pivotal role in the balance of power throughout history. I listened intently, absorbing every word as Ophis delved deeper into the intricacies of the celestial hierarchy. Ophis, the heavenly dragons, Ddraig and Albion, are two of the most powerful dragons in existence below me and my brother Great Red, she continued, her voice echoing with reverence. Ophis, their rivalry spans eons, shaping the fate of worlds and influencing the destinies of mortals and immortals alike. As Ophis spoke, images flashed before my mind's eye, depicting epic battles and ancient conflicts waged between gods and dragons. Ophis, beyond the dragons lie the factions of the biblical mythos, Ophis explained, her voice taking on a solemn tone. Ophis, the devil race, fallen angels, and angels are among the most prominent factions, each vying for supremacy in the celestial hierarchy. I listened intently as Ophis delved into the intricate politics and power struggles that defined the relationships between these factions. Ophis, the devil race, led by the fearsome Lucifer himself, seeks to challenge the divine order and establish their own dominion over the cosmos. Ophis continued, her voice tinged with a mixture of awe and caution. Ophis, fallen angels, once servants of the divine, have been cast out and now walk a path of redemption or rebellion, she elaborated, her words carrying a sense of melancholy. Ophis, angels, guardians of the divine will, strive to maintain order and balance in the face of chaos and corruption, Ophis concluded, her voice filled with a sense of determination. Ophis, then it led to war between them, causing the death of God of the Bible and the devil kings. Wait, so God is dead? Ophis's voice filled the space around me, weaving a tapestry of knowledge and lore from across the vast expanse of existence. She spoke of the heavenly dragons, Ddraig and Albion, whose ancient rivalries span eons and whose power birthed the sacred gears that bestowed unimaginable abilities upon their chosen wielders. Ophis, these sacred gears are the manifestations of divine power, Ophis explained, her voice resonating with a sense of awe and reverence. Ophis, they are coveted by gods and mortals alike, for they grant their bearers the strength to rival even the mightiest of beings. As she delved deeper into the intricacies of the celestial hierarchy, Ophis spoke of the biblical factions that shaped the very fabric of reality. The devil race, led by powerful beings such as Lucifer and the four great Satans, sought dominion over the underworld and the souls of the damned. Fallen angels, cast out from the heavens for their rebellion, roamed the mortal realm in search of redemption or revenge. And angels, servants of the divine, waged an eternal war against the forces of darkness to uphold order and righteousness. Ophis, the balance between these factions is delicate and constantly shifting, Ophis continued, her words carrying a weight of centuries-old wisdom. Ophis, but it is this balance that ensures the stability of the cosmos and prevents chaos from consuming all. As she spoke, I found myself drawn into her words, captivated by the rich tapestry of myth and legend she wove before me. Each story and revelation painted a picture of a world teeming with magic, mystery, and untold potential. Me, and where do I fit into all of this? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper as I struggled to comprehend the enormity of what Ophis was telling me. Ophis, you, Kusi, are a pivotal piece in the grand tapestry of fate, Ophis replied, her gaze piercing through the veil of reality. Ophis, you possess a unique spark of potential, a destiny waiting to be fulfilled. With my guidance, you will unlock powers beyond your wildest imagination and become a force to be reckoned with in the battles to come. Ophis, will you join me, Kusi? Ophis asked, her eyes shining with an intensity that left no room for doubt. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the journey ahead. Yes, I replied, my voice filled with determination. Me, I will join you, Ophis. Not like I have a choice, and plus she's adorable. I looked around. Oh, thank God, I thought even in the void I'll still get hunted by the FBI. But she's legal though. Me. But well, I'm only a soul. I was killed from what I remember. How am I going to achieve such things as just a soul? Ophis regarded me with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with a sense of understanding. Ophis, you may only be a soul now, Kusi, but that does not diminish your potential, she explained, her voice resonating with assurance. Ophis, in fact, your current state grants you a unique advantage. I furrowed my brow in confusion, struggling to grasp her meaning. Me, how so? I asked, my curiosity piqued despite my lingering doubts. Ophis, being a soul allows you to transcend the limitations of the physical realm, Ophis replied, her tone measured and deliberate. Ophis, you possess a purity and clarity of essence that is untainted by mortal concerns. With proper guidance and training, you can harness this inner strength to achieve feats beyond imagination. I absorbed her words, the realization dawning on me slowly. So, what you're saying is that even though I lack a physical form, I still have the potential to wield great power? I ventured, feeling a flicker of hope stirring within me. Precisely, Ophis confirmed, her expression radiant with confidence. Ophis, your journey will be one of discovery and growth, as you learn to navigate the depths of your own soul and unlock the latent abilities that lie dormant within. I took a moment to digest her words, the weight of her revelation settling upon me like a mantle. The prospect of embarking on such a transformative journey was daunting, yet exhilarating in equal measure. But where do we begin? I asked, eager to take the first step towards realizing my newfound potential. Ophis's smile widened, a glint of excitement dancing in her eyes. Ophis, we begin by honing your spiritual essence and awakening the dormant energies within you, she explained, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Ophis, through meditation, reflection, and rigorous training, you will learn to channel the raw power of your soul and shape it into a formidable force. As she spoke, I felt a surge of determination coursing through me, driving out the lingering doubts and fears that had plagued me moments before. With Ophis's guidance, I knew that anything was possible, and I was ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. Ophis, let us embark on this journey together, Kusi, Ophis said, her voice filled with conviction. Ophis, with faith and perseverance, we will unlock the full potential of your soul and usher in a new era of greatness. I nodded, a sense of purpose filling me as I prepared to take the first step towards my destiny. I'm ready, I declared, my voice echoing with newfound resolve. Lead the way, Ophis. Together, we will forge a path to greatness. As the passage of time became increasingly abstract, stretching into what felt like an eternity yet passing in the blink of an eye, my soul form underwent a profound transformation. No longer confined to the small orb that once contained me, I expanded in size, my essence stretching and growing until I filled the space around me with a luminous presence. Ophis, ever patient and steadfast in her guidance, continued to train me relentlessly, pushing me to delve deeper into the depths of my soul and unlock the latent potential within. Together, we delved into the intricacies of spiritual energy manipulation, honing my abilities until they radiated with a newfound strength and clarity. Ophis, it won't be long now, Kusi, Ophis assured me, her voice filled with pride and anticipation. Ophis, once you reach a certain level of mastery, you will be able to manifest your own physical body. I felt a surge of excitement at her words, the prospect of finally having a tangible form to call my own filling me with a sense of wonder and anticipation. For years, or perhaps decades, I had existed solely as a soul, detached from the physical world and its myriad experiences. The thought of being able to interact with the world once more, to feel the touch of the wind and the warmth of the sun, filled me with a longing that bordered on desperation. But alongside the excitement, there was also a lingering sense of apprehension. What kind of body would I have? Would it be a reflection of my former self, or something entirely new and unfamiliar? And what challenges awaited me in this new chapter of my existence? As the eternal expanse of time stretched before us, Ophis and I delved deeper into our training, each session pushing the boundaries of my newfound abilities and unlocking hidden depths within my soul. The training session began with a meditation, a practice that had become a cornerstone of our regimen. Sitting cross-legged on the ethereal plane, I closed my eyes and focused on centering my mind and spirit, allowing the tumult of thoughts and emotions to fade into the background. Ophis, focus your energy, Kusi. Ophis's voice echoed in the void, guiding me through the process with her usual calm demeanor. Ophis, feel the essence of your soul pulsating within you, like a beacon of light in the darkness. I followed her guidance, drawing upon the reservoir of spiritual energy that resided within me. With each breath, I felt the energy coalesce and grow, forming a vibrant aura of light that enveloped me in its warm embrace. Good, Ophis praised, her voice tinged with approval. Ophis, now, let us move on to the next phase of your training. With a thought, Ophis conjured a series of ethereal constructs, each one a reflection of the challenges I would face in the physical world. From towering mountains to raging rivers, each obstacle presented a unique test of my abilities, pushing me to adapt and overcome. Ophis, your task is simple, Kusi, Ophis explained, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ophis, navigate through the obstacles using your newfound powers. Trust in your instincts, and let your soul guide you. I nodded, steeling myself for the challenge ahead. With a surge of determination, I propelled myself forward, my essence merging with the constructs as I navigated through the ever-shifting landscape. Time seemed to lose all meaning as I pushed myself to the limits of my abilities, each obstacle a testament to my strength and resilience. With each success, I felt a surge of pride and accomplishment, knowing that I was one step closer to unlocking the full potential of my soul. But just as I thought the training session was coming to an end, Ophis introduced a final challenge, one that would test not only my physical prowess but also my mastery over the elemental forces of nature. Ophis, summon forth the elements, Kusi, Ophis commanded, her voice ringing out with authority. Ophis, harness their power and bend them to your will. With a deep breath, I reached out with my consciousness, tapping into the primal energies that flowed through the cosmos. Drawing upon the elements of earth, air, fire, and water, I wove them together in a symphony of raw power, shaping them into manifestations of my will. The ground trembled beneath my feet as pillars of stone rose from the earth, while gusts of wind whipped around me in a whirlwind of motion. Flames danced in the air, casting flickering shadows on the ethereal plane, while torrents of water surged and roared with untamed ferocity. For what felt like an eternity, I stood amidst the elemental chaos, channeling the raw power of the cosmos with a skill and precision that belied my newfound abilities. And as the training session drew to a close, I knew that I had taken another step closer to realizing my true potential. With a sense of satisfaction and exhaustion, I allowed myself to relax, basking in the glow of accomplishment. And as I looked to Ophis, I knew that the journey was far from over, but with her guidance and my determination, I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As our training session progressed, Ophis decided to test my combat skills by summoning forth her serpentine guardians, manifestations of her power of infinity. The snakes coiled and writhed in the void, their scales gleaming with an otherworldly sheen as they hissed and lunged forward with deadly intent. With a surge of adrenaline, I prepared myself for the battle ahead, knowing that this would be the ultimate test of my abilities. Despite not having a physical body, I could still feel the pain of each strike as if it were real, a constant reminder of the stakes at hand. As the first serpent lunged towards me, its jaws snapping with razor-sharp teeth, I reacted on instinct, weaving and dodging with uncanny agility. With a burst of spiritual energy, I summoned forth ethereal blades, slashing and parrying with precision as I sought to find an opening in the serpent's defenses. But the creature was relentless, its movements fluid and unpredictable as it sought to ensnare me in its coils. With each strike, I felt the searing pain of its venomous bite, a sensation that cut through me like a blade. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I focused my energy, channeling it into a powerful blast of spiritual energy that sent the serpent reeling backward with a deafening roar. Seizing the opportunity, I pressed the attack, raining down blows upon the creature with unrelenting force. But even as I fought with all my might, more serpents emerged from the darkness, their numbers overwhelming as they converged upon me from all sides. With each strike, I felt my strength waning, the pain of their attacks threatening to overwhelm me. Desperation fueled my resolve as I pushed myself to the brink, summoning every ounce of power within me to fend off the relentless assault. With a fierce battle cry, I unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, engulfing the serpents in a blinding explosion of light. For a moment, there was silence, broken only by the sound of my labored breaths echoing in the void. And then, from the smoke and debris, the serpents emerged once more, their hisses of defiance echoing in the darkness. But I refused to back down, drawing upon the strength of my spirit and the guidance of Ophis to press forward with renewed determination. With each strike, I felt a sense of liberation, a defiance against the pain and suffering that sought to hold me back. Ophis regarded me with an air of detached admiration, her reptilian eyes glinting with a faint hint of approval. "Ophis, impressive, Kusi," she remarked, her voice devoid of emotion but carrying a sense of acknowledgement. "Ophis, you have surpassed my expectations." I felt a swell of pride at her words, knowing that even as a floating mass of soul energy, I had managed to hold my own against her formidable serpentine guardians. It was a small victory, but one that spoke volumes about the progress I had made since the beginning of our training. I never imagined that I could achieve so much in this form, I admitted, a sense of wonder creeping into my voice. But with your guidance, Ophis, anything seems possible." Ophis nodded in agreement, her expression inscrutable as ever. "Ophis, the potential of the soul is boundless," she replied cryptically. "Ophis, with the right mindset and dedication, you can accomplish feats beyond your wildest imagination." As she spoke, I couldn't help but marvel at the depth of her wisdom. Despite her seemingly emotionless demeanor, Ophis possessed a keen insight into the mysteries of the universe, guiding me along a path of self-discovery and growth. With a sense of contentment, I transformed into my spherical ball form, resting next to Ophis in a moment of quiet companionship. The void around us seemed to fade into the background as we basked in the afterglow of our training session, the echoes of our battles still reverberating in the air. For a time, we simply existed in silence, the weight of our shared experiences hanging heavy in the air. And in that moment, I realized that despite our differences and the enigmatic nature of our bond, Ophis was more than just a mentor to me. She was a confidant, a guide, and perhaps even a friend. As the echoes of our battle faded into the void, I turned to Ophis with a newfound sense of gratitude. Thank you, Ophis, I said softly, the words carrying more weight than I could express. Ophis, for everything. Ophis inclined her head in a subtle nod, a gesture that spoke volumes in its simplicity. Ophis, you have much potential, Kusi, she replied, her voice tinged with a hint of something akin to warmth. I look forward to witnessing your growth in the days to come. 000 years later. As the eons passed in what felt like the blink of an eye, I continued my relentless pursuit of self-improvement and evolution. Each day, each moment, was dedicated to pushing the boundaries of my soul, seeking to unlock the latent potential that lay dormant within me. Under Ophis's unwavering guidance, I delved deeper into the depths of my being, exploring the innermost recesses of my soul with a fervor and determination that knew no bounds. Together, we embarked on a journey of discovery, uncovering hidden truths and unlocking new abilities with each passing day. But the path to evolution was not an easy one. It was fraught with challenges and obstacles, each one a test of my strength and resilience. There were moments of doubt and frustration, times when I questioned whether I had what it took to achieve my goals. Yet, with Ophis by my side, I found the strength to persevere. Her steady guidance and unwavering support bolstered my resolve, providing me with the courage to face even the most daunting of challenges head-on. And so I pressed on, pushing myself to the limits of my endurance as I sought to transcend the limitations of my soul. Through countless trials and tribulations, I honed my abilities, refining them with a precision and skill that bordered on perfection. But even as I grew stronger, the journey seemed endless, the goal of evolution always just out of reach. It was a frustrating and humbling experience, yet it was also a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, to the boundless potential that lay within each and every one of us. As the centuries stretched on, I began to realize that evolution was not simply a destination to be reached, but a journey to be embraced. It was a continuous process of growth and self-discovery, a never-ending quest to become the best version of myself. As I languished within the confines of the small cocoon, a sense of anticipation and apprehension coursed through my soul. After what felt like eons of training and self-discovery, I had finally achieved the long-awaited soul evolution, a milestone that marked the culmination of my journey thus far. Yet, despite the sense of accomplishment that accompanied this achievement, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. Trapped within the confines of the cocoon, I was consumed by a sense of uncertainty, unsure of what lay ahead as I awaited my transformation. In the darkness of my cocoon, time seemed to lose all meaning, stretching on into infinity as I waited with bated breath for the moment of my rebirth. I could feel the raw power of my evolved soul pulsating within me, yearning to break free from its confines and unleash its full potential upon the world. But even as I longed for release, I couldn't shake the lingering doubts and fears that plagued my mind. What if my evolution wasn't enough? What if I had failed to unlock the true extent of my potential? The uncertainty weighed heavily upon me, casting a shadow over the excitement of my impending transformation. And yet, amidst the uncertainty, there was also a glimmer of hope, a flicker of optimism that refused to be extinguished. For deep within the recesses of my soul, I knew that I had given my all in pursuit of my evolution, that I had poured every ounce of my being into the journey that had led me to this moment. As I lay within the cocoon, lost in a sea of conflicting emotions, I found solace in the knowledge that whatever awaited me on the other side, I would face it with courage and determination. For I was no longer the same soul that had embarked on this journey so many eons ago. I had grown, evolved, and transformed in ways that transcended mere physicality. And as I awaited the moment of my rebirth, I embraced the uncertainty of the unknown, knowing that whatever lay ahead would be a testament to the resilience of my spirit and the boundless potential of my soul. Ophis first-person view. As I observed Kusi's cocoon from my vantage point, a sense of anticipation stirred within me. He had spent countless eons training and striving for this moment, and now, it was finally time for his evolution to unfold. Drawing upon the boundless energy of the void, I focused my power, channeling it into the cocoon to fuel Kusi's transformation. With each surge of energy, I could feel the cocoon pulsating with newfound vitality, the raw power of his evolving soul swirling within its confines. But I knew that my power alone would not be enough to catalyze his evolution. And so, I summoned forth 2 of my serpentine guardians, their scales shimmering with ethereal energy as they coiled around the cocoon, injecting it with a potent dose of my divine power. As the snakes sank their fangs into the cocoon, I could sense the energy coursing through Kusi's soul, infusing it with the strength and resilience needed to transcend its current limitations. It was a delicate process, one that required precision and finesse, but I knew that with my guidance, Kusi would emerge from his cocoon reborn, a soul transformed by the power of the void. And so, I watched with bated breath as the cocoon began to glow with an otherworldly light, the energy swirling and coalescing around Kusi's evolving soul. With each passing moment, the intensity of the light grew, illuminating the darkness of the void with its brilliance. And then, with a sudden burst of energy, the cocoon shattered, revealing the form of Kusi's evolved soul. I gazed upon him with awe and wonder, marveling at the transformation that had taken place. His soul radiated with a newfound strength and vitality, a testament to the power of his determination and the boundless potential of his spirit. As Kusi emerged from the cocoon, I could sense the depth of his evolution, the strength and resilience that now coursed through his being. He was no longer the same soul that had entered the cocoon so many eons ago. He had been reborn, transformed into something greater, something more. And as I beheld the sight of his evolved soul, I knew that his journey was far from over. With his newfound power and potential, Kusi would continue to rise, forging his own path in the vast expanse of the cosmos. And I would be there every step of the way, guiding him forward with unwavering support and boundless pride. As Ophis's words washed over me, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and wonder at the realization that I had become a transcendent soul. It was a concept that seemed almost surreal, yet at the same time, it resonated with a deep truth that reverberated within the core of my being. Me, a transcendent soul? I echoed, my voice filled with a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. Me, what does that mean exactly? Ophis regarded me with her enigmatic gaze, her dark eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. In simple terms, she began, her voice resonating with a calm assurance. Ophis, a transcendent soul is one that has surpassed the limitations of mortal existence, attaining a level of power and enlightenment beyond that of ordinary beings. As her words sank in, I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the possibilities that lay before me. To possess such immense spiritual energy and wisdom was a dream beyond anything I had ever imagined, a testament to the countless trials and tribulations I had faced on my journey. Me, but what does it mean for me? I pressed, eager to understand the implications of my newfound status. Me, what abilities do I have as a transcendent soul? Ophis smiled faintly, a gesture that seemed almost out of place on her otherwise impassive face. Ophis, as a transcendent soul, you possess extraordinary abilities, she explained, her voice tinged with a hint of reverence. Ophis, you may have the power to manipulate cosmic forces, traverse dimensions, or even influence the very fabric of reality itself. Her words filled me with a sense of wonder and excitement, the prospect of wielding such incredible power both exhilarating and daunting. But Ophis wasn't finished yet. Furthermore, she continued, her tone growing more solemn. Ophis, a transcendent soul is free from the constraints of time and space. You exist in a state of eternal existence, beyond the limitations of mortal life. The implications of her words hit me like a bolt of lightning, filling me with a sense of awe and reverence for the boundless potential that lay within me. I then asked her, does that mean I can finally create my own physical body? She nodded as Ophis nodded in response to my question. A surge of excitement coursed through me. The prospect of finally creating my own physical body, one that would house my transcendent soul, filled me with a sense of anticipation and wonder. With her guidance, I focused my energy, channeling the boundless power of my transcendent soul into the creation of my new form. I pictured myself as a young boy, of average height, with brown hair and cerulean blue eyes. Each detail of my appearance took shape in my mind's eye, as if sculpting clay with the power of my thoughts alone. As I concentrated, I could feel the energy pulsating around me, weaving together to form the intricate patterns of my physical form. It was a delicate process, requiring a precise balance of control and intention to ensure that my new body reflected the essence of my transcendent soul. With each passing moment, my new form began to materialize before me, taking on a life of its own as it emerged from the depths of my consciousness. I could feel the warmth of my new flesh against my soul, a tangible reminder of the power and potential that lay within me, and then, in a flash of light, it was done. Before me stood the physical embodiment of my transcendent soul, a young boy with brown hair and cerulean blue eyes, radiating with an otherworldly glow. I looked down at my hands, flexing my fingers with wonderment. It was surreal to finally have a physical body after so long existing as a formless soul. Yet, at the same time, it felt natural, as if I had always been meant to inhabit this form. Ophis regarded me with a nod of approval, her expression unreadable but tinged with a hint of satisfaction. "Ophis, you have done well, Kusi," she said, her voice echoing in the void. "Ophis, your new body is a reflection of your transcendent soul, a vessel through which you can interact with the physical world." I smiled, a sense of pride swelling within me at her praise. "Me, thank you, Ophis," I replied, gratitude lacing my words. I couldn't have done it without your guidance." As I attempted to take my first steps in my newly formed physical body, I found myself stumbling and faltering, my legs feeling foreign and unsteady beneath me. It was a strange sensation, one that I hadn't experienced in centuries, if ever. But despite the initial awkwardness, I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. "I haven't used legs for centuries," I remarked, amusement lacing my voice as I picked myself up from the ground. The sensation of standing upright, of feeling the weight of my body pressing down against the earth, was both exhilarating and disorienting. With each step, I could feel the muscles in my legs protesting against the unfamiliar movement, as if they were awakening from a long slumber. It took time and patience, but gradually, I began to regain my sense of balance and coordination. It's like learning to walk all over again," I mused aloud, a smile playing at the corners of my lips as I took another tentative step forward. Despite the challenges that lay ahead, there was a sense of joy and excitement bubbling within me, a newfound appreciation for the simple act of movement and mobility. As I continued to practice walking, each step became more fluid and confident, until finally, I was able to traverse the void with ease, my movements guided by a newfound sense of grace and control. "It's amazing what the body is capable of," I remarked, a sense of wonderment coloring my words as I marveled at the intricacies of my physical form. To think that I can now experience the world in a whole new way, through the senses and sensations of this body." With each passing moment, I felt more connected to my physical form, more attuned to its nuances and subtleties. As Ophis settled onto my lap, her presence comforting and reassuring, I couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth and affection wash over me. Her nuzzling against my chest filled me with a sense of contentment, as if all was right with the world in that moment. I turned my attention to her words, her mention of facing Great Red and reclaiming the dimensional gap sparking a flicker of excitement within me. It was a daunting prospect, to be sure, but one that filled me with a sense of purpose and determination. "When will we be ready?" I asked, my voice tinged with anticipation. "When will the Cows Brigade be prepared to face such a formidable opponent?" Ophis regarded me with a thoughtful expression, her dark eyes reflecting the depths of her wisdom and foresight. "Patience, Kusi," she replied, her voice gentle but firm. "Ophis, strength cannot be rushed. We must take the time to ensure that you are fully prepared for the challenges that lie ahead." I nodded, understanding her reasoning even as a part of me yearned for action and adventure. It was important to build a strong foundation before embarking on such a perilous journey, and I trusted Ophis's judgment implicitly. "And what of the Cows Brigade?" I inquired, curious about the organization that Ophis had mentioned. "What role do they play in our plans?" Ophis's lips curved into a small smile, a hint of mischief dancing in her dark eyes. "Ophis, the Cows Brigade is a growing organization," she explained. "Ophis, they are dedicated to the pursuit of power and chaos, and they will play a crucial role in our quest to reclaim the dimensional gap." I listened intently as Ophis outlined her vision for the Cows Brigade, detailing their goals and objectives with a sense of clarity and purpose. As I ran my hand through Ophis's black hair, a sense of peace washed over me. Despite all the trials and challenges we had faced, she remained a constant source of comfort and companionship, content to rest on my chest as we contemplated the world beyond. I couldn't help but wonder what the outside world was like now. It had been so long since I had last walked among mortals, and I could only imagine how much had changed in my absence. Ophis's words snapped me out of my reverie, her suggestion taking me by surprise. "Ophis, maybe it's time to see it," she mused, her voice soft but filled with determination. I blinked, stunned by her proposal. "For real?" I asked, unable to hide the excitement in my voice. The thought of finally stepping foot into the outside world filled me with a sense of anticipation and wonder. Ophis nodded, her dark eyes sparkling with excitement. "Ophis, yes, for real," she replied, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "Ophis, I believe it's time for us to experience everything that the world has to offer together." I couldn't contain my excitement as I imagined the possibilities that awaited. Timeskip brought to you by Ayo What the. As I stepped through the portal that Ophis had opened, I was immediately struck by the sights and sounds of the outside world. It was unlike anything I had ever seen before. The architecture was different, the people bustling about their daily lives in a manner that seemed almost foreign to me. Is this Italy?" I asked, my voice filled with wonder as I took in my surroundings. Everything seemed so vibrant and alive, a stark contrast to the emptiness of the void that I had grown accustomed to. Ophis nodded, her expression unreadable but tinged with a hint of amusement. "Ophis, yes, we are in Italy," she replied, her voice echoing in the bustling streets. "Ophis, it's one of the many countries that make up this world." I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe as I realized just how much time had passed since I had last walked among mortals. In the void, time had no meaning, and centuries could pass in the blink of an eye. But here, in the outside world, time moved at a different pace, each moment ticking by with a sense of urgency and purpose. As I checked the passage of time, I was surprised to discover that I had only been dead for 4 months. It was a jarring realization, to say the least. In the void, it had felt like an eternity had passed since my death, but in reality, it had only been a fraction of that time. Ophis noticed my confusion and offered an explanation, her voice gentle but matter-of-fact. "Ophis, in the void, the concept of time as mortals understand it doesn't exist," she explained. "Ophis, time is fluid, ever-shifting, and without measure. It's one of the many mysteries of the universe that we have yet to fully comprehend." As I walked down the streets, taking in the sights and sounds of the bustling city, I couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity and wonder. Ophis's explanation about the location being one of the main branches of the church only added to my intrigue. After all, being so close to the Vatican meant that this place held significant religious importance. But why had Ophis brought us here? I turned to her, a question lingering on the tip of my tongue. Why are we here?" I asked, unable to hide my curiosity. Is there something specific you wanted to show me?" Ophis smiled in response, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Ophis, for you to enjoy yourself," she replied simply. "Ophis, you've worked hard, Kusi. You deserve a break and some time to relax." I blinked in surprise, caught off guard by her unexpected response. It hadn't occurred to me that I might need a break after everything that had happened. But as I thought about it, I realized that she was right. I had been so focused on training and preparing for our mission that I had neglected to take care of myself. Thank you, Ophis," I said, gratitude filling my voice. I appreciate it." As I wandered through the picturesque streets of Rome, the aroma of freshly baked pizza and simmering sauces filled the air, tantalizing my senses and stirring a hunger within me that I had long forgotten. It had been centuries since I had last tasted food, and the prospect of indulging in the culinary delights of the mortal world filled me with a sense of excitement and anticipation. With each bite of crispy, wood-fired pizza and each sip of robust, full-bodied wine, I felt a sense of satisfaction and pleasure wash over me, the flavors exploding on my palate in a symphony of taste and texture. It was a sensory experience unlike any other, and I found myself relishing every moment, savoring the simple joys of good food and good company. As I made my way through the bustling streets of Tuscan, I couldn't help but marvel at the bounty of fresh produce and local delicacies that surrounded me. From fragrant truffles to succulent roasted meats, the market was a feast for the senses, offering a glimpse into the rich culinary traditions of the region. I sampled everything from hearty ribollita soup to delicate paisai pasta, each dish a celebration of the vibrant flavors and rustic simplicity that defined Tuscan cuisine. And as I ate, I found myself transported by the warmth and hospitality of the people, who welcomed me with open arms and shared their love of food and culture with me. In Naples, I found myself drawn to the famous pizzerias that lined the narrow cobblestone streets, their ovens blazing with heat as they churned out mouth-watering pies topped with fresh mozzarella, tangy tomato sauce, and fragrant basil. With each bite, I could taste the history and tradition that infused every slice of pizza, a testament to the enduring legacy of Neapolitan cuisine. And as I sat down to enjoy my meal, I was joined by Ophis, who looked on with curiosity and intrigue as she sampled the flavors of human cooking for the first time. Her eyes widened in surprise as she tasted the rich, savory flavors of the pizza, her expression one of genuine delight and enjoyment. "Ophis, I never knew human food could taste this good," she remarked, her voice filled with wonderment. "Ophis, it's incredible." I smiled, feeling a sense of pride swell within me at her reaction. It was gratifying to share this experience with her, to introduce her to the joys of food and culture that the mortal world had to offer. Ophis first-person view. As I watched Kusi attempt to sleep, a small flicker of surprise danced within me. After all, as a transcendent soul housed within a physical body, he no longer required the same biological functions as humans did. But I understood his sentimentality, his longing for the familiar routines and experiences of his former life. "Me, you know, your physical body doesn't need sleep or the likes," I reminded him gently, my voice soft but firm. It was important for him to understand the nature of his new existence, to embrace the boundless possibilities that lay before him. Kusi nodded, a wistful expression crossing his features. "Kusi, I know, he replied with a faint smile. "Kusi, but I used to be human, and getting a new body makes me kinda remember those days, even though I hated them." I settled onto his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat beneath my touch. In that moment, a flood of emotions washed over me, memories and feelings that I had long since buried rising to the surface. Ever since I met Kusi, I had discovered emotions that I never knew were possible. He had awakened something within me, a longing for connection and companionship that transcended the boundaries of my existence. And though I had initially sought his help for my own purposes, I couldn't deny the bond that had formed between us, the sense of kinship and understanding that bound us together. As I lay there, listening to the steady cadence of his breathing, I found myself lost in thought. Despite my initial intentions, I couldn't shake the feeling that I didn't want Kusi to face Great Red, to risk his life in a battle that could very well end in tragedy. All I wanted was for him to be by my side, to share in the simple joys of existence and companionship. But deep down, I knew that I couldn't hold him back, that his destiny lay beyond the confines of our current reality. And so, I inwardly pondered the path that lay ahead, uncertain of what the future held but hopeful that whatever challenges we faced, we would face them together. It was early in the morning. Ophis said she needed to go and run some tasks which I didn't mind. Well, as for me, I've always wanted to see how the Vatican looked like. As I roamed the halls of the Vatican, I took in the sights and sounds with a sense of detached curiosity. The grandeur of the place was undeniable, but my interest was purely academic. I observed the rituals and ceremonies with a critical eye, noting the fervor and devotion of the worshippers but remaining unaffected by their faith. Exorcists and nuns moved about with purpose, their actions guided by centuries-old traditions and beliefs. While I couldn't deny the significance of the Vatican as a religious landmark, I remained indifferent to its allure. The intricate artwork and architecture held no sway over me, serving only as a backdrop to my exploration. I wandered the halls with a sense of detachment, my mind focused on observation rather than reverence. Despite the reverence with which others regarded the Vatican, I saw it simply as another historical site to be studied and analyzed. My visit was driven by curiosity rather than any personal connection to the institution or its beliefs. As I made my way through the labyrinthine corridors, I couldn't help but feel like an outsider in this world of faith and devotion. While others found solace and meaning within these walls, I remained unaffected, my perspective shaped by reason and skepticism rather than faith. In the end, my visit to the Vatican was simply an exercise in exploration, a chance to satisfy my curiosity about one of the world's most famous religious institutions. Time skip. As I observed from my ethereal vantage point, I couldn't help but be intrigued by the young nun named Asia. Her blonde hair cascaded in gentle waves around her face, and her emerald green eyes held a serene intensity that drew me in. But it was the glimmer of her sacred gear that truly caught my attention, a tangible manifestation of power and potential. When she was summoned to aid the wounded exorcists, she didn't hesitate. With a serene smile, she accepted the request, her movements fluid and purposeful as she made her way to where she was needed. As she approached the injured exorcists, she wasted no time in summoning forth her sacred gear, 2 rings glowing with divine energy. With a practiced ease, she used her powers to heal their wounds, her focus unwavering as she worked her magic. It was a display of skill and prowess that left me both impressed and intrigued. Here was a young woman who wielded power beyond mortal comprehension, yet she did so with grace and humility. As the exorcists watched in awe and gratitude, I couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity about Asia and her abilities. What other miracles could she perform? And what secrets lay hidden within her sacred gear? But as she finished healing the wounded and turned to leave, my thoughts returned to her beauty and the allure of her sacred gear. It was a reminder of the mysteries that lay beyond mortal understanding, and the potential for greatness that dwelled within each of us. The exorcists, their wounds now healed, couldn't contain their gratitude as they showered Asia with thanks and praises for her remarkable abilities. They spoke of her with reverence, calling her a saint and marveling at the miracles she had performed before their very eyes. Asia, however, remained humble in the face of their praise. With a gentle smile, she waved off their gratitude, insisting that there was no need for thanks. "Asia, please don't thank me," she said softly, her voice carrying a warmth and sincerity that touched the hearts of those around her. "Asia, as a saint, it's the least I can do to help those in need." Her words resonated deeply with the exorcists, who nodded in understanding. They knew that Asia's kindness and compassion were genuine, born not out of a desire for recognition or praise, but out of a genuine desire to alleviate the suffering of others. As the exorcists bid her farewell and went on their way, Asia turned to leave as well, her steps light and graceful. But before she departed, she cast a lingering glance back at the scene before her, a silent reminder of the importance of compassion and empathy in a world filled with darkness and despair. Asia's eyes widened in surprise as she stumbled backward, nearly losing her balance. Her heart raced with adrenaline as she tried to process the unexpected appearance of a stranger in her private room. "Asia, who are you?" she stammered, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and confusion. I raised my hands in a gesture of peace, my grin widening at her reaction. "Me, hey, no need to be scared," I reassured her, taking a step closer. My name's Kusi, and well, let's just say I'm not exactly your average visitor. But don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you. I'm just here for a bit of sightseeing." Despite my attempts to put her at ease, Asia remained wary, her eyes darting around the room as if searching for an escape route. It was clear that my sudden appearance had caught her off guard, and I couldn't blame her for feeling apprehensive. Seeing her unease, I quickly tried to lighten the mood with a friendly smile. Nice room you've got here," I commented, gesturing around at the cozy furnishings and religious decorations. Very nun-like." Asia's expression softened slightly at my attempt at humor, but she still seemed on edge. "Asia, what are you doing here?" she asked, her voice cautious. I shrugged nonchalantly, trying to project an air of casualness. Just passing through," I replied, flashing her another grin. Thought I'd take a little detour and see what the inside of a nun's private quarters looks like. Quite cozy, I must say." Despite my attempts to make light of the situation, Asia remained guarded, her eyes narrowing slightly as she studied me. It was clear that she wasn't quite sure what to make of me, and I couldn't blame her for being cautious. As the silence stretched between us, I shifted uncomfortably, unsure of how to proceed. I hadn't exactly planned out this encounter, and now that I was face to face with Asia, I wasn't sure what to say or do next. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Asia spoke again, her voice soft but steady. "Asia, well, if you're just passing through, then I suppose there's no harm in letting you stay for a while," she said, her tone cautious but not unkind. "Asia, but please, don't make any trouble. This is a place of peace and sanctuary, and I would hate for anything to disturb that." I nodded in agreement, grateful for her willingness to give me a chance. "Of course, no trouble from me," assured her, offering her a reassuring smile. "I'll just be here, minding my own business. You won't even know I'm here." And with that, I settled into a nearby chair, content to wait and see what the future held for me in this unexpected encounter with Asia. Asia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she realized she had been caught staring, her gaze quickly darting away as she tried to compose herself. I couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction, finding her bashfulness endearing. Like what you see," I teased, my grin widening as I watched her struggle to regain her composure. But instead of responding, Asia bowed her head and began to pray silently, her hands clasped tightly together in a gesture of supplication. It was clear that she was trying to ward off any feelings of lust or attraction that my presence may have stirred within her. I couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt at the sight of her praying, realizing that my playful teasing may have crossed the line. Hey, no need for that, I said hastily, holding up my hands in a placating gesture. I was just joking around. No harm done, right? As Asia continued to pray, I shifted uncomfortably, unsure of how to ease the tension that had settled between us. It was clear that I had inadvertently made her uncomfortable, and I regretted my words even as they left my mouth. In an attempt to change the subject and lighten the mood, I gestured towards the sacred gear that hung from her belt. Your sacred gear is interesting, I remarked, trying to sound casual. I think it's twilight healing, right? A unique and powerful healing type sacred gear, if I'm not mistaken. Asia looked up from her prayers, her expression softening slightly as she nodded in confirmation. Asia, yes, that's correct, she replied, her voice tinged with a hint of pride. Asia, twilight healing is my sacred gear. It allows me to heal injuries and ailments with remarkable speed and efficiency. I nodded in understanding, genuinely impressed by her abilities. That's incredible, I said sincerely. Asia, to have such a gift, to be able to help others in their time of need, it's truly remarkable. As Asia's blush began to fade, replaced by a shy smile, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Despite our awkward start, it seemed that we were finally finding common ground, and I was grateful for the opportunity to get to know her better. Asia's eyes widened in surprise as she listened to my explanation, her confusion evident in the way she stuttered slightly before speaking. Asia, what about you, Mr. Kusi? She asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. I couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction, finding her innocence and genuine interest endearing. Well, I'm dead, I replied matter-of-factly, my tone light despite the heaviness of the topic. Asia's confusion only deepened at my words, her brows furrowing in perplexity. Dead? She echoed, her voice barely above a whisper as she tried to comprehend what I had just revealed. I nodded solemnly, a hint of sadness flickering in my eyes as I recounted the events that had led to my demise. Yes, I died a few months ago, I continued, my voice tinged with melancholy. My soul became trapped in the void, but with some help, I was able to transcend into a higher form of existence. Asia listened intently as I explained how I had become a transcendent soul, creating my own physical body as a vessel for my newfound powers. It was a strange and surreal journey, one that I was still trying to come to terms with myself. As I spoke, I couldn't help but feel a sense of vulnerability, laying bare my past and my struggles to someone I had only just met. But there was something about Asia's presence that made me feel safe, as if I could trust her with the deepest parts of myself. And as I finished recounting my story, I waited anxiously for her response, unsure of how she would react to my revelation. Would she be afraid of me, now that she knew the truth about my existence? Or would she accept me for who I was, flaws and all? To my surprise, Asia reached out and placed a comforting hand on my arm, her touch warm and reassuring. Asia, thank you for sharing that with me, Mr. Kusi, she said softly, her eyes filled with empathy. Asia, you've been through so much, but you're still here, still fighting. That takes strength and courage. Her words touched me deeply, and I felt a swell of gratitude towards her for her kindness and understanding. In that moment, I realized that I had found a true friend in Asia, someone who accepted me for who I was and was willing to stand by my side no matter what challenges lay ahead. As Asia began to share her own tale, I listened intently, my heart going out to her as she recounted the hardships she had faced. Her story was one of abandonment and struggle, yet despite the challenges she had endured, she had emerged as a beacon of hope and compassion. Asia, I was abandoned by my mother at the church when I was just a baby, Asia explained, her voice tinged with sadness. Asia, but the people there took me in and raised me as their own. When I discovered my healing abilities and my sacred gear, they saw it as a sign of divine favor and gave me the position of saint. Her words painted a poignant picture of a childhood marked by loneliness and isolation, yet also filled with love and support from the community that had embraced her as one of their own. It was a testament to her resilience and strength of spirit, qualities that I couldn't help but admire. So basically, you've missed out on what could have been a normal childhood, I remarked, unable to hide the sympathy in my voice. Asia nodded solemnly, her expression reflective. Asia, yes, in a way, she agreed. Asia, but I don't see it as a loss. The people at the church, they became my family, and they taught me the true meaning of love and compassion. And if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be who I am today. Her words resonated deeply with me, reminding me of the importance of finding strength and resilience in the face of adversity. Despite the challenges she had faced, Asia had emerged as a kind and compassionate soul, dedicated to helping others and making the world a better place. Asia, it's a small price to pay, Asia continued, her voice filled with determination. Asia, for the chance to make a difference in the lives of others, to bring healing and hope to those who need it most. That's all that matters to me, I offered Asia a warm smile, hoping to convey the sincerity of my words. Me, no worries, Asia, I said gently, reaching out to place a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Me, you have someone you can call a friend now. Asia's eyes widened in surprise, her gaze meeting mine with a mixture of gratitude and disbelief. Really? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper as she searched my face for any sign of insincerity. I nodded earnestly, wanting her to know that I meant every word. Absolutely, I replied, my smile widening as I felt a sense of camaraderie blossoming between us. Me, we may have had different paths that led us here, but that doesn't mean we can't support each other along the way. As Asia's expression softened with relief, I felt a sense of satisfaction knowing that I had made a difference, even if it was just in offering her a sense of companionship and understanding. In a world filled with strife and uncertainty, having someone you could rely on, someone who would stand by your side through thick and thin, was a precious gift indeed. Me, and besides, I added with a playful grin, me, what are friends for if not to share each other's burdens and joys, right? Asia's laughter filled the air, a musical sound that lifted my spirits and filled me with a sense of warmth and belonging. It was a moment of connection, a bond forged in the fires of shared experiences and mutual respect. Ever since that day, Asia and I had become inseparable. We spent our days exploring the city, indulging in delicious foods from all over the world, and immersing ourselves in the vibrant culture that surrounded us. It was a welcome escape from the responsibilities and expectations that weighed heavily on both of us, a chance to simply enjoy each other's company and revel in the joys of life. One of our favorite pastimes was sneaking away from the church, using my duplicate to disguise Asia so that she could experience the world beyond its walls. It was a risky endeavor, to be sure, but the thrill of adventure and the joy of freedom made it all worth it. Me, where to next, Asia? I asked with a mischievous grin as we strolled through the bustling streets of the city, our laughter mingling with the sounds of chatter and music all around us. Asia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked around, taking in the sights and sounds with childlike wonder. Asia, how about that street food market we passed by earlier? She suggested, her voice filled with anticipation. I nodded eagerly, already imagining the tantalizing array of flavors and aromas that awaited us. Me, sounds perfect, I replied, looping my arm through hers as we made our way towards our next culinary adventure. As we approached the market, the air was thick with the mouth-watering scent of grilled meats, savory spices, and freshly baked bread. My stomach growled in anticipation, eager to sample the delights that lay before us. We wandered through the bustling stalls, sampling everything from savory kebabs to crispy fried dumplings to sweet, sticky desserts. Each bite was a revelation, a burst of flavor that danced across my taste buds and left me craving more. Me, isn't this amazing, Asia? I exclaimed, my eyes alight with excitement as I watched her savoring each bite with a look of pure bliss on her face. Asia, it's incredible, Asia agreed, her smile radiant as she looked around at the bustling market. Asia, thank you for showing me all of this, Kusi. I never would have experienced it without you. I grinned back at her, feeling a swell of pride and happiness at her words. Me, it's my pleasure, Asia, I replied, squeezing her hand affectionately. Me, I'm just glad I could share this with you. As soon as we entered the house, Ophis greeted us with a guarded expression, her eyes narrowing as she caught sight of Asia by my side. I could feel her tension radiating off her in waves as she scrutinized the newcomer. Ophis, who's she? Ophis demanded, her voice laced with suspicion as she took a step closer, her gaze never leaving Asia's face. I could sense the protective instinct kicking in, her concern for my well-being evident in the way she held me tightly against her side. I offered Ophis a reassuring smile, hoping to ease her worries. Me, this is Asia, I explained, gesturing towards my new friend with a nod of my head. Me, she's been keeping me company lately, showing me around the city and sharing in some adventures. Ophis eyed Asia skeptically, her gaze flickering between the two of us as if trying to discern any hidden motives. Ophis, and why is she so close to my mate? She questioned, her tone firm as she sought answers. I could sense the tension in the air, the unspoken question lingering between us. Ophis had become a constant presence in my life, a source of comfort and companionship in the midst of uncertainty. And now, with Asia's sudden appearance, I could understand her apprehension at the prospect of someone new entering our dynamic. Me, it's nothing like that, Ophis, I reassured her, reaching out to place a calming hand on her arm. Me, Asia is just a friend, nothing more. She's been helping me adjust to my new life outside of the church, and I'm grateful for her company. Ophis regarded me silently for a moment, her expression softening slightly as she took in my words. I could see the conflict in her eyes, the desire to protect me warring with the need to trust in my judgment. After a moment of tense silence, Ophis nodded slowly, her gaze shifting to Asia once more. Very well, she conceded, her voice softening with reluctant acceptance. Ophis, but keep in mind that I'll be keeping a close eye on her. I won't let anyone threaten what we have. I nodded in understanding, grateful for Ophis's unwavering support and protection. Me, thank you, Ophis, I said sincerely, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. Me, I appreciate it more than you know. With that, the tension in the air seemed to dissipate, replaced by a sense of mutual understanding. As Asia nestled into my bed sleeping, it was just remaining me and Ophis. As I playfully pinched Ophis's ear, she responded with a pout, her lips forming a cute little frown that only added to her adorableness. Ophis, do I really have to be that jealous? I teased, unable to suppress a grin at her reaction. Ophis huffed in mock indignation, crossing her arms over her chest as she leaned back against me. Ophis, I'm not jealous, she insisted, though the slight quiver in her voice betrayed her true feelings. Ophis, I just care about you, that's all. I chuckled softly, wrapping my arms around her waist and pulling her closer against my chest. Me, I know you do, Ophis, I said gently, pressing A to the top of her head. Me, and I appreciate it more than you know. But you don't have to worry about Asia. She's just a friend. Ophis sighed softly, her tension melting away as she relaxed into my embrace. I know, she murmured, her voice soft with affection. Ophis, it's just difficult sometimes, seeing someone else getting close to you. But I trust you, Kusi. I trust that you'll always come back to me. I smiled, brushing a stray strand of hair away from her face. Me, I always will, Ophis, I promised, gazing into her eyes with unwavering sincerity. Me, you're my mate, my partner, my everything. No one could ever take your place. A small smile tugged at the corners of Ophis's lips, her eyes shimmering with emotion as she reached up to cup my cheek. Ophis, and you're mine, she whispered, her voice barely above a whisper. Ophis, forever and always. As Ophis's lips met mine in a deep, passionate, I felt a surge of warmth and desire course through me, igniting a fire that burned with intensity. I responded eagerly, pulling her closer against me as I lost myself in the exquisite sensation of her touch. Our deepened, becoming a symphony of longing and affection as we explored each other's mouths with a fervor that bordered on desperation. I could feel the heat of her body pressed against mine, her soft curves fitting perfectly against my own as if we were made for each other. As we ed, time seemed to stand still, the world fading away until there was nothing left but the two of us, lost in the throes of passion. Every brush of her lips against mine sent shivers down my spine, every caress of her hands against my skin eliciting a gasp of pleasure. I trailed the S along her jawline, savoring the taste of her skin as I nipped and sucked at her delicate flesh. Her breath came in ragged gasps, mingling with mine in a sweet symphony of desire as our bodies pressed together in a primal dance of love and longing. In that moment, there was no past, no future, only the intoxicating sensation of being with the one I loved more than anything in the world. And as our finally broke, leaving us both breathless and trembling with desire, I knew that I never wanted to be anywhere else but in her arms. Me, I love you, Ophis, I whispered, my voice filled with sincerity and devotion as I gazed into her eyes, seeing my own reflection mirrored back at me in the depths of her gaze. Ophis, I love you too, Kusi, she replied, her voice soft and tender as she leaned in to capture my lips in another searing. Time skip brought to you by. As the abomination lunged forward with a ferocious growl, its grotesque form contorted into a nightmarish amalgamation of rat, crab, and dog features, I knew that I had to act quickly to defend myself. As the abomination lunged forward with a ferocious growl, its grotesque form contorted into a nightmarish amalgamation of rat, crab, and dog features, I knew that I had to act quickly to defend myself. With lightning-fast reflexes, I sidestepped its attack, narrowly avoiding the razor-sharp claws that sliced through the air with deadly precision. Gathering my focus, I summoned a small ball of soul energy into the palm of my hand, channeling the raw power of my transcendent soul into a devastating attack. With a fierce cry, I unleashed the soul-tearing bullet, a concentrated beam of pure energy that tore through the air with blinding speed. The bullet struck the abomination square in the chest, its foul cries echoing through the air as the searing energy ripped through its body like a hot knife through butter. Flesh sizzled and burned as the bullet tore through muscle and sinew, leaving behind a trail of destruction in its wake. But it wasn't just the physical body that suffered under the onslaught of my attack. As the soul-tearing bullet penetrated its flesh, it also tore through the creature's very essence, shredding its soul with merciless precision. Guttural screams of agony filled the air as the abomination writhed in torment, its form twisting and contorting in a futile attempt to escape the onslaught of destruction. With a final, ear-splitting wail, the abomination collapsed to the ground, its body disintegrating into a cloud of ash that scattered to the winds. All that remained was a smoldering crater where the creature had once stood, a testament to the overwhelming power of my soul-infused attack. As the adrenaline from the battle with the stray devil began to subside, my mind drifted back to the events that had led me to this moment. I remembered wandering through the picturesque streets of France, marveling at the beauty of the architecture and soaking in the rich history that permeated every corner. But amidst the allure of my surroundings, there was always an undercurrent of danger, a lurking sense of unease that served as a constant reminder of the precarious nature of my existence. Ophis had warned me about the presence of stray devils in the area, rogue entities that had strayed from the path of their demonic brethren and succumbed to their own twisted desires. A stray devil, Ophis had explained, her voice tinged with a hint of caution. It's a devil that has abandoned its allegiance to its king or master, driven by its own insatiable lust for power and destruction. They are dangerous creatures, consumed by their own darkness and devoid of any semblance of humanity. As Ophis recounted the tales of encounters with stray devils, I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding settle in the pit of my stomach. These were not mere monsters to be taken lightly. They were formidable adversaries, driven by a relentless thirst for bloodshed and chaos. And yet, despite the inherent danger, there was a part of me that relished the thrill of the hunt, the adrenaline-fueled rush of facing off against such formidable foes. It was a reminder of my own strength and resilience, a testament to the power of my transcendent soul and the unwavering determination that burned within me. As I felt the sudden presence behind me and heard the sharp clang of metal against stone, my instincts kicked in, propelling me backward with a swift and agile leap. My eyes narrowed as I assessed the situation, taking in the sight of the girl who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, her sword embedded in the ground with a resounding thud. My eyes narrowed as I assessed the situation, taking in the sight of the girl who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, her sword embedded in the ground with a resounding thud. She was a striking figure, with her blonde hair cascading in waves around her shoulders and her sky-blue eyes sparkling with determination. Clad in a gakurin adorned with armor, she exuded an air of confidence and strength that demanded respect. "Jean, halt, outsider," she declared, her voice firm and unwavering. "Jean. My name is Jean, reincarnation of Joan of Arc. State your business here." I raised an eyebrow at her imposing demeanor, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of my lips. "Me, and I'm Kusi, minding my own business," I replied, my tone casual and nonchalant. I made to walk away, dismissing her presence with a dismissive snort, but she persisted, her voice cutting through the air with insistence. "Jean, wait, don't go," she called out, her tone softening slightly as she lowered her sword and took a step forward. I hesitated, casting a sidelong glance over my shoulder to assess her intentions. There was a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes, a spark of excitement at the prospect of a challenge, and I found myself intrigued despite my initial reluctance. "Jean, spar with me," she implored, her voice earnest as she extended an invitation. "Jean, I saw what you did there, and I want to test your skills." I weighed her words carefully, considering the implications of engaging in a spar with a stranger. But there was a part of me that relished the opportunity to test my abilities, to push myself beyond my limits and hone my skills in combat. With a slight nod of acquiescence, I stepped forward, meeting her gaze with a determined expression. "Me, very well, Jean," I replied, a hint of anticipation tingling in the air between us. "Me, let's see what you're made of." As Ophis sat reading alongside Asia, her normally calm demeanor was interrupted by a sudden surge of tension. Her eyes darted towards the door, her senses on high alert as she sensed Kusi's interaction with the mysterious woman outside. "Asia, what's wrong, Ophis?" Asia inquired, her brow furrowing in concern as she noticed the dragon girl's sudden change in demeanor. Ophis hesitated for a moment, torn between her instincts to protect her mate and her desire to maintain a facade of indifference. "Nothing," she replied curtly, her voice betraying a hint of unease. But Asia wasn't convinced. "Asia, are you sure?" she pressed, her gaze lingering on Ophis with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Ophis shifted uncomfortably, her mind racing with a flurry of conflicting emotions. "Ophis, it's just my mate is talking to a beautiful woman," she admitted reluctantly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Asia's eyes widened in surprise, a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Asia, so this is what he meant when he said you're at Tsundere," she remarked, a hint of amusement coloring her voice. Ophis scowled, her embarrassment quickly giving way to irritation. "Ophis, I am not at Tsundere," she protested indignantly, crossing her arms over her chest in a defensive gesture. But Asia only chuckled, finding humor in Ophis's uncharacteristic display of jealousy. Sure, she replied teasingly, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Asia, whatever you say, Ophis." And as the two of them continued to banter back and forth, their light-hearted exchange serving as a welcome distraction from the tension brewing outside, Ophis couldn't help but begrudgingly admit that perhaps there was a grain of truth to Asia's teasing assessment. After all, even a dragon god of infinity had her moments of vulnerability, especially when it came to matters of the heart. Kusi first-person view. The clash of steel rang through the air as Jean and I engaged in our impromptu spar. Her movements were swift and precise, a testament to her skill as a warrior. With each strike, she aimed to test my mettle, to gauge my strength and agility. As her sword stabbed into the ground, I swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. Before I could react, she was upon me again, her blade flashing in the sunlight as she lunged forward with ferocious speed. I raised my own sword of soul energy, meeting her strike with a resounding clang. Despite her expertise, I could sense her surprise at the strength of my defense. But I wasn't about to let up. As she attempted to flank me, I anticipated her move and vanished in a blur of motion, reappearing behind her in the blink of an eye. With a swift strike, I sent her stumbling forward, her momentum disrupted by the unexpected counterattack. But Jean was quick to recover, her determination shining in her eyes as she turned to face me once more. With renewed vigor, she launched herself at me, her sword slicing through the air with deadly precision. I matched her blow for blow, each clash of our weapons sending sparks flying. But as the battle raged on, it became clear that I held the upper hand. My transcendent soul imbued me with strength and speed beyond that of a mere mortal, allowing me to anticipate her every move with uncanny precision. As Jean pressed her assault, I remained calm and composed, my focus unwavering as I parried her attacks with ease. But just as I thought victory was within reach, a new threat emerged. Holy swords erupted from the ground, hurtling towards me with deadly intent. With a casual flicker of my eyes, I summoned my power, halting the swords in midair before they could reach me. Jean looked on in astonishment, her eyes widening at the display of my abilities. But before she could react, I unleashed a wave of soul energy, sending the holy sword scattering in all directions. With the immediate threat neutralized, I turned my attention back to Jean, a confident smirk playing on my lips. It was clear that she was a formidable opponent, but I was determined to emerge victorious. As we continued our battle, the clash of our weapons echoing through the air, I knew that this spar would be one to remember. And as the sun began to set on the horizon, casting long shadows across the battlefield, I vowed to emerge triumphant, no matter the cost. Jean's first-person view. As Kusi's blade descended, I could feel the rush of wind as it sliced through the air with deadly precision. Instinctively, I moved to evade, but his speed was unlike anything I had ever encountered before. With a sharp twist of my body, I narrowly avoided the full force of his strike, but not without consequences. His blade grazed my arm, leaving a deep gash that seared with pain as blood began to flow freely. The sensation was dizzying, but I forced myself to stay focused, knowing that any lapse in concentration could prove fatal. Despite my best efforts, Kusi's next attack was relentless. As he materialized behind me once more, I braced myself for the impact, steeling my resolve as his sword descended with terrifying speed. With a desperate lunge, I managed to roll out of harm's way just in time, but not without sustaining further injuries. The force of his blows sent shockwaves through my body, jolting me with a searing pain that threatened to overwhelm my senses. Gritting my teeth against the agony, I pushed myself to my feet, determined to continue the fight no matter the cost. But as I gathered my bearings, I was met with another unexpected obstacle. Glowing energy spears erupted from the ground, hurtling towards me with lethal intent. With a flicker of panic, I summoned all my strength to erect a protective barrier, narrowly deflecting the onslaught. Yet even as I managed to evade one danger, another loomed on the horizon. Kusi's presence alone was enough to send shivers down my spine, his power radiating with an otherworldly intensity that seemed to defy comprehension. As I assessed my options, a sense of urgency washed over me. I knew that I couldn't afford to hold back any longer. With a steely resolve, I unleashed a barrage of attacks, each strike fueled by a fierce determination to emerge victorious against this formidable opponent. But as the battle raged on, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was outmatched. Kusi's speed and strength were unmatched, his movements fluid and precise as he danced effortlessly around my defenses. Despite my best efforts, I knew that I was fighting a losing battle. With each passing moment, my strength waned, my wounds taking their toll on both body and spirit. And yet, even in the face of defeat, I refused to surrender. Summoning the last reserves of my energy, I launched one final assault, determined to leave my mark on this battlefield, no matter the outcome. For in that moment, I realized that victory was not measured by the number of wounds inflicted, but by the strength of one's will to persevere against all odds. The clash of steel fills the air as I face off against Kusi in the verdant clearing. My heart pounds in my chest as I lunge forward, my rapier aimed at his chest with precision. But Kusi, with his lightning reflexes, effortlessly deflects my thrust, his sword meeting mine in a resounding clash. The force of his strike sends vibrations coursing through my arms, causing my grip to momentarily falter. I quickly recover, my eyes narrowing in focus as I anticipate Kusi's next move. With a swift motion, I sidestep his incoming strike, the blade whistling past my ear as I counter with a series of rapid slashes. Each movement is calculated, each strike aimed to find an opening in Kusi's defenses. But Kusi is a formidable opponent, his movements fluid and precise. With a deft twist of his wrist, he parries my attacks with ease, his own blade dancing in a deadly dance of its own. Our swords clash again and again, the sound reverberating through the clearing like thunder. As the battle wears on, I feel the strain in my muscles, the burn of exertion coursing through my veins. But I refuse to yield, drawing on reserves of strength I didn't know I possessed. With renewed determination, I press forward, my attacks growing more ferocious with each passing moment. Yet Kusi remains unfazed, his expression stoic as he counters every blow with grace and precision. Our swords become a blur of motion, the air crackling with the energy of our clash. And then, in a moment of perfect timing, Kusi seizes an opening, his blade finding its mark with unerring accuracy. I feel a shock of pain as Kusi's strike connects, the force of it sending me sprawling to the ground. I struggle to rise, my limbs feeling heavy and unresponsive. But even as darkness threatens to envelop me, I refuse to surrender, my spirit unbroken despite the odds. I decided to use my balance breaker, stake victim dragoon. Kusi's eyes widened in surprise. Kusi, stake victim dragoon? You're pulling out all the stops, Jean. I smiled, feeling a surge of determination. Can't believe you made me use this. He returned the smile, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Kusi, let me see how far you can go. With a deep breath, I focused my energy, channeling it into the summoning of the giant dragon made out of holy swords. As the creature materialized before us, its magnificent form towering over the battlefield, I felt a sense of awe and power coursing through me. Kusi studied the dragon with a mixture of admiration and anticipation. Impressive, he remarked. Kusi, but can it withstand my onslaught? I squared my shoulders, meeting his gaze with unwavering determination. Kusi, there's only one way to find out. The dragon roared, its mighty wings unfurling as it launched itself at Kusi with fierce determination. Swords clashed, the sound reverberating through the air as the two titans engaged in a battle of epic proportions. As the battle raged on, I watched with bated breath, my heart pounding in my chest with each clash of steel. The dragon fought valiantly, its movements swift and precise as it unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Kusi. But Kusi was a skilled opponent, his own blade dancing with equal ferocity as he met the dragon's assaults with calculated precision. Sparks flew as the two adversaries clashed, their movements a blur of motion as they pushed themselves to the limit. With each passing moment, the intensity of the battle grew, the air crackling with the energy of their clash. I could feel the strain of exertion weighing heavily upon me, but I refused to falter, drawing upon every ounce of strength and determination I possessed. And then, in a moment of perfect timing, the dragon seized an opening, its razor-sharp claws slicing through Kusi's defenses with unerring accuracy. I held my breath as I watched, my heart pounding in my chest as the final blow landed, sending Kusi crashing to the ground. To my surprise, Kusi rose to his feet, barely even harmed despite the scratches on his body shimmering with blue and white light. He couldn't help but admit, Kusi, to be honest, that was impressive. He cracked his neck with a smirk, his eyes gleaming. Kusi, but now it's my turn. My heart sank as I felt a wave of fear wash over me. I watched in horror as Kusi began to gather energy into his palm, forming a small blue ball. Kusi, soul-tearing bullet, he exclaimed, unleashing the devastating attack. The blue energy with red sparks tore through my dragon with ease, its holy swords shattering into pieces as the explosion sent me flying backward, my body crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. As I struggled to regain my bearings, pain coursing through every fiber of my being, I looked up to see Kusi standing over me, his expression one of unwavering determination. Kusi, you put up a good fight, Jean, he said, extending a hand to help me up. Kusi, but it's time to end this. Despite the pain, I forced myself to stand, meeting his gaze with defiance. Me, I'm not done yet, Kusi. I still have fight left in me. He nodded, a hint of respect in his eyes. Kusi, then let's finish this, once and for all. As I rushed forward, determination blazing in my eyes, fatigue suddenly washed over me like a tidal wave, sapping my strength and forcing me to my knees. My muscles screamed in protest as I struggled to maintain my balance, but it was no use. I was spent, my body pushed to its limits by the relentless onslaught of battle. Kusi approached, his expression unreadable as he looked down at me, a mixture of respect and sympathy in his eyes. Kusi, you fought well, Jean. Few can withstand such power for as long as you did. I gritted my teeth against the pain. I knew he was holding back, and he was holding back a lot, refusing to let it show as I spat out a mouthful of blood. Me, guess I lost, I muttered, my voice barely above a whisper. For a moment, there was silence as we both caught our breath, the echoes of battle fading into the stillness of the clearing. And then, to my surprise, Kusi extended a hand, offering to help me to my feet. Kusi, you may have lost the battle, but you've gained my respect. That's worth more than any victory. I hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to accept his gesture. But in the end I reached out, allowing him to pull me upright, my limbs trembling with exhaustion. Me, thank you, I said, my voice hoarse with emotion. Kusi nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. Kusi first-person view. As I approached Jean, I could see the exhaustion etched into every line of her face, the lingering traces of battle still evident in the way she held herself. Without hesitation, I reached out, channeling my power to heal her wounds, the blue and white light enveloping her as I worked to mend her injuries. Jean's eyes widened in surprise as she felt the healing energy wash over her, gratitude shining in her gaze as she looked up at me. Jean, thank you, she said, her voice filled with genuine appreciation. I nodded, a small smile tugging at the corners of my lips. Me, you fought well, Jean. I've never faced a human with such power. Her brow furrowed in confusion, a hint of wariness creeping into her expression. Jean, what do you mean by human? I tilted my head, considering her question carefully. Me, I'm not human, I replied simply. Her eyes widened in surprise, her hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of her sword as she took a step back, suddenly on guard. Jean, then what are you? I met her gaze evenly, my expression unreadable as I spoke. Me, I'm a transcendent soul. Or in other words, I'm dead, and my soul kind of evolved. There was a moment of stunned silence as Jean processed my words, the implications sinking in. And then, to my surprise, she let out a soft laugh, the tension in her shoulders easing as she relaxed her stance. Jean, well, that's certainly a first for me, she said, a hint of amusement coloring her tone. Jean, I guess I've never sparred with a ghost before. I couldn't help but chuckle at her light-hearted response, a sense of camaraderie forming between us in spite of our differences. Me, I suppose not. Jean's gaze lingered on me, her expression a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Jean, so you're dead. I nodded, meeting her gaze evenly. Me, yes, in a manner of speaking. I basically created a physical body to house my soul, and thus here I am. There was a moment of silence as Jean processed my words, her brow furrowing in thought. Jean, But how is that even possible? I shrugged, a wry smile touching my lips. I'm not entirely sure myself. It's complicated, she nodded slowly, still trying to wrap her mind around the concept. Jean, and what happened to you? How did you end up like this? I hesitated, unsure how much I wanted to reveal about my past. Let's just say I met an untimely end and leave it at that. Jean nodded, sensing my reluctance to delve further into the topic. Jean, fair enough. There was a pause as we both let the weight of my revelation settle between us, the quiet of the clearing enveloping us in a cocoon of stillness. Jean, well, regardless of how you came to be, I'm glad you're here, she said, breaking the silence with a small smile. I returned her smile, a sense of warmth spreading through me at her words. Thank you, Jean. I'm glad to be here too. And as we stood there, bathed in the fading light of the setting sun, I couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter was the beginning of something truly extraordinary, a bond forged between two souls who had found each other in the most unlikely of circumstances. Jean's curiosity seemed to have no bounds as she continued to probe into my past. Jean, so, what brought you here? I paused, considering how much I wanted to divulge. I came here to explore France, you know. I was kinda Japanese. Her eyes widened in surprise, a hint of intrigue sparking in her gaze. Jean, really? What made you want to explore France? I shrugged, a nostalgic smile tugging at the corners of my lips. I've always been fascinated by different cultures and traditions. And France has such a rich history and vibrant culture. I couldn't resist the opportunity to experience it for myself. Jean nodded, a thoughtful expression crossing her features. Jean, that makes sense. France certainly has a lot to offer in terms of history and culture. There was a moment of silence as we both contemplated the beauty and diversity of the country we found ourselves in. Jean, so, how did you end up here in this clearing, of all places? I chuckled, the memory of my arrival still fresh in my mind. Let's just say it involved a wrong turn and a bit of unexpected magic. She raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by my cryptic answer. Jean, magic, huh? That sounds like quite the story. I grinned, knowing that there were some tales better left for another time. Perhaps I'll tell you about it someday. For now, let's just enjoy the serenity of this clearing and the company of each other. And as we stood there, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the fading light of the setting sun, I couldn't help but feel grateful for the unexpected encounter that had brought us together, forging a bond that transcended both time and circumstance. As Jean began to show me around France, I couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement coursing through me. The streets were alive with the hustle and bustle of everyday life, the air filled with the tantalizing aromas of French cuisine and the sound of laughter drifting from sidewalk cafes. Jean, welcome to France, Kusi. There's so much to see and do here. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and I found myself eager to explore every corner of this vibrant country. I can't wait to see it all. Where should we start? Jean's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rattled off a list of must-see landmarks and attractions. Jean, well, there's the iconic Eiffel Tower, of course, and the majestic Louvre Museum. And let's not forget about the charming streets of Montmartre and the beautiful gardens of Versailles. I nodded eagerly, already envisioning the adventures that lay ahead. Sounds perfect. Lead the way, Jean. And so, our journey began, with Jean guiding me through the winding streets and historic landmarks of France. We wandered through quaint villages and bustling cities, soaking in the rich tapestry of French culture and history. Along the way, Jean regaled me with tales of famous battles and legendary heroes, her passion for her homeland shining through in every word. I listened with rapt attention, eager to learn more about this fascinating country and its people. As the days turned into weeks, our bond deepened, forged through shared experiences and the thrill of exploration. We laughed, we marveled, and we even faced a few challenges along the way. But through it all, we stood together, united in our love for adventure and discovery. And as we watched the sun set over the picturesque landscape of France, I couldn't help but feel grateful for the friendship that had blossomed between us, a testament to the power of travel to bring people together from all walks of life. As Jean began to teach me swordsmanship, I quickly realized that while I may have been physically stronger, my skills with a blade were sorely lacking compared to hers. Despite my best efforts, I found myself struggling to keep up with her precise movements and flawless technique. Jean, remember, Kusi, swordsmanship is about more than just strength. It's about finesse, timing, and control. I nodded, trying to absorb her words as I adjusted my grip on the practiced sword. I understand, Jean. It's just I'm used to relying on my physical abilities to overpower my opponents. This is different. She smiled sympathetically, her eyes warm with understanding. Jean, I know it can be frustrating, but trust me, with practice, you'll get the hang of it. Remember, I'm here to help you every step of the way. And so, we continued our training, Jean patiently guiding me through the basics of swordsmanship, from footwork and posture to the proper way to execute each strike and parry. Despite my initial struggles, I could feel myself improving with each session, my movements growing more fluid and controlled as I began to grasp the intricacies of the art. As we sparred, Jean offered gentle corrections and encouragement, her guidance invaluable as I worked to hone my skills. And though there were moments of frustration and doubt, I refused to give up, determined to become the swordsman I knew I could be. One day, as we faced off in yet another practice bout, I found myself drawing upon skills I hadn't realized I possessed. Memories of my past life flooded back to me, snippets of training sessions and bouts of kendo practice resurfacing in my mind. I had learned kendo from the time when I was still friends with those bitches Murayama and Kates. I'm definitely going to get them back, maybe starting from next chapter after the possible lemon scene. Me, wait a minute, I think I remember this. I practiced kendo before, in my past life. Jean's eyes widened in surprise, a hint of excitement sparking in her gaze. Jean, really? That's incredible, Kusi. No wonder you're picking it up so quickly. With newfound confidence, I pressed forward, my movements flowing with a grace and precision I hadn't known I was capable of. And though Jean still proved to be the superior swordsman, I could feel myself improving with each exchange, my determination driving me to push myself to new heights. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the training grounds, Jean and I exchanged a weary but satisfied smile, knowing that we had both grown stronger through our shared dedication and perseverance. And as we sheathed our swords and prepared to head home, as the time came for me to bid farewell to Jean and return home, I could see the sadness reflected in her eyes, a pang of guilt tugging at my heart. Jean, I'll miss you, Kusi. It won't be the same without you here. I reached out, gently flicking her forehead in a playful gesture. Me, you do know I could simply teleport here, right, silly girl? Her eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of hope igniting in their depths. Jean, you can? I nodded, a mischievous grin tugging at the corners of my lips. MW, of course. I may be leaving physically, but that doesn't mean we can't stay in touch. Besides, France has become a second home to me, thanks to you. Her smile widened, relief washing over her features as she realized that our friendship didn't have to end just because I was returning home. Jean, that's a relief. I don't know what I would do without you, Kusi. I chuckled, feeling a warmth spread through me at her words. Me, don't worry, Jean. I'll always be just a teleport away. And who knows, maybe I'll come back to visit sooner than you think. As we shared one final embrace, I couldn't help but feel grateful for the bond we had formed during my time in France. And though I was sad to leave, I knew that our friendship would endure, transcending both time and distance. With a final wave goodbye, I activated my teleportation magic, disappearing in a flash of light as I returned home, a smile lingering on my lips as I looked forward to our next reunion. As I stood before Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon god, and my mate, her pout was impossible to miss. Her presence commanded the room, her eyes flashing with a mixture of concern and irritation. Ophis, where have you been? She demanded, her voice tinged with reproach. I sighed, feeling a pang of guilt for having worried her. Me, I apologize, Ophis. I've been exploring France with a friend. Time got away from me. Her expression softened slightly at my explanation, though the pout remained firmly in place. Ophis, you know how I worry when you're gone for so long. You could have at least let me know. I nodded, acknowledging her concern. Me, you're right, I should have. I'll make sure to keep you informed in the future. She seemed satisfied with my response, though the pout lingered a moment longer before fading into a small smile. Ophis, well, now that you're back, I suppose you owe me some quality time together. I grinned, relieved that she wasn't too upset with me. Me, absolutely. I've missed you, Ophis. Third-person view. Lemon. Removed. Me, hey, Ophis, is it possible for me to actually have children, due to what I am? Ophis looked at me, her expression thoughtful as she considered my question. Ophis, Kusi, that is a complex matter. I waited, my heart rate quickening with anticipation. Me, I know my existence is different. But I've been wondering if that part of life is even possible for me. Ophis reached out, gently brushing a strand of hair from my face. Ophis, in theory, as a transcendent soul, the traditional means of reproduction may not apply to you. However, given our unique nature, there might be other possibilities. I frowned slightly, trying to grasp the implications of her words. Me, other possibilities? Ophis nodded, her eyes meeting mine with a mix of affection and understanding. Ophis, we dragon gods are capable of many extraordinary feats. With the right knowledge and magic, it's conceivable that we could find a way to create new life, tailored to our circumstances. Her words sparked a glimmer of hope within me, tempered by a hint of uncertainty. Me, so, you're saying it might be possible? Ophis smiled, her touch reassuring as she took my hand in hers. Ophis, yes, Kusi. If it's something you truly desire, we can explore our options together. We are bound by no conventional limitations. I felt a surge of gratitude for her unwavering support and willingness to delve into the unknown with me. Me, thank you, Ophis. I appreciate your openness and willingness to consider this. Ophis leaned in, pressing a gentle to my forehead. Ophis, we will find a way, my love. Together. As Ophis informed me of her departure to the Cow's Brigade, a conversation from weeks prior resurfaced in my mind, one that had left a lingering weight on my conscience. Summoning the courage to broach the subject again, I turned to Ophis with a question that had been gnawing at my soul. Me, Ophis, I want to use my powers to torment the people that led to my death in my past life. Ophis regarded me calmly, her gaze piercing yet inscrutable. Ophis, okay. I furrowed my brow, surprised by her seemingly acquiescent response. Me, wait, really? You're okay with that? Ophis tilted her head, her expression serene. Ophis, of course, Kusi. You can do anything you want. Her words hung in the air, a weighty acknowledgement of my desires. Me, but these people, they deserve to suffer. They deserve to pay for what they did to me. Ophis regarded me with unwavering neutrality. Ophis, why should I stop you? Her question echoed through my mind, challenging my assumptions and stirring a tempest of conflicting emotions within me. Me, I don't know. I guess I thought you might disapprove. Ophis reached out, placing a hand on my shoulder with a gentle reassurance. Ophis, Kusi, you have the power to enact your will upon this world. Whether you choose to use that power for vengeance or forgiveness is your decision alone. I hesitated, grappling with the gravity of her words. Me, but what if it changes me? What if I become consumed by hatred? Ophis's eyes softened with understanding. Ophis, you are stronger than you realize, Kusi. You possess the strength to channel your emotions constructively. Remember who you are. I'm definitely not stronger than she give me credit for. Let's hope I don't go full Itachi. Her words resonated deep within me, a reminder of my own resilience and capacity for growth. Me, thank you, Ophis. I needed to hear that. Ophis smiled, her presence a comforting anchor amidst the tumult of my thoughts. Ophis, you are never alone, my love. Whatever path you choose, I will walk it with you. As a dark smile formed on my face, a flood of memories and grievances surged through my mind, each name representing a target for my wrath. My hunger for revenge burning like a relentless fire within me. Issei, my former brother and tormentor, flashed before my mind's eye. The very thought of him filled me with seething rage. He had framed me, destroyed my reputation, and made my life a living nightmare. It was time for him to pay the price for his betrayal, to suffer as I had suffered. Matsuda and Motohama, his spineless lackeys, were not exempt from my wrath. They had reveled in my downfall, relishing their role in tarnishing my name. Now, it was their turn to face the consequences of their actions. My parents, who had disowned me when I needed them the most, deserved no mercy. They had abandoned their own flesh and blood, casting me aside without remorse. They would regret the day they turned their backs on me. Then there were the girls Murayama, Keitase, Sona, and Tsubaki who had made it their mission to destroy me socially. Their malicious whispers and scheming had left me isolated and broken. Now, they would taste the bitterness of their own medicine, condemned to the same fate they had inflicted upon me. And finally, the fallen angel who had ended my life. The memory of that fateful encounter fueled the flames of my vengeance. She had robbed me of my existence, and now, I would make her pay with interest. As I stood on the precipice of retribution, I felt no remorse, no hesitation. Revenge was my birthright, a force that would define me in this new life. The path of darkness beckoned, promising satisfaction and closure. Ophis's cautionary words echoed faintly in the depths of my mind, but I brushed them aside. This was my choice, my destiny. I would embrace the darkness within me, unleashing it upon those who had wronged me. As I floated next to my old home in my translucent form, watching Issei in his living room, a surge of bitter amusement overcame me when I noticed something unexpected: a framed picture of myself displayed prominently on the wall. It was a stark contrast to the day they had disowned me, removing every trace of my existence from their lives. Me, they're mourning my death, I muttered, a mirthless laugh escaping my lips. Me, after everything they put me through. The irony of their hypocrisy fueled the fire of rage burning within me. Me, how dare they mourn me? I seethed, my voice echoing with madness. Dark thoughts swirled in my mind like a tempest, but a voice, perhaps a lingering echo of sanity, whispered, "Calm down, Kusi. Calm down." But the whisper was drowned out by the rising tide of fury. "No," I growled, my spectral form pulsing with rage. "Me, they're going to pay. They'll regret ever crossing me." The memories of betrayal and torment surged through me like a torrent, fueling my resolve for retribution. "Issei," I hissed, fixing my gaze on him through the ethereal veil that separated us. "Me, you'll be the first." I drifted closer, a malevolent specter consumed by vengeful intent. "Me, you and your accomplices," I continued, my voice cold and calculating. "Me, you thought you could destroy me, but now it's your turn to suffer." The framed picture on the wall seemed to mock me, a symbol of their insincerity and deceit. "Me, every tear I shed will be repaid 100-fold," I vowed, my eyes blazing with unearthly fervor. In that moment, consumed by hatred and driven by the desire for retribution, I embraced the darkness within me. Revenge was no longer a choice. It was a calling, an inexorable force that would reshape the fabric of their lives. As I faded into the shadows, leaving behind whispers of malice and malevolence, the echoes of my vow lingered in the air like a curse. "Me, they'll pay," I murmured, the promise of vengeance echoing into the void. "Me, I'll make sure of it." As I found myself inside Issei's body, a deep loathing churned within me. The very thought of inhabiting the vessel of my former tormentor filled me with revulsion. But amidst the turmoil, a sinister grin spread across my borrowed face as a twisted idea took hold. Hee, I chuckled darkly. "Me, what to do? My eyes scanned Issei's surroundings until they landed on his laptop, a portal into his world of depravity and deceit. Ignoring the vile and indecent contents, I navigated to his files, my heart racing with anticipation. And there it was, a damning file detailing the despicable scheme orchestrated against me, paying women to stage compromising photos used to ruin my life. "Oh yes," I murmured, my grin widening with malevolent satisfaction. With trembling hands, Issei's hands, I accessed the school platform and every social media handle within reach. Without hesitation, I uploaded the incriminating file, ensuring its viral spread across the digital realm. "Me, this is just the beginning," I whispered to myself, relishing the prospect of imminent chaos. As the file disseminated like wildfire, I reveled in the impending devastation it would wreak upon Issei and his collaborators. The same ruthless tactics they had employed against me would now be turned against them, a whirlwind of vengeance unleashed upon their lives. "Me, and your parents," I muttered, my voice laced with venom. "Me, they will know the depths of your depravity." As I sat there, embodying Issei's form, a sense of twisted satisfaction washed over me. The tide of retribution had been set in motion, and I would not rest until every perpetrator of my suffering had faced the consequences of their actions. With each click and keystroke, I watched with grim delight as the world around Issei crumbled under the weight of his misdeeds. This was no longer just revenge, it was justice, administered by the very hand that had once been victimized. Hee, I laughed, the sound hollow and chilling. As I watched the comments pour in, each reaction fueled the fire of my satisfaction and vindication. The digital realm buzzed with shock, outrage, and condemnation, a cacophony of voices echoing the repercussions of the incriminating file I had unleashed upon Issei and his cohorts. "Disgusting! Unbelievable! They deserve everything coming to them." The sentiments echoed my own, validating the justice I had enacted with ruthless precision. As I scrolled through the barrage of responses, a sinister smile played upon Issei's lips, my lips, as I relished the chaos I had sown. "This is just the beginning," one comment read, resonating with the ominous certainty of impending retribution. "They thought they could get away with it," another commenter declared, mirroring my sentiments. The comments fueled my resolve, reinforcing the magnitude of the reckoning I had initiated. Each word was a testament to the shared outrage and collective desire for accountability. "And their parents too?" A particularly scathing remark caught my attention, igniting a twisted sense of satisfaction. "They raised monsters. The thought of exposing the complicity of Issei's family in his nefarious deeds sent a surge of vindictive glee through me. The collateral damage would be extensive, but it paled in comparison to the anguish they had inflicted upon me. Let them suffer! A cry for justice reverberated through the digital ether, resonating with the depths of my vengeful spirit. As the comments continued to flood in, a sense of grim satisfaction settled over me. The world was finally witnessing the true nature of those who had wronged me, and I reveled in the validation of their exposure. They'll regret the day they crossed me, I murmured to myself, the words laced with a chilling determination. In that moment, as the digital storm raged around me, I felt an unsettling sense of empowerment. The power of retribution coursed through my veins, propelling me forward on a path of merciless justice. I chuckled darkly, my laughter echoing the depths of my newfound resolve. The comments served as a symphony of validation, each note affirming the righteousness of my actions. This was not just a reckoning, it was a reckoning born of vengeance, administered with a cold and calculating hand. As I closed the laptop, leaving behind a maelstrom of chaos in my wake, I knew that the repercussions of my actions would reverberate far beyond the confines of the digital world. The consequences had been set in motion, and I would not rest until every perpetrator had faced the full weight of their sins. With a final glance at the screen, I felt a surge of grim satisfaction. They deserve everything that's coming to them, I murmured, my voice laced with icy determination. As I turned my attention to Academy, memories of the torment and betrayal I endured surged to the forefront of my mind. The very mention of the school sent a chill down my spine, a visceral reminder of the suffering I had endured within those walls. Don't think I forgot about you, I muttered to myself, a dark glint in Issei's eyes as I accessed a hidden account, my fingers moving with purpose over the keyboard. With calculated precision, I crafted an article detailing the insidious truths hidden beneath the facade of Academy. I recounted the countless instances of abuse and mistreatment I had endured at the hands of students and teachers alike, their cruelty sanctioned by the very institution entrusted with my well-being. They allowed students to torment me, I seethed silently, my anger palpable even in the quiet confines of Issei's room. The words flowed like venomous ink, each sentence a damning indictment of the complicity and negligence that had defined my experience at Academy. I spared no detail, recounting the physical assaults that had left me battered and broken, the emotional torment that had scarred my psyche irreparably. And the teachers, I continued, my voice dripping with contempt. They stood by and did nothing. As I penned the article, I felt a surge of vindication, a cathartic release of pent-up rage and anguish. This was my opportunity to expose the rot festering beneath the surface of Academy, to shine a light on the injustices that had plagued my existence within its walls. They allowed them to beat me to near death, I typed, my hands trembling with the weight of my words. The article took shape, a testament to the horrors I had endured and the complicity of those who had turned a blind eye. With each keystroke, I felt a sense of empowerment, a reclaiming of agency over my narrative. They'll pay for what they allowed to happen, I vowed silently, my gaze fixated on the screen. As I finished the article, a surge of grim satisfaction washed over me. The truth had been laid bare, and there would be no escaping the consequences of complicity. With a final click, I published the article, sending it cascading into the digital abyss like a harbinger of reckoning. Academy would soon come face to face with the consequences of its sins, and I would revel in the chaos I had unleashed upon those who had wronged me. As I watched the comments flood in response to the article I had unleashed upon Academy, a mixture of emotions swirled within me: satisfaction, vindication, and a grim sense of triumph. The digital realm buzzed with reactions, each comment a testament to the impact of my exposé. Shocking! I can't believe this happened at our school. Those responsible must be held accountable. The sentiments echoed the outrage and disbelief I had harbored for so long. Finally, the truth was being acknowledged, and the perpetrators of my suffering were being brought into the unforgiving light of scrutiny. They allowed students to do that? One commenter exclaimed, their disbelief mirroring my own. The teachers should be fired for negligence. Another voice chimed in, echoing the sentiment of justice I had yearned for. As I read through the comments, a sense of validation washed over me. This was not just about exposing the truth, it was about reclaiming my dignity and confronting the injustices that had haunted me for so long. They'll never be able to sweep this under the rug, I murmured to myself, a quiet resolve settling within me. The comments continued to pour in, each one reinforcing the gravity of the revelations I had brought to light. Kusi deserves justice. This cannot go unpunished. I felt a surge of grim satisfaction as I witnessed the collective outcry against the atrocities committed within the halls of Ko Academy. The voices of support and solidarity resonated with the depths of my own pain, validating the magnitude of the injustices that had scarred my past. It's official, his villain arc has finally begun. As I sensed something off within Issei's body, a strange and unexpected sensation washed over me, an intrusion into the very core of his being. Before I could fully comprehend what was happening, I found myself plunged into Issei's mind space, a surreal realm tinged with echoes of his consciousness. Me, what do we have here? I remarked casually, my voice resonating within the mental landscape. Me, the Red Dragon Emperor, Ddraig y Gach. You looked better in the books. A flicker of recognition passed through the ethereal form of Ddraig, the ancient and powerful dragon spirit bound within Issei. Ddraig, who are you? Ddraig began, his voice echoing with uncertainty before realization dawned. Ddraig, wait, Kusi? I raised an eyebrow, surprised by his recognition. Me, you know me? I asked cautiously, the implications of our encounter stirring a mixture of curiosity and apprehension within me. Ddraig's response was laced with remorse and resignation. Ddraig, I've seen the things this useless host has done, Ddraig admitted, his tone heavy with regret. Ddraig apologized for his actions. I shook my head, dismissing the need for apologies. Me, you have nothing to do with it, Ddraig, I reassured him, a hint of sympathy coloring my voice. Me, Issei's choices are his own. Ddraig regarded me with a mixture of curiosity and contemplation, the weight of our shared circumstances hanging in the air between us. Ddraig, what brings you here, Kusi? Ddraig inquired, his eye metaphorical though they were searching mine for answers. I hesitated, grappling with the complexities of our encounter within this surreal mental space. I seek justice, I replied firmly, my voice resonating with conviction. Me, those who have wronged me must face the consequences of their actions. Ddraig regarded me with a knowing gaze, understanding the depths of my resolve. Ddraig, vengeance can be a dangerous path, Ddraig cautioned, his wisdom tempered by centuries of existence. Ddraig, but I sense a righteous fire within you. I nodded, acknowledging the bullshit in his words. Me, I will not rest until those responsible for my suffering are held accountable, I declared, the echoes of my determination reverberating within the mental confines of Issei's mind. Ddraig regarded me with a newfound respect, a silent acknowledgement of our shared pursuit of justice. Ddraig, very well, Kusi, Ddraig said, his voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. As Ddraig's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice tinged with disbelief, I couldn't help but relish the opportunity to unveil the truth behind my existence within Issei's mind space. Ddraig, how are you alive? Ddraig exclaimed, his incredulity palpable in the echoes of his voice. I smirked, a sense of dark amusement coloring my response. Simple, I replied, my tone infused with a hint of mischief. Me, I'm a transcendent soul. Ddraig's reaction was almost comical. He seemed on the verge of a spit take, his ancient features contorted with shock. Ddraig, a transcendent soul? Ddraig repeated, his voice laced with incredulity. But that's, I finished his thought with a wry grin. Impossible? I supplied, knowing full well the gravity of my claim. Ddraig's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. Indeed, Ddraig admitted, his voice tinged with reluctant acceptance. Ddraig, your presence here defies conventional understanding. I chuckled softly, the sound echoing within the confines of Issei's mind space. Me, my existence is unconventional, I confessed, my gaze meeting Ddraig's with unwavering resolve. Me, but I assure you, I am very much alive. Ddraig regarded me with a newfound respect, a testament to the enigma of my being. Ddraig, I have witnessed many things in my time, Ddraig mused, his voice resonating with the weight of centuries. Ddraig, but you, Kusi, are unlike anything I have encountered. I nodded, acknowledging the uniqueness of my circumstances. I seek revenge, I reiterated, my voice carrying the weight of unyielding determination. Me, for the injustices I endured in my previous life. Ddraig's gaze softened, a glimmer of understanding flickering in his ancient eyes. Ddraig, you carry a burden of suffering, Ddraig observed, his words a testament to his perceptiveness. Ddraig, but vengeance alone is a perilous path. I met Ddraig's gaze with a steely resolve. I understand the risks, I affirmed, my voice unwavering. Me, but I will not rest until those responsible face the consequences of their actions. Ddraig nodded, his expression a mixture of caution and solidarity. Ddraig, very well, Kusi, Ddraig conceded, his voice resonating with reluctant acceptance. As I faded from the depths of Issei's mind, A lingering sense of dissatisfaction gnawed at me, an insatiable hunger for retribution that demanded to be satiated. With calculated precision, I set my sights on new targets, determined to unleash a cascade of consequences upon those who had wronged me. I'm not finished yet, I murmured to myself, my voice a low growl of determination. Drawing upon my newfound abilities, I extended my reach beyond Issei's immediate circle, setting a series of sinister plans into motion. First, I sent the incriminating file to Issei's parents' boss, an act of calculated vengeance designed to unravel the very fabric of their lives. They deserve to know the truth, I muttered darkly, a sense of grim satisfaction settling over me. But that was just the beginning. I had already devised a more insidious plan, a curse woven into the fabric of Issei's soul, designed to inflict untold suffering upon him and his unsuspecting parents. Let them feel the weight of their sins, I declared, my voice tinged with malice. As I contemplated my next move, a sinister grin played upon Issei's lips, my lips, as I envisioned the chaos that would ensue once his parents arrived to face the consequences of their complicity. And for good measure, I continued, my thoughts racing with dark intent. 2 more curses to ensure they understand the depth of my wrath. The notion of retribution fueled my resolve, a relentless pursuit of justice that brooked no compromise. But I wasn't done yet. Turning my attention to the student union, I unleashed the incriminating file upon a broader audience, a calculated strike aimed at exposing the systemic failures and moral bankruptcies that had defined my tenure at Co-Academy. Let the truth be known, I murmured, my voice carrying the weight of impending revelation. As the digital tendrils of my influence spread, I relished the chaos I had unleashed, a symphony of suffering orchestrated with precision and purpose. They thought they could silence me, I mused darkly, my thoughts a whirlwind of vindictive satisfaction. But now they will pay the price. In that moment, as I vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a trail of devastation in my wake, I knew that the repercussions of my actions would reverberate far beyond the confines of Co-Academy. As I disappeared from Issei's body, the shadows of my wrath extended further, weaving a web of curses that would ensnare those who had played a role in my downfall. With a dark and relentless determination, I set my sights on Miriama, Keitase, Tsubaki, and Sona, each bearing their own share of guilt in the torment I had endured. 4 more curses formed, imbued with the essence of my vengeance, ready to unleash their malevolent power upon my unsuspecting targets. Miriama and Keitase, I murmured to myself, my voice laced with disdain. You thought you could destroy me socially. With a surge of malignant intent, I directed one curse towards Miriama and another towards Keitase, envisioning the chaos that would soon engulf their lives. Tsubaki and Sona, I continued, my thoughts turning to the girls who had made it their mission to bring about my downfall when they were once my friends. Same with those sluts Miriama and Keitase. You will face the consequences of your betrayal. The remaining curses took shape, each infused with a potent blend of malice and retribution, poised to exact a heavy toll upon those who had wronged me. Let them feel the weight of their sins, I declared, my voice echoing with vindictive satisfaction. As the curses took flight, guided by the currents of my wrath, I knew that their impact would be profound, an embodiment of the consequences that awaited those who had crossed me. They will rue the day they crossed Kusi, I whispered to myself, the words carrying the weight of impending doom. In that moment, as I vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a trail of malevolent intent, I knew that my legacy of retribution was far from over. This was not just vengeance, it was a reckoning, an unyielding pursuit of justice that brooked no compromise. And as the curses descended upon their unwitting recipients, I felt a surge of grim satisfaction. Let the darkness consume them, I murmured darkly, the echoes of my wrath reverberating through the unseen realms. Third-person view. As Issei found himself reeling from the sudden physical assault, confusion and disbelief clouded his features. He struggled to make sense of the accusations hurled at him by Matsuda and Motohama, his former friends turned accusers. Matsuda, what the hell, Issei? Why did you reveal the truth? You ruined our lives. Matsuda's voice was laced with anger and desperation as he delivered a forceful punch to Issei's face. Issei staggered backward, clutching his cheek in shock. Issei, what do you mean? He managed to stammer, his mind racing to comprehend the gravity of the situation unfolding before him. Before he could gather his bearings, another blow came, this time from Motohama, his expression a mix of anguish and betrayal. Motohama, you don't know? Motohama cried out, his voice trembling with emotion. Motohama, The file detailing the plan to ruin Kusi's life has gone viral. My family has disowned me because of you. Issei's eyes widened in disbelief, the weight of their accusations crashing down upon him like a tidal wave. Issei, I didn't, Issei began, but his words faltered as he struggled to articulate a defense. Matsuda's voice dripped with venom as he stepped closer, his fists clenched in rage. Matsuda, we trusted you, Issei. How could you betray us like this? Issei shook his head in denial, his mind reeling with the realization of the consequences of his actions. Issei, I didn't mean for this to happen, Issei pleaded, desperation coloring his voice. Motohama scoffed bitterly, his eyes filled with resentment. Motohama, you've destroyed everything. The weight of their words bore down on Issei, the magnitude of his unwitting betrayal crashing over him in waves of remorse and regret. Issei, I didn't know, Issei murmured, his voice barely a whisper amid the chaos of emotions. Matsuda's expression softened slightly, a glimmer of disbelief in his eyes. Matsuda, you didn't know? Repeated, his voice tinged with incredulity. Issei shook his head, his heart heavy with guilt. I thought I was doing the right thing, Issei confessed, his voice laden with sorrow. Motohama's features softened, though the hurt remained etched in his gaze. Well, congratulations, he remarked bitterly. You've succeeded in destroying everything we had. Issei's shoulders slumped, overwhelmed by the weight of their accusations and the devastating fallout of his actions. Issei, I'm sorry, Issei whispered, his voice filled with genuine remorse. As Issei grappled with the relentless whispers haunting his mind, accusing him of unspeakable deeds, a descent into madness loomed ominously on the horizon. The weight of the accusations, the insidious echoes of guilt and remorse, threatened to consume him whole. You killed your own brother. He died because of you. You ruined his life. What did he do to deserve this? The words echoed relentlessly, a cacophony of accusations that gnawed at Issei's sanity. Each whisper was a dagger to his conscience, plunging him deeper into a spiral of despair and self-loathing. Issei's once clear thoughts became muddled, his grip on reality slipping away as the relentless torment of the whispers intensified. Issei, I didn't mean to, Issei muttered to himself, his voice tinged with desperation. Issei, it was an accident. But the whispers offered no reprieve. They only grew louder, more accusing, more condemning. Driven to the brink of madness, Issei found himself confronted by the very embodiments of his guilt, Matsuda and Motohama, their faces contorted with rage and betrayal. Matsuda, you've destroyed everything. Matsuda's voice boomed, his fists raining down upon Issei with unrelenting force. Issei could do nothing but curl into himself, absorbing blow after blow as Motohama joined in the brutal assault. Motohama, you deserve this. Motohama spat, his voice dripping with venom. As the physical onslaught intensified, Issei's mind fractured under the weight of his guilt and remorse. He was trapped in a nightmare of his own making, a living hell fueled by the relentless whispers and the punishing blows of his former friends. I'm sorry, Issei cried out amidst the chaos, his words lost in the cacophony of violence and accusation. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. Matsuda and Motohama were consumed by their own rage, their faces twisted with righteous indignation. Matsuda, you brought this upon yourself. Matsuda snarled, his voice a cruel echo of the whispers that tormented Issei's mind. As the school discovered the damning file detailing the atrocities committed against Kusi, a tidal wave of outrage and condemnation swept through the halls of Ko Academy. The revelation of students beating Kusi to near death ignited a firestorm of public outcry, demanding justice for the victim of such heinous acts. The fallout was swift and merciless. The authorities launched a thorough investigation, resulting in a series of arrests that sent shockwaves through the community. Among those apprehended were Issei, Matsuda, and Motohama, former friends turned perpetrators of violence and cruelty. Issei's family bore the brunt of the repercussions, facing a cascade of bad news and unwelcome attention. The weight of shame and disgrace descended upon them like a relentless storm, threatening to drown them in a sea of public scrutiny and condemnation. As Issei's parents grappled with the harsh reality of their son's actions, they found themselves thrust into a maelstrom of chaos and despair. How could this happen? Issei's mother cried out, her voice laced with anguish and disbelief. Issei's father, his expression etched with sorrow, struggled to find the words to comfort his wife amid the turmoil. Goro, we never imagined Kusi. We're so sorry, he trailed off, his voice filled with regret. The news of Issei's arrest shattered their carefully constructed world, leaving them reeling from the weight of their son's transgressions. Mickey, What will become of us? Issei's mother lamented, her voice trembling with fear. Issei's father sighed heavily, his shoulders slumping under the weight of their shared burden. Goru, we must face the consequences, he replied somberly, his words a grim acknowledgement of their reality. As Issei's family navigated the aftermath of his arrest, they found themselves cast adrift in a sea of uncertainty and shame. Mickey, we raised him better than this, Issei's mother whispered, her voice tinged with sorrow. Issei's father nodded silently, his gaze haunted by the echoes of their shattered expectations. Meanwhile, Issei himself grappled with the consequences of his actions, confined within the confines of a prison cell, a stark reminder of the irreversible impact of his unwitting betrayal. Issei, I never meant for this, Issei murmured to himself, his voice a fragile echo in the silence of his confinement. But the damage had been done, their lives irrevocably altered by a series of choices that led to unimaginable consequences. As Issei's family faced the fallout of his actions, they found themselves confronting the harsh reality of their son's transgressions, a painful reminder of the unpredictable and far-reaching consequences of one's choices. As I watched from the shadows, a twisted sense of satisfaction began to swell within me. Issei's life was unraveling before my eyes, just as I had planned. The curses I had placed on him and those who wronged me were slowly taking effect, insidiously weaving chaos into the fabric of their lives. Yet, they remained blissfully unaware of the dark magic at work, attributing their misfortunes to mere bad luck. In the grim confines of his prison cell, Issei sat on the edge of his bunk, head in hands, unable to escape the relentless whispers in his mind. You deserve this, the whispers hissed, each word a dagger to his already fractured psyche. You killed your own brother. Issei shook his head, trying to dislodge the voices. Issei, no, I didn't mean for any of this to happen, he muttered to himself, his voice tinged with desperation. From the cell next to him, Matsuda's voice echoed, filled with anger and despair. Matsuda, Issei, are you hearing things too? Those damned whispers, they're driving me mad. Motohama, in the cell across the hall, added his own voice to the chorus of despair. Motohama, I thought it was just me. It's like they're inside my head, accusing me of things I never did. Issei looked up, eyes wide with fear and realization. Issei, this has to be Kusi's doing. It has to be. Somehow, he's still tormenting us. Matsuda's laugh was bitter, devoid of any humor. Matsuda, great. So not only are we in here because of him, but he's also haunting us. Perfect. Motohama's voice cracked with fear. Motohama, what if we deserve it? I mean, we did terrible things to him. Maybe this is our punishment. Issei clenched his fists, a mixture of guilt and defiance bubbling up within him. Issei, no. We were manipulated. It wasn't supposed to go this far. Outside, in the real world, the curses began to manifest in more tangible ways. Issei's parents faced financial ruin, their business deals falling apart, clients abandoning them without explanation. In a dimly lit office, Issei's father slammed his fist on the desk, papers scattering everywhere. Is this happening? Every deal, every contract, it's like we're cursed. His mother, eyes red from crying, whispered, Mickey, maybe we are. Maybe this is because of Issei. In the school, Murayama and Keitase faced relentless bullying from their peers. Notes filled with cruel taunts appeared in their lockers, their belongings were vandalized, and they were shunned by the very friends who once adored them. Murayama's voice shook with frustration as she confronted Keitase in the hallway. Murayama, do you think Kusi is behind this? Even from the grave? Keitase, her eyes wide with fear, nodded slowly. Keitase, it feels like it. Every time something bad happens, I feel like I can hear him laughing. Tsubaki and Sona weren't spared either. Their reputations tarnished, they faced disciplinary actions from the school and the scorn of their peers. Tsubaki found herself isolated, her every move watched with suspicion, while Sona's authority as a student council president was undermined, her decisions constantly questioned. In a hushed meeting in the student council room, Tsubaki turned to Sona, her voice filled with frustration. Tsubaki, we have to do something. We can't let Kusi's memory destroy us. Sona sighed, her shoulders heavy with the weight of their predicament. Sona, but what can we do? It's like he's haunting us, even now. As I watched from the shadows, my lips curled into a dark smile. The curse was doing its work, slowly, methodically, ensuring that those who wronged me would never find peace. Me, you thought you could destroy me, I whispered to the darkness, my voice filled with cold satisfaction. Me, but now, it's your lives that are being torn apart. Back in his cell, Issei's voice was a desperate plea. Issei, please, Kusi, if you can hear me, if this is your doing, I'm sorry. We're all sorry. The whispers in his mind intensified, a relentless chorus of condemnation. Sorry isn't enough. You must pay for your sins. Matsuda and Motohama joined in, their voices echoing the same desperate plea. Matsuda, we're sorry, Kusi. We didn't mean for this to happen, but their apologies fell on deaf ears. The curses I had placed upon them would not be easily lifted. They would continue to suffer, just as I had suffered, until they understood the true weight of their actions. As the shadows enveloped me, I felt a grim satisfaction. Justice was being served, and I would ensure that it was relentless and unforgiving. You will never forget what you did to me, I whispered, my voice a chilling promise. And you will never escape the consequences of your actions. In the dim, oppressive confines of the prison, the guard called out, his voice dripping with disdain. Guard Issei, someone's here to see you. Issei lifted his head slowly, his eyes bloodshot and hollow. He looked beyond terrible, disheveled, bruised, and utterly broken. He shuffled toward the visitation area, each step a painful reminder of the nightmare his life had become. As he stepped into the room, his heart skipped a beat. Standing before him was Rias, her fiery red hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes blazing with anger and contempt. Issei, Rias, he began, his voice trembling with a mix of hope and desperation, but he didn't get to finish his sentence. Rias's fist connected with his face, a brutal punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. Rias, don't you dare call me by my name, you bastard, she spat, her voice seething with rage. Rias, you monster! How could you do that to your own brother? Because of you, he's dead. Issei, but, Issei stammered, his words faltering under the weight of her fury. Shut up! Rias's voice was a thunderclap of anger. Rias, the only reason I'm here is because I need you. No, I need your sacred gear. But don't you dare consider us anything special. In fact, in my eyes, you're lower than dirt. And I expect you to know your place. Issei nodded quickly, fear and shame contorting his features. Issei, I understand, he whispered, barely able to meet her gaze. Good, Rias snapped. Rias, now get your things. When Issei returned to the occult research club, the atmosphere was palpable with loathing. Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko all glared at him with undisguised hatred, their eyes reflecting the same contempt that Rias had shown. The once warm and welcoming environment had turned cold and hostile, making every moment a living hell for Issei. My POV, Rias actually dared to help Issei. I snorted in disgust. I don't care if she feels bad now, she'll suffer along with him. But first, I need to check on something. I traveled back to Italy, where I found my lover, Ophis, alongside a depressed Asia. Her usually bright eyes were clouded with sorrow, and her shoulders slumped in despair. Me, what happened? I asked, my voice gentle but tinged with concern. Asia looked up at me, her eyes filled with tears. Asia, there was an injured man in the Vatican. I healed him, not knowing who he was. Now, I've been excommunicated. My anger flared. Me, how is it possible for a devil to sneak into the church? Asia's eyes widened with fear as she realized the depth of my anger. Asia, please don't do anything rash, she pleaded. Asia, I didn't know. Ophis's expression was equally dark. Ophis, perhaps we should just wipe it out, she suggested, her voice cold and matter-of-fact. Asia fell to her knees, clutching my hand. Asia, no, please. Spare them. They don't deserve to be punished for my mistake. Her desperate plea tugged at my heart, softening my resolve for a moment. I looked at Ophis, whose expression was still unreadable. Me, Asia, you must understand, I began, my voice softening slightly. Me, they wronged you. They threw you out without a second thought, despite your pure intentions. Asia nodded, tears streaming down her face. Asia, I know. But please don't hurt them. I still have faith in the goodness of people. Ophis sighed, her cold exterior cracking just a little. Ophis, you have a kind heart, Asia. Too kind for this world. I knelt down beside Asia, lifting her chin so she could meet my eyes. Me, I will honor your wish, but understand this: any more betrayal from them, and I won't hold back. Asia's eyes filled with gratitude. Asia, thank you. Thank you so much. Ophis and I exchanged a look, a silent agreement passing between us. The Vatican would be spared, but they were now on notice. Any further transgressions, and there would be no mercy. As we stood together, the weight of the world pressing down on us, I realized that revenge had a cost. But seeing the relief and hope in Asia's eyes, I knew that sometimes mercy had its place too. Before I slept, I looked at my palm, watching as it manifested several threads. Each one of these threads represented a curse I had inflicted. I whispered into them, "Reveal." As the threads glowed and vibrated, scenes of immense torment and suffering played out before me. First, I saw Matsuda and Motohama in their prison cells. They were no longer the cocky, carefree boys I once knew. Their faces were gaunt, eyes hollow with fear and despair. Every day, they were beaten by other inmates, their bodies covered in bruises and cuts that never seemed to heal. Matsuda was hunched over in a corner, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "I can't take it anymore," he whimpered, tears streaming down his face. "Why is this happening to us?" Motohama, lying on the cold, hard floor, groaned in pain. "Motohama, it's like we're cursed," he muttered, clutching his ribs where he had been kicked earlier. "Motohama, our families, they've abandoned us. We're alone." Their families were not spared either. I saw Matsuda's mother, once a proud and strong woman, now broken and destitute. She had lost her job, her home, and her reputation. She wandered the streets, begging for scraps, while people sneered and spat at her. "Please," she cried out to no one in particular, "I don't understand why this is happening. We were good people." Motohama's father, a man who had always prided himself on his social standing, was now a pariah. His business had crumbled, and he faced constant harassment. "This is all your fault," he screamed at Motohama during a prison visit, his face twisted with rage and despair. "You've ruined us all." Next, the vision shifted to Murayama and Keitase. They had once been the queens of Ko Academy, but now they were shadows of their former selves. Their beauty had faded, replaced by a gaunt, haunted look. They were ostracized by their peers, who now saw them as the cause of all their problems. Murayama sat alone in a dark room, her eyes wide with terror. "Murayama, I can't escape it," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Murayama, the nightmares, they won't stop. Every night I see his face. Kusi, he's haunting me." Keitase was no better. She had fallen into a deep depression, refusing to leave her room. "We did this," she muttered to herself, rocking back and forth. "Keitase, we destroyed him, and now he's destroying us." Their families, too, suffered. Murayama's parents had been prominent members of the community, but now they were shunned. "What did we do to deserve this?" her mother sobbed, clutching a photograph of a happier time. "Our daughter, she's not the same anymore." Keitase's father had turned to alcohol, his life falling apart. "Everything's gone to hell," he muttered bitterly, taking another swig from a bottle. "It's like we're cursed." The vision then shifted to Sona and the Citri clan. The once proud and noble family was in shambles. Their hospitals, known for their excellence, were now under constant scrutiny. Lawsuits and sanctions plagued them, their reputation tarnished beyond repair. Sona herself was a wreck. She sat in her office, head in her hands, surrounded by piles of paperwork detailing the lawsuits and sanctions against her family's hospitals. "Sona, I don't understand," she whispered, her voice filled with despair. "Sona, we've always been fair, always helped those in need. Why is this happening?" The Citri clan's suffering didn't end there. Saraphiel, the Devil King and Sona's sister, had fallen mysteriously ill. She lay in her bed, unable to move, her body racked with pain. "Sona," she whispered weakly, tears streaming down her face. "Saraphiel, I can't feel my legs, I can't move." Sona clenched her fists, her eyes filled with tears. "Sona, we'll find a way to cure you," she promised, though her voice wavered with uncertainty. "Sona, we'll fix this. We have to." But no one knew the source of their suffering. The curses I had placed were doing their work, spreading chaos and despair. They were all trapped in a nightmare, with no escape in sight. As I watched their torment, a cold satisfaction filled me. They were paying for what they had done to me, and it was only the beginning. Sitting in the darkness, I whispered to myself, let them suffer. Let them feel the weight of their sins. And with that, I finally allowed myself to sleep, knowing that the curses would continue their work, ensuring that none of them would find peace. Sirs X Lucifer stood by the bedside of his sister, Saraphiel Leviathan. His normally composed face was etched with worry and despair. His wife, Graphia, stood beside him, her face a mask of concern. Ajuka Beelzebub and Falbium Asmodeus were also present, their expressions grave as they looked upon the once vibrant Saraphiel, now a shadow of her former self. Saraphiel's skin had turned a sickly purple-black, a stark contrast to the healthy glow it once had. Her eyes were sunken, her cheeks hollow, and her body frail and gaunt. She lay motionless, save for the occasional twitch of pain that crossed her face. The room was filled with the quiet hum of medical equipment, but the doctors standing around her were at a loss, their faces reflecting their helplessness. Surzex clenched his fists, his voice trembling with a mixture of anger and sorrow. Surzex, how did this happen? How could we let it get this far? Ajuka shook his head, his usually calm demeanor cracking. Ajuka, we've tried everything, Surzex. All our magic, all our science, nothing works. It's as if she's been cursed by something beyond our understanding. Falbium sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping. Falbium, I've consulted with every expert I know. This isn't any ordinary illness or curse. It's something far more sinister. Graphia placed a comforting hand on Surzek's shoulder, her eyes never leaving Saraphiel. Graphia, we can't give up. There has to be something we're missing. Some way to save her. A doctor stepped forward, nervously adjusting his glasses. Doctor, we've been monitoring her condition closely, but her symptoms, they don't match any known ailment or curse in our records. It's as if her life force is being drained away by an unseen force. Saraphiel's eyes fluttered open weakly, her voice a mere whisper. Saraphiel, Surzex, it hurts so much. Surzex knelt by her side, taking her hand in his. Surzex, I'm here, Saraphiel. We're all here. We're going to find a way to help you, I promise. Tears welled up in Saraphiel's eyes as she looked at her brother. Saraphiel, I don't want to die, Surzex. Not like this. Ajuka's eyes hardened with determination. Ajuka, we need to find out who or what is behind this. If it's a curse, then it must have an origin. Someone must have placed it. Graphia nodded in agreement. Graphia, we'll search every corner of the underworld if we have to. We won't stop until we find a cure. Falbium rubbed his temples, trying to think of any possibilities they might have overlooked. Falbium, there must be a clue somewhere. A reason why she was targeted. Surzex looked at his comrades, a fierce resolve in his eyes. Surzex, we've faced impossible odds before. We can do it again. For Saraphiel. The doctors exchanged uncertain glances, feeling the weight of the situation. One of them spoke up hesitantly. Doctor, we will continue to monitor her and try to ease her pain, but without knowing the source of the curse, our efforts may be in vain. Saraphiel squeezed Surzek's hand weakly, a faint smile playing on her lips. Saraphiel, thank you, all of you. I know you're doing everything you can. Surzex leaned closer, his voice gentle but firm. Surzex, rest now, Saraphiel. Save your strength. We'll figure this out, I swear. As Saraphiel drifted back into a fitful sleep, the room fell silent, each person lost in their thoughts. The sense of urgency and desperation hung heavy in the air, but so did the unspoken bond of determination and love that connected them all. Ajuka broke the silence, his voice low and determined. Ajuka, we need to act fast. Whatever is causing this, it's not going to stop on its own. We need to gather all our resources and allies. Leave no stone unturned. Falbium nodded, his usual laid-back demeanor replaced with grim seriousness. Falbium, I'll reach out to the other factions. Maybe they've seen something like this before. Any bit of information could be crucial. Graphia looked at Surzex, her eyes filled with both worry and hope. Graphia, we'll find a way, Surzex. We have to. Surzex took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. Surzex, then let's get to work. For Saraphiel. As they left the room, the doctors resumed their vigilant watch over Saraphiel, their expressions a mix of hope and fear. The battle to save her had just begun, and failure was not an option. Issei sat in the ORC building, staring blankly at the wall. The once warm and welcoming clubroom now felt like a prison. His parents had disowned him, and he had nowhere else to go. He had been staying at the ORC building, but the treatment he received from Rias, Kiba, Kaneko, and Akino was anything but kind. Rias entered the room, her face twisted with disgust as she looked at Issei. Rias, get up, Issei. You're in the way, she snapped. Issei flinched and quickly moved aside, avoiding her gaze. Issei, sorry, President, he muttered. Akino followed Rias into the room, her usual playful demeanor replaced with cold contempt. Akino, you think sorry is going to fix anything? After everything you've done? She said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Kaneko, who had been sitting in a corner reading a book, looked up and glared at Issei. Kaneko, you're nothing but a disgrace. How could you do that to Kusi? She said, her voice low but filled with anger. Issei's shoulders slumped, and he felt a familiar wave of guilt wash over him. Issei, I didn't mean for any of this to happen, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Kiba, who had been standing by the window, turned to face Issei, his eyes filled with disdain. Kiba, didn't mean to? Is that supposed to make it better? You destroyed your brother's life, and now you're paying the price, he said, his voice cold. Rias crossed her arms and shook her head. Rias, you're lucky we're even letting you stay here. If it were up to me, you'd be out on the streets, she said harshly. Issei clenched his fists, trying to hold back tears. Issei, I know I messed up. I know I don't deserve any kindness. But I'm trying to make things right, he said, his voice trembling. Akino laughed bitterly. Akino, make things right? How do you plan to do that? The damage is already done, she said, her eyes narrowing. Kaneko stood up and walked over to Issei, her expression fierce. Kaneko, you're a monster, Issei. And monsters deserve to be punished, she said, her voice filled with venom. Issei looked up at her, his eyes pleading. Issei, I'm not a monster. I made mistakes, terrible mistakes. But I'm still human. I still have feelings, he said desperately. Who gives about your feelings? Rias scoffed and turned away. Rias, feelings? Do you even understand the pain you've caused? The lives you've ruined? She said, her voice filled with anger. Kiba stepped closer to Issei, his expression hard. Kiba, we trusted you, Issei. We welcomed you into our family. And you betrayed us all, he said, his voice heavy with disappointment. Issei felt a tear roll down his cheek. Issei, I never wanted to hurt anyone. I just wanted to belong. To be part of something, he said, his voice breaking. So that's what gave you an excuse to ruin your brother's life. Akino shook her head, her eyes cold. Akino, you don't belong here anymore, Issei. You lost that right when you chose to destroy your brother's life, she said. Kaneko nodded in agreement. Kaneko, you're not one of us. You never were, she said, her voice sharp. Issei looked around at their faces, each one filled with anger and betrayal. He felt a deep ache in his chest, knowing that he had lost everything. Issei, I'm sorry. I know it doesn't mean much, but I truly am sorry, he said, his voice filled with sorrow. Rias sighed and turned to leave. Rias, sorry isn't enough, Issei. It will never be enough, she said, her voice filled with finality. Issei choked on his tears before speaking, his voice barely audible. Issei, Butcho, I know you're angry, especially with what's going on with Sona, but I think I know who's behind this. Rias started to raise her voice, but Akino placed a hand on her arm, stopping her. Akino, let him continue, Akino said softly. Issei took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Issei, I think it's Kusi. Rias, excuse me? Rias said, her eyes narrowing. Both Kiba and Kaneko looked confused, exchanging glances. Hear me out, Issei pleaded. Issei, I've been having nightmares about him. At first, I thought it was just guilt, but Matsuda and Motohama have been feeling the same thing. And that was even before our lives were ruined. Me, Matsuda, Motohama, Murayama, Kates, and Sona, we all have the same pattern. Kiba folded his arms, his expression skeptical. Kiba, and what pattern is that? Issei's voice trembled as he spoke. Issei, we all destroyed Kusi's life one way or another. Why is it that our lives are now ruined at the same time, and it keeps getting worse? It's like he's cursing us from beyond the grave. Kaneko tilted her head, her eyes narrowing. Kaneko, are you saying Kusi is doing this? How? He's dead, Issei. Issei shook his head, his eyes wide with fear. Issei, I don't know how, but I can't shake the feeling that he's behind this. The nightmares, the whispers, the way everything is falling apart for all of us, it can't be a coincidence. Rias' face softened slightly, but her voice remained stern. Rias, Issei, this is a serious accusation. You're talking about a dead person seeking revenge. Do you have any proof? Issei wiped his tears, trying to compose himself. Issei, no, but think about it. Kusi was treated horribly by all of us. What if he somehow found a way to come back and make us pay? Akino glanced at Rias, her eyes thoughtful. Akino, it does sound far-fetched, but we can't ignore the possibility. We've seen stranger things in our line of work. Kiba frowned, still skeptical. Kiba, even if it is Kusi, what can we do? How do we stop something like this? Issei looked around the room, his desperation evident. Issei, I don't know. But we need to find out. We need to figure out if it's really him, and if there's a way to stop whatever curse he's put on us. Kaniko's expression was conflicted, a mix of anger and pity. Kaniko, if it is Kusi, he must be suffering too. To go through all this just to get revenge, it's tragic. Rias took a deep breath, her mind racing. Rias, we need to investigate. If there's even a chance that Kusi is behind this, we need to know. Issei, gather whatever information you can about Kusi's death and any possible connections to what's happening now. Issei nodded, his relief palpable. Issei, thank you, Bucho. I promise I'll find something. Akino placed a comforting hand on Issei's shoulder. Akino, we'll figure this out together. For Kusi's sake and ours. Kiba sighed, his skepticism giving way to determination. Kiba, alright, Issei. Let's get to work. If Kusi is behind this, we need to know how and why. Kaniko nodded in agreement. Kaniko, and if there's a way to make things right, we have to try. Rias looked around at her team, her resolve strengthening. Rias, then let's get to it. We owe it to Kusi and to ourselves to find the truth. Issei felt a glimmer of hope for the first time in a long while. Despite everything, he knew he wasn't alone in this. And together they would uncover the truth and find a way to stop the nightmare that had taken over their lives. The ORC members dispersed, each with a task in mind. Rias stayed back for a moment, watching Issei gather his thoughts. Issei, she called softly. He looked up, his eyes filled with a mix of guilt and determination. Issei, yes, Bucho? She walked over to him, her expression softer than before. Rias, I know you've made mistakes. We all have. But if we're going to get through this, we need to trust each other. Can you do that? Issei nodded, his voice steady. Issei, yes, Bucho. I'll do whatever it takes to make things right. Rias gave him a small, reassuring smile. Rias, good. Let's find a way to end this, once and for all. As they left the clubroom, the weight of their mission hung heavy in the air. But for the first time, there was also a sense of purpose. They would face whatever darkness lay ahead together, determined to uncover the truth and bring an end to the suffering that had taken over their lives. Timeskip brought to you by. The air was thick with tension as the Occult Research Club ventured into the abandoned building, searching for the stray devil they had tracked. Despite their best efforts, they couldn't sense any demonic power. Rias furrowed her brows, her guard up. Rias, I could have sworn there was a stray devil here, she muttered, her eyes scanning the dark corners of the room. Kiba's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his senses on high alert. Kiba, I have a bad feeling about this, he admitted, his eyes darting around warily. Kaniko sighed, her usual stoic expression replaced with unease. Kaniko, me too. Issei was visibly trembling, his face pale and his eyes wide with a mix of fear and confusion. Issei, no, this can't be, he whispered, his voice cracking. Akino, noticing Issei's distress, placed a hand on his shoulder. Akino, Issei, what's wrong? She asked, concern lacing her voice. In front of them stood a young boy with brown hair, wearing glasses. He had hazel eyes and stood at the same height as Issei. His presence was unnerving, and the air around him seemed to crackle with an unspoken tension. This is actually my own art, hope y'all like it. Issei's breath hitched, his body going rigid. Issei, Kusi, he whispered, his voice barely audible. The boy smiled brightly, his eyes fixed on Issei. Kusi, hey big bro. How are you doing? He asked, his tone casual and cheerful. Without warning, Kiba rushed forward, his sword slashing through the air. But to everyone's shock, the blade passed right through Kusi, as if he were a mere illusion. Kusi, hey Issei, what's wrong? Kusi continued, his smile unwavering as he walked towards Issei, who was now on the verge of a complete breakdown. No, Issei muttered, his eyes wide with terror as he backed away. Issei, this isn't real, this can't be real. Rias, her voice trembling, took a step forward. Rias, Kusi? But how? Kaniko, usually unflappable, was visibly shaken, her eyes wide with fear. Even Akino seemed at a loss, her usual calm demeanor replaced with uncertainty. Kusi ignored the others, his gaze locked on Issei. Kusi, say something, Issei. It's me, your little brother. You know, the one whose life you destroyed? The one you made your parents disown, the one you turned everyone against, the one you beat nearly to death? His voice was calm, almost cheerful, but his words were like daggers. Issei could barely breathe, his body shaking uncontrollably. Issei, no, this isn't happening, this isn't real. Kusi's eyes filled with tears, but instead of clear droplets, blood trickled down his cheeks. Kusi, I was killed by a fallen angel because of you. If not for the stunt you pulled that day, I wouldn't have had to run from school, and that fallen angel wouldn't have killed me. He kept smiling, but the sight of blood streaming down his face made Issei's heart pound harder. Kusi, Issei, say something. It's me, your little brother. Remember? Bruise marks began to form on Kusi's body, appearing out of nowhere, showcasing the beatings Issei and his gang had inflicted on him. A gaping hole appeared in his chest, where the fallen angel had stabbed him. Issei was now sobbing uncontrollably, his mind unable to process the horrifying sight before him. Issei, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, please, Kusi, I'm sorry. Kusi took another step closer, his bloodied face inches away from Issei's. Kusi, why, Issei? What did I do to deserve all this? His voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it cut through Issei like a knife. The room was silent, the other members of the ORC too stunned to speak. Rias, Kiba, Kaneko, and Akino all stood frozen, their eyes wide with horror and disbelief. Kusi's smile faded, replaced by a look of deep sadness. Kusi, you destroyed me, Issei. You and your friends, you all ruined my life. And now I'm back. I'm back to make you understand the pain you caused me. Issei fell to his knees, his body shaking violently. Issei, please, Kusi, forgive me, I didn't mean for any of this to happen. Kusi shook his head slowly. Kusi, forgive you? After everything you did to me? You think an apology is enough to erase all the pain and suffering you caused? Issei looked up at his brother, his eyes pleading. Issei, I'll do anything to make it right, just tell me what to do. Kusi's expression hardened, his eyes filled with a cold, unyielding fury. Kusi, there's nothing you can do to make it right, Issei. You can't undo what's been done. You can't bring me back to life. He turned to the rest of the ORC, his gaze sweeping over them. Kusi, and you all, you stood by and let it happen. You were supposed to be his friends, his comrades, and yet you let him destroy me. Rias, her voice barely a whisper, spoke up. Rias, we didn't know, we didn't realize. Kusi's laugh was bitter, filled with pain. Kusi, didn't know? Didn't realize? That's no excuse. You all failed me. And now you'll all pay for it. The blood continued to pour from Kusi's wounds, his body a grotesque reminder of the suffering he had endured. Kusi, Issei, you and your friends destroyed my life. Now I'll destroy yours. He stepped back, his form flickering for a moment before solidifying again. Kusi, this is just the beginning. You'll all suffer as I suffered. You'll all feel the pain I felt. My POV. I turned back to my normal form, with brown hair and beautiful cerulean blue eyes, and grinned at Issei's broken state. Me, you look like you've seen a ghost, I said, my voice laced with mockery. Issei didn't say anything. He just looked shattered. I laughed, a cold, mirthless sound that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Me, don't worry, Issei. I've got far worse things planned for you. Can't have you breaking down completely just yet. The others were beyond terrified, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear and confusion. Rias managed to stammer out, Rias, how are you still alive? I chuckled darkly. Me, who said anything about me being alive? I walked slowly around Issei, never letting him out of my sight. Me, when you, I pointed at him, me, led all those students to beat me to half-death, I wanted to leave, maybe go to the hospital for help since the nurses in the school didn't give a shit about me. But I got killed by a fallen angel. I then looked at Rias and her team, my eyes narrowing. Me, and what was a fallen angel doing in devil territory, especially when there are two useless heiresses supposedly guarding it? Well, very soon, there will be only one. Kaneko, what do you mean by that? Kaneko yelled out, her voice filled with anger and fear. Instantly, she was smashed to the ground by an unseen force. My eyes shone with a white-silver glow. Me, don't interrupt me, I said coldly. Me, instead of heaven or hell, I was trapped in the void for more than 1,000 years with nothing but my hatred and anger keeping me from going insane, I said with a grin. Me, maybe I already am, but guess what? I evolved. I became a transcendent soul. I transcend everything, even those pathetic gods. I'll smoke them later. Their faces paled as my words sank in. Me, and just like you thought, everything was caused by me. Your parents, and you too, Murayama, Kates, and even Sona. And believe me, this is just the beginning of their suffering. I've embedded a curse in them to their very souls. Even when they die, they'll never know peace. Rias's eyes widened in horror. Rias, you're lying, this can't be true. I stepped closer to her, my grin widening. Me, oh, but it is true. Your precious friend Sona? She's already suffering from a curse so potent that even the gods can't break it. Her hospitals are being sanctioned, her clan's reputation is in tatters. And that's just the start. Kiba, his face twisted with rage, gripped his sword tightly. Kiba, you're a monster! I tilted my head, feigning curiosity. Me, am I? Or am I simply a reflection of the monster you all created? You, who stood by and watched as Issei ruined my life. You, who did nothing to stop the torment. You, who are just as guilty as he is. Akino's eyes were filled with tears. Akino, Kusi, please, there must be another way. I laughed again, this time a sound filled with pure madness. Me, another way? There is no other way. The suffering I endured, the pain I felt, it demands retribution. And I will not stop until I've exacted every last drop of it. Issei, still on his knees, finally found his voice. Issei, Kusi, please, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I crouched down in front of him, my face inches from his. Me, sorry? You think sorry is enough? You destroyed my life, Issei. You and your friends made me suffer beyond measure. Now it's your turn. I stood up, addressing the room. Me, and don't think you're off the hook either, Rias. Your negligence allowed that fallen angel to infiltrate and kill me. Your incompetence has consequences. Rias's face contorted with guilt and fear. Rias, I didn't know. Me, of course you didn't. I spat, my voice filled with venom. Me, you were too busy with your own life to notice the suffering of others. Just like Issei. Kaneko, still on the ground, looked up at me with wide eyes. Kaneko, please have mercy. I sneered at her. Me, mercy? Mercy is for those who deserve it. You all deserve nothing but pain and suffering. I took a step back, my form beginning to shimmer. Me, this is just the beginning. Your suffering will be eternal. And there is nothing you can do to stop it. Kiba held his two demonic swords and instantly attacked me. Instantly, the blades went through me, phasing through my form like it was made of smoke. His eyes widened with shock and frustration. Rias, we'll just have to stop you, Rias said with determination. I grinned. Me, come and try. They all rushed at me, each moving with the speed and precision of seasoned warriors. But they were no match for my transcendent powers. Kiba was the first to reach me, his swords dancing in a blur of steel. I barely had to move, my body phasing in and out of existence as I dodged his attacks effortlessly. His strikes were powerful and precise, but they might as well have been cutting through air. Me, is that the best you can do, Kiba? I taunted, my voice echoing eerily. Rias and Akino flanked me from both sides. Rias summoned a barrage of crimson demonic energy blasts, while Akino called forth a storm of lightning. I raised a hand, and with a mere thought, a barrier formed around me, absorbing their attacks. The energy crackled and dissipated harmlessly against the shield. Me, you're going to have to try harder than that, I said, my grin widening. Kaneko charged at me next, her fists glowing with destructive power. She aimed a powerful punch at my face, but I caught her fist effortlessly. Her eyes widened in shock as I squeezed her hand, forcing her to her knees. Pathetic, I spat, throwing her aside like a rag doll. She crashed into the wall, leaving a deep crater in the concrete. Issei, fueled by desperation, activated his boosted gear. Boost, he shouted, his power surging. I chuckled. Me, even with your boosted power, you're nothing to me. He charged at me, his fist glowing with energy. I sidestepped his attack, grabbing his arm and twisting it behind his back. He cried out in pain as I effortlessly overpowered him. Me, is this all the mighty Red Dragon Emperor can muster? I mocked, throwing him to the ground. Rias, seeing her friends in danger, unleashed a massive blast of demonic energy. The room shook with the force of her attack, debris flying everywhere. I simply raised a hand, absorbing the energy into my palm and sending it back at her. She was thrown across the room, slamming into the far wall. Akino, desperation in her eyes, summoned a bolt of lightning so powerful it illuminated the entire room. I caught the lightning bolt with my bare hand, the energy coursing through me harmlessly. Akino, nice try, I said, snapping my fingers. Akino was struck by her own lightning, her body convulsing as she fell to the ground, unconscious. Kiba tried one last desperate attack, combining his two swords into one massive blade. He swung it at me with all his might, but I caught the blade with my bare hands, stopping it in its tracks. Me, this is the end for you, I said, my eyes glowing with power. I shattered his sword with a flick of my wrist, the fragments scattering across the room. Kiba fell to his knees, defeated and broken. Rias, battered and bruised, struggled to her feet. Rias, this can't be happening, she whispered, tears streaming down her face. Me, oh, but it is, I said, stepping closer to her. Me, and it's only going to get worse. I grabbed her by the throat, lifting her off the ground. She gasped for air, her hands clawing at mine in a futile attempt to free herself. Me, you and your friends will suffer for what you've done to me, I said, my voice cold and merciless. I threw her across the room, her body crashing into the wall with a sickening thud. She lay there, broken and defeated, unable to move. The room was silent, the only sound the ragged breathing of my defeated enemies. I looked around at the destruction I had caused, my grin widening. Me, this is just the beginning, I said, my voice echoing in the ruined room. Me, your suffering has only just begun. As Rias lay there, trying to push herself up, I flicked my wrist, summoning dark chains that wrapped around her limbs and pinned her to the floor. Rias, you thought you could save him, didn't you? I said, my voice dripping with mockery. Kaneko, regaining consciousness, launched herself at me with a roar, her body glowing with an aura of pure rage. I caught her midair with a telekinetic grip, slamming her into the ground repeatedly until she lay still, her body broken. You and Hinata are twins now. Issei struggled to his feet, his eyes wide with terror. Issei, why, Kusi? Why are you doing this? Why? I echoed, my eyes narrowing. Me, because you took everything from me. Now, it's my turn to take everything from you. I extended a hand towards Issei, and dark tendrils of energy wrapped around him, lifting him into the air. He screamed in agony as the tendrils tightened, crushing his bones and suffocating him. Akino, bloodied and battered, tried to summon another lightning strike, but I waved a hand, and her power fizzled out. Me, you should have stayed down, Akino, I said, striding towards her. With a flick of my wrist, I sent her flying into the far wall, where she slumped to the ground, unconscious. Kiba, using the last of his strength, charged at me with a battle cry, his broken sword in hand. I caught the blade effortlessly, twisting it out of his grip and snapping it in half. I punched him in the stomach, and he doubled over in pain. Me, you were always so loyal, Kiba, I said, my voice mocking. Me, too bad your loyalty is misplaced. I lifted him by the collar and threw him across the room, where he crashed into the ground and lay still. Rias, still pinned by the chains, looked up at me with defiance in her eyes. Rias, you won't get away with this, she spat. I crouched down beside her, my grin widening. Me, I already have, I whispered, my voice cold and triumphant. I stood up, looking around at the carnage I had wrought. The once proud members of the Occult Research Club lay broken and defeated, their bodies battered and bruised. I felt a dark satisfaction welling up inside me, a sense of justice finally served. Me, this is just the beginning, I said, my voice echoing through the room. Me, your suffering has only just begun. Timeskip brought to you by. In the ORC room, they were completely broken and shattered, especially Issei, who looked like he hadn't slept in days, his eyes hollow and red from endless tears. In the ORC room, they were completely broken and shattered, especially Issei, who looked like he hadn't slept in days, his eyes hollow and red from endless tears. He kept on muttering, Issei, my fault, it's all my fault. Rias held her hair in frustration, tears streaming down her face. Rias, why? Why is all this happening? Akino and the others looked downcast, their usual confident demeanors replaced by despair and confusion. They didn't even know what to do anymore. Rias sighed, summoning a magic circle to communicate with her brother. Rias, please, brother. We need your help. Surzek's voice came through the circle, sounding strained. Surzek, Rias, I'm sorry. I'm busy with a lot of things. Rias, brother, we know what's going on. We know the cause of all this. Please call the other Devil Kings. They need to be here now. Rias' voice was hard, filled with desperation and resolve. A few minutes later, Surzek, Grafia, Ajuka, and Falbium appeared in the ORC room, their expressions grim as they took in the sight of the battered group. Surzek's eyes widened with shock at the sight of his sister's condition. Rias was covered in bruises, her left arm hanging limply at her side. Akino had a deep gash across her forehead, blood seeping through the makeshift bandage. Kiba's arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, his face pale from blood loss. Kaneko's body was riddled with bruises, her eyes swollen shut. And Issei looked like a broken doll, his spirit utterly crushed. Surzex, who did this to my sister? I swear I'll. Surzex began, his voice rising in fury. Rias, Surzex, please, just listen. Rias interrupted, her voice trembling. Rias, please, we need your help to understand what's going on. Surzex took a deep breath, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Surzex, all right, Rias. Explain everything. Rias nodded, taking a shaky breath before beginning her explanation. Rias, it all started with Kusi. He was my pawn's younger brother, a normal human who attended Academy. Issei and some other students made his life a living hell, bullying him relentlessly. They beat him to near death one day, and while trying to escape, he was killed by a fallen angel. Surzex, Graphia, Ajuka, and Falbium listened intently, their expressions growing more concerned with each passing moment. Rias, after he died, Kusi's soul didn't go to heaven or hell. Instead, he was trapped in the void for over 1,000 years, filled with hatred and anger. Somehow, he evolved into something beyond our understanding, a transcendent soul. Ajuka's face paled at her words. Ajuka, did he say he was a transcendent soul? He asked, his voice trembling. Rias nodded. Rias, yes, he did. He said he transcended everything, even the gods. Ajuka looked even paler, his eyes wide with fear. Ajuka, this is worse than we thought. Surzek's anger flared up again, but he stopped himself from yelling at Issei. He could see that the boy was already completely shattered, his spirit broken beyond repair. Rias, Surzek said, his voice calmer but still filled with urgency. Surzex, we need to find a way to deal with Kusi. A transcendent soul is beyond anything we've faced before. Rias nodded, wiping away her tears. Rias, I know, brother. But we need your help. We need all the Devil Kings to come together and find a solution. If we don't, Kusi will destroy everything. Graphia stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on Rias' shoulder. Graphia, we will do everything we can, Rias. You're not alone in this. Ajuka, still looking pale, spoke up. Ajuka, we need to gather more information about transcendent souls. If Kusi has truly become one, then we need to understand his powers and limitations. Falbium nodded in agreement. Falbium, this isn't something we can take lightly. We need to approach this with caution and precision. Surzex looked at Issei, his eyes filled with a mixture of anger and pity. Surzex, Issei, you need to tell us everything you know about Kusi. Every detail, no matter how small, could be crucial. Issei looked up, tears streaming down his face. Issei, I don't know much. He was just my brother, but I treated him so badly. I destroyed his life. Rias placed a hand on Issei's shoulder, her expression softening. Rias, Issei, we need you to stay strong. We can fix this, but we need your help. Issei nodded slowly, his eyes filled with determination. Issei, I'll do whatever it takes. I owe Kusi that much. Surzex turned to the rest of the group. Surzex, we need to prepare for whatever comes next. Kusi won't stop until he's had his revenge, and we need to be ready. Graphia nodded, her eyes steely with resolve. Graphia, we'll gather our forces and come up with a plan. Kusi won't know what hit him. As the Devil Kings began to discuss their strategy, Rias looked around at her friends, seeing the hope returning to their eyes. Despite the overwhelming odds, they were ready to fight. They had to be. Rias took a deep breath, her resolve strengthening. Rias, we will stop Kusi. We have to. For everyone's sake. The room was filled with a newfound determination, the battered and broken group ready to face the challenge ahead. They knew the road would be long and difficult, but they were ready to fight for their future. Ajuka, who was still present, then brought out a file on everything about a transcendent soul. Falbium was stunned. Falbium, wow, that fast? Ajuka settled into a chair, his expression serious. Ajuka, a transcendent soul is a being of immense power and knowledge, beyond anything we know. They can manipulate reality, time, space, and even the laws of nature. Their energy is limitless, making them virtually indestructible. They possess unparalleled wisdom, accessing the collective consciousness of the universe, which allows them to see past, present, and future with perfect clarity. He paused to let the gravity of his words sink in. Ajuka, however, their power comes with a detachment from human morals and ethics, making them unpredictable and potentially dangerous. Their power levels surpass gods and devils, existing on an incomprehensible plane. Ajuka leaned forward. Ajuka, while their existence is mostly theoretical, the hints and legends are enough to take seriously. They are an enigma, and though we may never fully understand them, their potential influence cannot be ignored. Ajuka, and if Kusi is a transcendent soul, he continued, Ajuka, you're lucky you can even be standing here. Issei spoke up, his voice weak and filled with despair. Issei, not for long. He said it himself, everyone will pay one way or another. Kaneko was crying. Kaneko, from what you've said, Lord Ajuka, is beating him even reasonable? And also from what you said, he can't even be reasoned with, Grafia now said. Grafia, so is he, you mean, on the same strength as the dragon gods? Ajuka nodded gravely. Ajuka, potentially even beyond that. The dragon gods are bound by certain universal laws and limitations, but a transcendent soul is not. They exist outside of the normal rules, making them even more formidable. Surzex clenched his fists, trying to contain his anger and frustration. Surzex, but we can't just sit here and do nothing. There must be something we can do to counter him. Ajuka sighed. Ajuka, there might be a way, but it's risky and uncertain. We need to find a way to contain or neutralize his power. Traditional methods won't work. We might need to seek out ancient artifacts, powerful spells, or even alliances with other powerful beings. Rias, still teary-eyed, asked. Rias, but where do we even start? How do we find something that can counter a transcendent soul? Ajuka looked thoughtful. Ajuka, there are a few ancient texts and legends that might hold some clues. We'll need to gather as much information as we can and prepare for the worst. This won't be easy, and it will require all of our resources and cooperation. Grafia spoke softly, her voice filled with resolve. Grafia, we must do whatever it takes to protect our world and our people. Kusi's wrath won't stop unless we find a way to stop him. Falbium added. Falbium, and we need to address the root causes of this situation. The bullying, the negligence, the fallen angels in our territory. We must ensure that such a tragedy never happens again. Surzex nodded, his expression grim. Surzex agreed. We need to make things right for Kusi and prevent any more suffering. We owe it to him and to ourselves. Issei, still broken and muttering to himself, was a stark reminder of the consequences of their actions. Issei, my fault, he kept repeating, his voice filled with guilt and regret. Ajuka stood up, his determination evident. Ajuka, we need to act fast. Time is not on our side. We must gather all our forces and resources and prepare for the battle of our lives. As the gravity of the situation settled in, the group knew they had a long and difficult road ahead. But they were determined to do whatever it took to stop Kusi and prevent any more suffering. The fate of their world depended on it. At a later date, Rias found herself in the underworld, heading toward the Citri main hospital. She was going to meet Sona, hoping to find some solace or perhaps some answers. As she approached the hospital, she was met by Sona's peerage, Tsubaki, Ruruko, Tsubasa, Momo, and Saji. They were all visibly depressed and destroyed, their expressions hollow and filled with despair. Rias, Tsubaki said, her voice barely a whisper, as if the weight of the world rested on her shoulders. Rias could see the toll everything had taken on them. Without saying a word, she nodded in acknowledgement and walked toward the room where Sona was. She could feel the oppressive atmosphere of grief and hopelessness that pervaded the hospital. When she opened the door, the sight that met her eyes was heartbreaking. Saraphiel was lying in a bed, her once vibrant and energetic form now a shadow of its former self. Her skin had turned a sickly purple-black, with dark veins spreading across her body like a grotesque web. Her eyes were sunken and filled with a mix of pain and sorrow. She could barely move, her once radiant magic now flickering weakly. Next to Saraphiel, Sona sat in a chair, her appearance equally ruined. Her eyes were bloodshot, and dark circles marred her once flawless skin. She had lost weight, and her hair was disheveled, lacking its usual luster. She looked like she hadn't slept in days, her hands trembling slightly as she tried to hold herself together. Rias took a deep breath and approached Sona. Rias, Sona, I'm sorry about everything. But I need to tell you something. We discovered who or what caused all this. A flicker of hope lit up in their eyes, even in Saraphiel's weakened state. Rias could see the desperation for answers, for some semblance of understanding. She began to explain everything, recounting the events that had led to this point. Rias, at least let me start from where you already know. Kusi was tormented by Issei and his friends. Rias began, her voice steady but filled with emotion. Rias, they bullied him, beat him, made his life a living hell. And then, in his desperation, he tried to leave the school to seek help. But that was when a fallen angel attacked him and killed him. Sona's eyes widened in shock, her breath hitching as she listened. Sona, a fallen angel? In our territory? She asked, her voice trembling. Rias nodded. Rias, yes, and it seems that incident was the catalyst. Instead of passing on, Kusi's soul was trapped in the void for what felt like 1,000 years. In that time, he evolved, becoming something beyond our understanding, a transcendent soul. Saraphiel, struggling to speak, managed to whisper, Saraphiel, a transcendent soul? Rias continued, Rias, a being of immense power and knowledge, far beyond anything we know. He has the ability to manipulate reality, time, space, and even the laws of nature. His energy is limitless, making him virtually indestructible. And he's filled with hatred and anger for what was done to him. Saji, unable to contain his rage, shouted, Saji, that bastard Kusi, how dare he? But as soon as the words left his mouth, he clutched his stomach in agony, vomiting blood and falling to the ground in extreme pain. Even daring to say his name with such hostility brings pain. Saji! Tsubaki and Momo rushed to his side, trying to help him, but the pain was overwhelming. Kusi, Saraphiel muttered, tears streaming down her face. Saraphiel, I liked him, how did this? Sona's eyes were filled with regret and guilt. Sona, I always had a crush on him, she admitted, her voice breaking. Sona, but when he was falsely accused of those perverted actions, I believed them. I made his life hell at school. And now he's doing this because of me. Rias sighed, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on her. Rias, we need to find a way to stop him, to undo the curses he's placed. But it won't be easy. Ajuka and the others are working on it, but it will take time. We need to be strong, to support each other. Tsubaki looked up, her eyes filled with determination. Tsubaki, we'll do whatever it takes to help. Kusi may be beyond our reach, but we have to try. For Saraphiel, for Sona, for everyone. Sona nodded, her resolve hardening. Sona, I won't let my mistakes destroy us. We'll find a way to make things right. No matter what it takes. Rias placed a reassuring hand on Sona's shoulder. Rias, we're in this together. We won't let Kusi's wrath consume us. We'll fight back, and we'll find a way to save everyone. My first-person view. From my vantage point, I laughed as I watched the devastation unfold. Through the strings of fate I had attached to everyone who had wronged me, I could see their suffering, their fear, their despair. Saji's outburst had been particularly satisfying, but unfortunately, I didn't have the time to make him explode, not yet, at least. I had other matters to attend to. In front of me, a group of fallen angels were terrorizing a small village in Japan. They were committing unspeakable atrocities, burning homes, assaulting residents, and spreading chaos wherever they went. The villagers' screams echoed through the night, blending with the crackling of flames and the malicious laughter of the fallen angels. I grinned, feeling a dark pleasure welling up inside me. It was time to show them a mere whisper of my power. I descended into the village, my presence unnoticed at first. The fallen angels continued their rampage, oblivious to the storm that was about to hit them. I walked among them, invisible and intangible, observing their cruelty with detached amusement. One of the fallen angels, a tall, menacing figure with dark wings, grabbed a young girl by her hair and lifted her off the ground. She screamed in pain and terror, tears streaming down her face. I felt a surge of anger, not for the girl, but for the audacity of these creatures to think they could do as they pleased. With a flick of my wrist, I fired a string of fate into his chest before I severed the string of fate attached to the fallen angel. In an instant, his wings were ripped from his back, and he crumpled to the ground in agony, blood pouring from the stumps. The girl fell to the ground, scrambling away in terror. The other fallen angels turned to look at their comrade, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. I made myself visible then, stepping into the flickering light of the burning buildings. Me, having fun, are we? I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. The fallen angels stared at me, their confusion turning to anger. Fallen angel, who the hell are you? One of them snarled. I smiled, a cold, predatory smile. Me, I'm the one who's going to end you. The fallen angels charged at me, their holy magic crackling around them. I didn't bother to move. With a simple thought, I summoned a barrier of pure energy around myself. Their attacks bounced off harmlessly, leaving me untouched. I raised my hand and pointed at one of them. You, I said. Disappear. The fallen angel let out a scream as his body began to disintegrate, turning to ash before my eyes. The others stopped in their tracks, fear finally dawning on them. Run! one of them shouted, but it was too late. I extended my hand, and the ground beneath them erupted with tendrils of dark energy, wrapping around their legs and pulling them to the ground. I walked slowly towards them, my footsteps echoing in the sudden silence. Me, you thought you could terrorize these people and get away with it? I said, my voice low and menacing. Me, you thought you were the predators? You're nothing but prey. One of the fallen angels, a woman with raven black hair and cold, blue eyes, glared at me. Female fallen angel, we'll never bow to you. Who gives a shit if you bow or not? I tilted my head, feigning curiosity. Me, is that so? I said softly. Me, then let's see how you fare against this. I clenched my fist, and the dark tendrils tightened around them, squeezing the life out of them. They screamed, their bodies convulsing as the energy drained their strength. One by one, they fell silent, their lifeless bodies crumpling to the ground. I released the tendrils, letting the bodies fall where they may. The village was silent now, save for the crackling of the fires. I looked around, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This was only a taste of what I could do. A mere whisper of my power. I turned and walked away, leaving the village to its newfound peace. There were more pressing matters to attend to, more people to punish. But for now, I was content. Let them all know that Kusi was back, and he was not to be trifled with. I was back in Italy, standing in the familiar villa's courtyard. The serene beauty of the Italian countryside seemed almost surreal after the chaos I had just unleashed. In front of me stood Asia, her cheeks flushed a soft pink as she shyly looked at me. Her innocent demeanor and gentle spirit were a stark contrast to the horrors I had just confronted. Me, hello Asia, I said with a warm smile, slipping back into my cheerful and carefree personality. It wasn't a split personality. This was how I truly was when I wasn't consumed by vengeance. Kusi, she replied softly, her eyes lighting up with a mix of relief and happiness. Asia, I'm so glad you're back safe. I walked towards her, my steps light and relaxed. Me, of course I'm safe. Nothing out there can really harm me anymore, you know that. Asia nodded, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Asia, I know, but I still can't help but worry about you. The things you do, the people you face, it's dangerous. I reached out and gently took her hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Me, I appreciate your concern, Asia. But you don't need to worry. I've become something far beyond what any of them can handle. She looked down at our joined hands, her blush deepening. Asia, I hate seeing you get hurt, even if it's only emotionally. She's too pure for her own good. I chuckled softly. Me, that's sweet of you, but I promise I'm fine. Besides, I've got you and Ophis here to keep me grounded. At the mention of Ophis, Asia's eyes flickered with a mixture of respect and a hint of fear. Asia, Ophis she's very powerful. Sometimes, it's hard to believe someone like her could care about someone like me. I released her hand and gently cupped her cheek, making her look up at me. Me, Ophis may be a dragon god, but she's also capable of caring. She cares about us in her own way. And as for me, you and Ophis are my anchors. You keep me from losing myself completely to the darkness. Asia leaned into my touch, her eyes closing briefly as she took comfort in the contact. Asia, I understand, Kusi. I want to help more. I feel so useless sometimes. Me, you're not useless, Asia, I said firmly. Me, your healing powers, your compassion, they mean more than you realize. You give hope to those who have none. Her eyes opened, filled with a soft determination. Asia, I just want to be able to do more. To stand by your side, not just behind you. I smiled at her resolve. Me, and you will, Asia. You're stronger than you think. In time, you'll find your own way to help, and it will be just as important as anything I do. She nodded, a small smile tugging at her lips. Asia, thank you, Kusi. I needed to hear that. Anytime, Asia, I replied, my voice gentle. Me, now, why don't we go inside? Ophis will be wondering where we've gone off to. Asia's smile widened, and she took my hand again as we walked back into the villa. The warmth of the sun and the beauty of the countryside were a stark contrast to the cold and darkness I had just left behind. But being here, with Asia and Ophis, made me feel at peace. As we entered the villa, Ophis was waiting in the living room, her usual impassive expression softening slightly when she saw us. Kusi, Asia, she greeted, her voice a quiet whisper. Ophis, I acknowledged with a nod. We're back. Asia let go of my hand and approached Ophis, her smile bright and genuine. Asia, it's good to be home. Ophis tilted her head slightly, her eyes focused on Asia. Home, she repeated, as if testing the word. Ophis, yes, it is good. I watched the interaction, a sense of contentment filling me. Despite everything, despite the darkness and the vengeance, moments like these reminded me of what I was fighting for. It wasn't just about revenge. Yeah, actually it's about revenge, but still. Me, let's make some tea, I suggested, breaking the moment. Me, we could all use a bit of relaxation. Asia nodded enthusiastically. Asia, I'll help, she said, hurrying to the kitchen. Ophis watched her go, then turned her gaze to me. Ophis, you did well, she said simply. I smiled at her. Me, thank you, Ophis. Coming from you, that means a lot. As we settled into the cozy living room of the villa, Ophis sat comfortably on my lap, her presence a calming and enigmatic force. Her small frame and quiet demeanor belied the immense power she held. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes, deep and ancient, looked into mine with a mix of curiosity and confusion. I began to tell her about everything I had been doing, the plans I had set in motion, the intricate web of fate I had woven to ensure that those who wronged me would face their own downfall. I spoke of the curses I had placed, the strings of fate that I manipulated to exact my revenge in a way that was slow, deliberate, and thorough. Ophis listened intently, her expression unchanging but her eyes reflecting the complexity of her thoughts. When I finished, she remained silent for a moment, processing everything I had said. Ophis, I do not understand, she finally said, her voice soft yet filled with a quiet intensity. Ophis, you have the power to easily destroy both the fallen angels and devils, and those who wronged you. Why go through all this trouble? Why not just obliterate them? I leaned back slightly, my hand gently resting on her back as I considered her question. Me, Ophis, it's not just about destruction. It's about making them understand. If I simply destroyed them, it would be too quick, too merciful. They wouldn't truly grasp the depth of their actions, the pain and suffering they caused. She blinked, her head tilting further as she absorbed my words. Ophis, but suffering is suffering, is it not? Whether quick or slow, they still face the consequences of their actions. Me, yes, but there's a difference between facing consequences and understanding them, I explained. Me, by making their downfall slow and deliberate, I force them to confront the reality of what they've done. They have to live through the torment, to feel the despair and hopelessness that I felt. It's a way of ensuring that they truly comprehend the weight of their sins. Ophis's eyes narrowed slightly in thought. Ophis, so, it is not just about revenge. It is about imparting a lesson, ensuring that they learn and suffer in a way that mirrors your own pain. Exactly, I said, nodding. Me, it's about justice in its truest form. They destroyed my life, so I destroy theirs. But I do it in a way that makes them realize every step of the way why it's happening. It's poetic justice. She was silent for a moment, her gaze thoughtful. Ophis, and what of those who are innocent in this? Those who suffer because of their association with your targets? I sighed, my expression growing somber. Me, that's the unfortunate collateral damage. I can't control everything, and some innocents will inevitably be caught in the crossfire. But I try to minimize that as much as possible. My focus is on those directly responsible. Ophis nodded slowly, her eyes meeting mine with a renewed understanding. Ophis, I see. Your approach is intricate and meticulous, designed to ensure maximum comprehension and suffering for your enemies. It is a strategy of patience and precision. Exactly, I said, a small smile forming on my lips. Me, it's not just about power, Ophis. It's about control, about shaping their reality in a way that they can't escape from. They need to understand the depths of their actions and the consequences that come with them. She seemed to contemplate this for a moment longer before finally nodding in agreement. Ophis, very well, Kusi. I understand your reasoning now. It is a path of calculated retribution, one that ensures they feel every ounce of the pain they inflicted upon you. I smiled, feeling a sense of relief that she grasped my motives. Me, thank you, Ophis. Your understanding means a lot to me. She shifted slightly, her expression softening. Ophis, you are a complex being, Kusi. Your methods may be harsh, but your intentions are clear. I will support you in this endeavor. I wrapped my arms around her, pulling her closer. Me, thank you, Ophis. With you and Asia by my side, I know I can see this through. She rested her head on my shoulder, her presence a comforting weight. Ophis, together, we will ensure justice is served. The underworld was a desolate, dark expanse, a fitting abode for the Cow's Brigade. The grim lair where I was to meet its leaders was an ominous fortress, carved into the side of a jagged mountain. The air was thick with a palpable sense of dread, the shadows cast by flickering torches dancing across the cold stone walls. Gargoyles perched ominously at every corner, their stone eyes seeming to follow my every move. As Ophis and I descended into the heart of the lair, we were greeted by the chilling sight of the inner sanctum. The chamber was vast and cavernous, with a high, vaulted ceiling adorned with grotesque carvings. The floor was covered in intricate, dark runes that pulsed with a malevolent energy. At the far end of the chamber, seated on a raised dais, were the leaders of the Cow's Brigade. Riasovim Lucifer, with his silver hair and cold, calculating eyes, sat at the center. To his right was Euclid Lucifuge, his expression one of disdainful curiosity. On the left were Kusi Asmodeus, Shalba Beelzebub, and Kateria Leviathan of the old Satan faction. Their presence radiated an aura of ancient power and deep corruption. As we approached, Kusi Asmodeus was the first to speak, his voice dripping with arrogance and suspicion. "Kusi, who is this Ophis?" I snorted at his tone, but before I could respond, Ophis stepped forward, her presence commanding. "Ophis, this is Kusi, a transcendent soul," she announced, her voice echoing through the chamber. "Ophis, and watch your tone when you talk to him. He is my mate, and his strength is on par with mine. He is my second in command." A cold gaze formed on my face as I scanned the room. There was no way in hell I was trusting these people. I could see their souls, and they were shit disgusting and beyond tainted, even for devils. Especially Riasovim. I shouldn't be surprised, he is a Lucifer after all. I didn't bother to voice out my thoughts. Riasovim leaned forward, a predatory smile playing on his lips. "Riasovim, a transcendent soul, you say? Interesting. But tell me, what makes you think you can command the respect of the Cow's Brigade?" I met his gaze without flinching. "Kusi, respect? From you lot?" I chuckled darkly. "Kusi, I don't need your respect. I don't need anything from you. I'm here because Ophis asked me to be. And trust me, you'd be wise to listen to her." Euclid scoffed, crossing his arms. "Euclid, big words for someone we've just met. What exactly are your intentions, Kusi?" "My intentions?" I repeated, my voice dripping with contempt. My intentions are simple: vengeance and justice. Those who have wronged me will suffer. Those who stand in my way will fall. And those who think they can manipulate or control me will find themselves regretting it." Kateria Leviathan, her eyes narrowing suspiciously, spoke up. "Kateria, and why should we believe that you're on our side? What guarantee do we have that you won't turn on us?" I smirked, my gaze cold and unyielding. I have no interest in your petty squabbles or power plays. My quarrel is with those who wronged me. As long as you don't interfere, we won't have a problem. But if you do, well, let's just say I don't take kindly to betrayal." Shalba Beelzebub, his voice a low growl, interjected. "Shalba, and what exactly do you bring to the table? Why should we accept you as Ophis' second in command?" I turned to face him, my expression one of sheer confidence. What I bring is power beyond your wildest dreams. I can manipulate reality, bend time and space, and destroy anything or anyone who opposes me. You may think you're powerful, but compared to me, you're nothing. To be honest, I don't really care about bragging and all pride and all that bullshit. But unfortunately these brainless, spinless morons needs to be put in their place." Kusi Asmodeus sneered, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. "Kusi, bold claims. But words are cheap. Prove it." Without a word, I extended my hand, and the air around us shimmered. The ground beneath Kusi's feet cracked and trembled, and he was lifted into the air by an unseen force. His expression turned from arrogance to terror as he struggled against my power, but it was futile. I tightened my grip, and Kusi screamed in agony as his body contorted unnaturally. The other leaders watched in stunned silence, realizing the true extent of my abilities. My eyes were glowing in a silver blue light. I wasn't just contorting his physical body, I was contorting his very soul. Consider this a warning," I said, my voice cold and unforgiving. I am not to be underestimated. Cross me, and you will suffer a fate worse than death." I released Kusi, letting him fall to the ground, gasping for breath. The room was silent, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Ophis, still seated on my lap, smiled approvingly. "Ophis, now that we've established that, let's move on. We have much to discuss." The leaders, now wary and respectful, nodded in agreement. The Cow's Brigade had gained a new force to be reckoned with, and they knew better than to challenge me. For now, they would have to play along with my plans, whether they liked it or not. A few weeks later, Surzex paced back and forth in his private chambers, his expression a mix of worry and frustration. Ajuka and Falbium sat nearby, their faces grim as they listened to the rumors that had been circulating. Surzex, we need to get a handle on this situation immediately, Surzex said, his voice tense. Surzex, a transcendent soul in the hands of the Chaos Brigade? This could spell disaster for the entire underworld and beyond. Ajuka nodded, his usual calm demeanor strained. Ajuka, I've been doing extensive research on transcendent souls, and their potential power is virtually limitless. Falbium leaned back in his chair, a rare look of concern on his face. Falbium, we need to consider all possibilities. What do we know about this Kusi? Any weaknesses? Any leverage we can use? Surzex sighed, running a hand through his hair. Surzex, from what we've gathered, Kusi's powers are unparalleled. He has a personal vendetta against Issei and his associates, but his alignment with the Chaos Brigade suggests his goals might extend far beyond personal revenge. Ajuka pulled out a file, placing it on the table. Ajuka, here's everything we know so far. His abilities include manipulating reality, time, and space. He's also demonstrated a terrifying mastery over curses and the ability to inflict suffering on a level we've never seen. Falbium frowned as he scanned the file. Falbium, and he's aligned with Ophis. That complicates things further. She's been a wild card for centuries, and now she has a powerful ally in Kusi. Surzex clenched his fists. Surzex, we need a plan. We can't afford to sit idly by while this threat grows. What are our options? Ajuka leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. Ajuka, we could attempt to find and neutralize him, but that might provoke a larger conflict with the Chaos Brigade. Alternatively, we could try to reach out to him and understand his motives. Perhaps there's a way to reason with him. Falbium shook his head. Falbium, reasoning with someone who's already gone to such lengths for revenge might be impossible. We need to consider our defenses, bolster our forces, and prepare for the worst. Surzex sighed, his shoulders slumping. Surzex, this couldn't have come at a worse time. We're still dealing with the aftermath of the recent conflicts, and now this. We can't afford to let fear dictate our actions, but we also can't be reckless. Ajuka nodded in agreement. Ajuka, we need to be strategic. Let's start by gathering more intelligence. We need to understand the full extent of Kusi's powers and his exact role within the Chaos Brigade. Perhaps there's a way to exploit any internal conflicts within the brigade itself. Falbium added. Falbium, we should also reach out to our allies. Inform them of the situation and seek their support. If Kusi's power is as immense as we fear, we'll need all the help we can get. Surzex took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Surzex agreed. Let's not waste any more time. Ajuka, coordinate with our intelligence networks. Falbium, start reaching out to our allies and ensure our defenses are reinforced. As the three of them continued to strategize, the weight of the situation hung heavy in the air. They knew that the coming days would be crucial in determining the fate of their world, and they could only hope that their preparations would be enough to face the looming threat of Kusi and the Chaos Brigade. Ajuka leaned back in his chair, his mind racing with possibilities. Ajuka, we also need to consider our approach to Ophis. She might be the key to understanding Kusi's motives and finding a way to counter his power. If we can create a rift between them, it might weaken their alliance. Surzex nodded. Surzex, I can reach out to Azazel and Michael. They have experience dealing with Ophis and might have insights into how we can approach her. Falbium rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Falbium, and what about Issei? He's at the center of this vendetta. Perhaps he can provide us with more information about Kusi's past and his potential weaknesses. Ajuka agreed. Ajuka, it's a risky move, but Issei might be able to help us. We'll need to handle this delicately, though. He's already been through a lot, and we don't want to push him over the edge. Surzex sighed, feeling the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. Surzex, every move we make from here on out must be carefully calculated. We can't afford any mistakes. Let's get to work. Kusi's first-person view. It has been another few weeks and another meeting. As the meeting began, I stood alongside Ophis, watching the motley assembly of Chaos Brigade members. The dimly lit chamber echoed with murmurs and whispers, each member sizing up the others, their ambitions barely concealed. The air was thick with tension, the atmosphere electric with the anticipation of what was to come. Ophis's goal was singular, to defeat Great Red and reclaim the dimensional gap. The others, however, had more terrestrial ambitions, desiring to overthrow the new Satan faction and seize control of the devil race. It was a convergence of motives, united by a common thread of discontent and a thirst for power. Ophis stepped forward, her presence commanding the room's attention. Ophis, our goals may differ, but our strength lies in our unity, she began, her voice calm yet laced with an underlying menace. Ophis, to aid our cause, I will share a portion of my power with you. To be honest, it feels like Ophis is just doing it cause she has to, because she hasn't done anything related to actually beating Great Red. Maybe she's that comfortable with me she doesn't need the dimensional gap again. With a swift motion, Ophis summoned several serpentine entities from the shadows. The snakes, each exuding a sinister aura, writhed and hissed, their scales glistening ominously under the dim light. Ophis, once this snake bites you, it injects a minuscule amount of my power, she explained. I watched the members' reactions, some eager, others cautious. They understood the significance of Ophis's offer. However, it was time to add my own twist. I snapped my fingers, and the purple snake shone with a brilliant silver light. Me, and I'll add mine, just in case, I said with a grin. Me, you can do whatever you want with them. Consider it a gift. Kusi Asmodeus, his eyes gleaming with greed, stepped forward. Kusi, this is generous, he said, his voice a mixture of awe and calculation. Kusi, with your combined power, we can achieve wonders. Rise of him, Lucifer sneered, his expression skeptical. Rise of him, and what do you expect in return, Kusi? He asked, his tone dripping with suspicion. Watching you losers fail. I chuckled, meeting his gaze without flinching. Me, loyalty of course. Use this power wisely, and we will all benefit. Misuse it, and you'll regret it. Simple as that. Shalba Beelzebub, his face twisted with ambition, nodded eagerly. Shalba, with this power, we can crush the new Satan faction and reclaim our rightful place. Kateria Leviathan's eyes narrowed as she studied the snakes. Kateria, and what of Great Red? How do we ensure Ophis's goal is met? Ophis's gaze turned cold. Ophis, Great Red is my concern. Focus on your objectives. With the power you now possess, nothing will stand in your way. Euclid Lucifuge, always the tactician, stepped forward. Euclid, this alliance strengthens us, but we must also be cautious. The new Satan faction won't sit idly by. We need a plan. I nodded in agreement. Me indeed. We strike strategically, weaken them from within, and when the time is right, deliver the final blow. I already have a contingency plan for that, and in fact both sides exactly so. This is how Batman feels. And unlike him, I've already ran actual simulations on everything and how it would end up to be. I swear future sight is awesome. Kusi Asmodeus grinned. Kusi, and with the power of Ophis and Kusi behind us, our victory is assured. As each member stepped forward to accept the snakes, I observed their reactions closely. Some were eager, others wary, but all were bound by a common desire for power and revenge. The snakes bit into their skin, injecting a portion of our combined might into their veins. Remember, I said, my voice carrying an edge of warning. Me, this power is not to be taken lightly. Use it wisely, and we will reshape this world to our liking. But cross me, and you will face consequences far worse than death. I hate talking like a villain. To be honest, world domination is boring. Okay, you succeed, what will you do? And how will you control such a large empire without plot? And what are the chances a resistance wouldn't form with them actually possessing literal plot armor? And don't remind me about how you greedy motherers wouldn't want all the power for yourselves, which leads to a civil war, and some external forces comes when you both weaken yourselves and completely take over. Rise of him, Lucifer, still skeptical, reluctantly allowed a snake to bite him. We'll see, he muttered under his breath. As the last snake injected its power, Ophis and I exchanged a glance. The seeds of our plan were sown, and the Cow's Brigade was now armed with a fraction of our immense power. The true test would come in the battles ahead. Ophis, prepare yourselves, Ophis said, her voice cutting through the tension. Ophis, the time to strike is near. We will not fail. She looks adorable. She's been watching too much anime. As the meeting began to wind down, I took a moment to address the group once more. Me, remember, we are all in this together. Our goals may differ, but our strength is united. We will reclaim what is rightfully ours, and we will do so with the power and determination that no force in this universe can withstand. I never knew I could spout such bullshit. I don't really understand why we're working with them. I can see their souls. I bet they're already thinking of ways to try and overthrow us. They think they're already smart. I already kept a failsafe in case these bastards turn against us. The room fell silent, the weight of our words settling over the assembled members. Each of them now carried a piece of our power, a tangible reminder of the alliance we had forged and the battles that lay ahead. Ophis, sensing the mood, added, "Ophis, this is the beginning of a new era. Let us seize it with both hands and shape our destiny." As I stood in front of Saraphiel, I couldn't help but notice how much worse she looked since the last time I saw her. Her once vibrant and lively eyes were now dull and lifeless, completely blind to the world around her. Her skin, which used to glow with vitality, was now pale and ashen, covered in dark blotches that hinted at the severity of her condition. Her hair, once a brilliant cascade of color, hung limp and lifeless around her gaunt face. She was a shadow of her former self, a powerful being reduced to a state of fragility and suffering. "Hello there, Saraphiel," I said, my voice cutting through the heavy silence. She turned her head slightly, a look of stunned recognition crossing her features. "Saraphiel, Kusi? Is that you?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of disbelief and hope. "Yup," I replied, settling into a chair opposite her. I watched her closely, noting the way she seemed to struggle with every breath, the way her hands shook as she reached out towards me. Saraphiel's condition was pitiable, and a part of me couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. She wasn't supposed to be in this position. The curse was meant to inflict suffering on the family Sona loved the most, and unfortunately, that meant Saraphiel. Despite everything, a part of me felt bad for her. "Kusi," she began, her voice breaking. "Saraphiel, I'm sorry for everything that happened. Please, if there's any way you can help me, I beg you." Tears streamed down her face, her body racked with sobs. It was a pitiful sight, one that stirred a complicated mix of emotions within me. I sighed, reaching out with my power to restore her vision, if only temporarily. I wanted her to see me, to understand the depths of my suffering and rage. As her vision cleared, she looked at me with wide, tear-filled eyes. "Saraphiel, Kusi, I thank you," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion, but my expression remained cold. "Saraphiel, do you know why you're suffering?" I asked, my tone hard. She shook her head, her eyes full of confusion and fear. "Saraphiel, I don't understand." I leaned forward, my gaze intense. It's because of your sister. The curse was meant to punish her, to make her suffer through the ones she loves the most. And unfortunately, that means you." Her face crumpled, and she let out a wail of despair. "No, Sona, why?" she sobbed, her body trembling uncontrollably. I continued, my voice low and merciless. "Saraphiel, I was trapped in the void for over 1,000 years. Do you know what that does to a person? The hatred, the anger, it consumes you. And I want you to feel a fraction of what I felt." I reached out and touched her forehead, instilling all the emotions I had felt in the void into her. The overwhelming despair, the unending rage, the suffocating isolation. She gasped, her eyes widening in horror as the emotions washed over her. "Saraphiel, no, please stop," she begged, her voice barely a whisper. But I didn't stop. I wanted her to understand, to truly comprehend the depths of my suffering. Saraphiel broke down completely, her sobs echoing through the room. "Saraphiel, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," she kept repeating, her voice hoarse and broken. I watched her for a moment, feeling a strange mix of satisfaction and pity. "Saraphiel, this is just the beginning. Your suffering is only a fraction of what I endured. But remember, this isn't about you. This is about Sona. She caused this, and now she must live with the consequences." Saraphiel looked up at me, her eyes red and swollen from crying. "Saraphiel, please, Kusi, if there's any part of you that can forgive, please show mercy," she pleaded. I shook my head slowly. Mercy is a luxury I can no longer afford. Your sister made her choices, and now she must pay the price." With that, I stood up and walked away, leaving Saraphiel to her torment. As I left the room, her anguished cries echoed in my ears, a reminder of the path I had chosen and the price of vengeance. Floating high above the world, I whispered, "Reveal," invoking my power to see the threads of fate I had woven around those who had wronged me. The results were more devastating than even I had anticipated. First, I turned my gaze to the teachers who had played their part in my torment. Each had met a grim end. The headmaster, once a figure of authority and disdain, had succumbed to despair, ending his life in the very office where he had handed down his cruel punishments. His family found him, and their cries of anguish reverberated through the halls, leaving a stain of sorrow on the school. The math teacher, who had taken delight in humiliating me in front of the class, had thrown herself from a bridge, unable to live with the guilt that gnawed at her soul. Her body was found by the riverside, her once stern face now twisted in eternal regret. The gym teacher, a man who had enjoyed pushing me beyond my physical limits, had swallowed a bottle of pills, his last moments spent in a haze of self-loathing. Their death sent shockwaves through the school, leaving a void of despair and confusion. I then focused on Matsuda and Motohama, their lives spiraling further into chaos. Matsuda, once the loud, brash pervert, had been reduced to a shell of his former self. His family had disowned him, casting him out onto the streets. Homeless and penniless, he wandered aimlessly, begging for scraps of food. His body was gaunt, his eyes hollow. The bullying he had inflicted on others now returned tenfold, as even the dregs of society looked down on him with contempt. He was a living ghost, shuffling through alleys and back streets, his mind shattered by the weight of his sins. Motohama, the bespectacled voyeur, had fared no better. His family, too, had cast him out, their shame too great to bear. He had taken to petty crime, stealing to survive. But each theft only brought him more pain, as the curses I had placed on him amplified his suffering. His fingers were broken by shopkeepers, his face bloodied by those he tried to rob. He spent nights in jail cells, beaten and bruised, his spirit crushed. The glasses that had once been his pride were now shattered, leaving him nearly blind as he stumbled through his wretched existence. Murayama and Kates, the girls who had been so eager to join in the bullying, were not spared either. Murayama had turned to drugs in a desperate attempt to escape her reality. Her once beautiful face was now gaunt and hollow, her eyes sunken and lifeless. She sold her body to feed her addiction, each transaction leaving her feeling more empty and degraded. The men who paid her treated her like the trash she had made me feel like, their cruelty a mirror of her own. She lived in squalor, her days a blur of pain and despair. Kates, the other girl who had tormented me, had tried to rebuild her life after being expelled from school. But the curse I had placed on her ensured she found no peace. She was fired from every job she took, her employers finding reasons to dismiss her no matter how hard she worked. Her relationships crumbled, friends and lovers abandoning her as the curse twisted their perceptions of her. She was left alone, isolated and desperate, her mind unraveling as the weight of her actions bore down on her. In the depths of their suffering, they could sense something was horribly wrong, but they couldn't grasp the full extent of their torment. They were caught in an unending spiral of misery, their lives unraveling piece by piece, their hopes crushed under the weight of their guilt and regret. The curse I had placed on the teachers who died wasn't meant to end with their deaths. I had woven a secondary curse into their very essence, ensuring that their torment would continue even beyond the grave. As I floated in the sky, I felt the activation of the curse ripple through the threads of fate, and a sinister smile spread across my face. In the afterlife, the souls of the teachers who had tormented me found no peace. Instead, they were thrust into a twisted realm of eternal suffering, a nightmarish dimension created by my curse. This place was a distorted mirror of their worst fears and regrets, amplified to an unbearable degree. Mr. Takahashi, the one who had turned a blind eye to the bullying, now found himself in a labyrinth of endless hallways, each door leading to a classroom filled with students in pain and distress, all pleading for his help. No matter how hard he tried, he could never reach them in time, their cries echoing endlessly in his ears. Mrs. Yamamoto, who had joined in mocking me, was trapped in a nightmarish classroom where she was the one being ridiculed and tormented. The desks and walls were covered in vile graffiti about her, and ghostly figures of her former students sneered and jeered at her, their laughter a constant, maddening drone. Mr. Sato, who had actively participated in my suffering, was caught in an endless cycle of reliving the moments of his greatest cruelty, but this time from my perspective. He felt every punch, every kick, every word of abuse he had ever inflicted, over and over again. The pain was excruciating and never-ending. I sat down amidst the corpses of the fallen angels, their lifeless bodies scattered around me like broken dolls. The ground was soaked with their blood, and the air was thick with the stench of death. I barely registered the carnage. These creatures were nothing more than a nuisance, an annoying race that needed to be eradicated. As I rested, a group of fallen angels hovered in the air before me, their holy spears gleaming ominously in the dim light. Their faces were twisted with rage and hatred, and they shouted at me, their voices a cacophony of fury. "You monster! How could you do this? You'll pay for this, I smirked, my gaze cold and unyielding. Me, you slaughtered, cheated, and raped humans. You didn't see yourselves as monsters, but now that a similar fate befalls you, you deem your opponents as monsters. Call me what you want, you'll all still die. My arms began to glow with a silver-blue energy, morphing and expanding into gigantic appendages. I could feel the raw power of my transcendent soul abilities coursing through me, ready to be unleashed. I stood up, the ground trembling beneath my feet as I prepared to end this confrontation. The fallen angels, emboldened by their numbers, charged at me with their spears aimed to kill. They moved with deadly precision, their weapons slicing through the air with a high-pitched whistle. But they were no match for the power I wielded. With a single swing of my massive energy arms, I sent a shockwave rippling through the air, knocking several of them out of the sky. They screamed as they were flung backward, crashing into the ground with bone-shattering force. One of the fallen angels, a particularly bold one, lunged at me with his spear aimed at my heart. I caught the spear in my hand, the energy around me crackling as I snapped the weapon in two. The fallen angel's eyes widened in fear, but before he could react, I plunged my fist into his chest, ripping out his heart. He fell to the ground, his body convulsing as life left him. Another group of fallen angels attacked from above, their spears raining down like a deadly hailstorm. I raised my arms, creating a barrier of silver-blue energy that deflected their attacks effortlessly. The spears disintegrated upon contact with the barrier, and I released a pulse of energy that sent the fallen angels spiraling out of control. I leaped into the air, my energy arms extending to grab two of the fallen angels by their throats. I slammed them into the ground with such force that the earth cracked beneath them. They writhed in pain, their wings shattered and useless. Me, you think you can challenge me? I sneered, my voice dripping with contempt. Me, you are nothing but insects beneath my feet. A third fallen angel, desperate and driven by a suicidal rage, charged at me with a scream. I sidestepped his attack, grabbing him by the wings and tearing them off with a sickening rip. He screamed in agony, blood pouring from the stumps where his wings used to be. I tossed him aside, turning my attention to the remaining fallen angels. They hesitated, fear evident in their eyes as they realized the futility of their situation. But I was not in the mood for mercy. With a roar, I unleashed a torrent of silver-blue energy from my hands, the beams cutting through the fallen angels like a hot knife through butter. Their bodies disintegrated in the blinding light, leaving nothing but ash in their wake. The few that remained tried to flee, their wings flapping frantically as they attempted to escape. But I was faster. I moved with blinding speed, my energy arms extending to catch them mid-flight. I crushed them in my grasp, their bodies breaking like fragile glass. In a matter of minutes, the battlefield was silent. The fallen angels lay dead around me, their bodies broken and charred. I stood amidst the carnage, my silver-blue energy fading as I surveyed the aftermath. Pathetic, I muttered, shaking my head. Me, they never stood a chance. I turned to Ophis, who had been watching the entire spectacle with an unreadable expression. She floated down to my side, her eyes fixed on the destruction I had wrought. Ophis, why do you always go to such lengths? She asked, her voice soft but curious. I shrugged, a smirk playing on my lips. Me, because it's necessary. They need to understand the consequences of their actions. They need to know true suffering. Ophis nodded slowly, her gaze lingering on the fallen angels' corpses. Ophis, just remember, Kusi, that even the strongest of us can lose ourselves in the darkness. I laughed, the sound echoing through the now quiet battlefield. Me, oh, I know, Ophis. But I'm not worried. This is who I am, and this is what I do. With that, I turned and walked away, the weight of my power and vengeance heavy on my shoulders. The world would continue to tremble before me, and those who had wronged me would continue to pay. This was only the beginning. As my destructive path continued, I had annihilated several fallen angels. I wasn't a monster, I simply went after the ones that had it coming. There were fallen angels who lived among humans, having kids, helping people. I actually found that admirable and didn't bother to attack them. In fact, I even blessed them in some ways. The place I found myself in now was eerily quiet, devoid of fallen angels. The air was still, charged with a palpable tension. It seems we finally meet, a voice echoed through the silence, dripping with malice and immense rage. I turned to see the source of the voice. He stood there, his 10 wings unfurled behind him, giving him a majestic yet menacing appearance. He looked like a rip-off Wolverine, but there was no mistaking the power that radiated from him. I know you, Saraphiel, wielder of holy lightning, I said with a grin, my eyes narrowing in anticipation. Instantly, he launched himself at me, a bolt of holy lightning crackling in his hand. I dodged effortlessly, using my elemental powers to manipulate the air around me, creating a gust of wind that pushed him back. Saraphiel recovered quickly, his wings flapping as he hovered in midair. Saraphiel, you won't escape me, he growled, his eyes blazing with fury. He raised his hand, and a storm of lightning bolts shot towards me. I extended my hand, summoning a barrier of silver-blue energy that absorbed the lightning. The air around me crackled with the residual energy, but I remained unharmed. Is that all you've got? I taunted, my grin widening. Saraphiel roared in anger, his wings propelling him forward with incredible speed. He swung his fist at me, but I phased through the attack, using my space manipulation abilities to reappear behind him. I lashed out with a blade of energy, aiming for his wings, but he twisted in midair, narrowly avoiding the strike. He retaliated with a barrage of lightning-infused punches, each one packing enough power to easily wipe out a city. I parried and dodged, my movements fluid and precise. My elemental powers allowed me to manipulate the air, creating bursts of wind that deflected his attacks. Saraphiel, you think you're powerful, but you're nothing. Saraphiel spat, his voice filled with contempt. He raised his hands, and the sky darkened as storm clouds gathered above us. Thunder rumbled ominously, and a massive bolt of lightning struck down towards me. I raised my hand, summoning a portal that absorbed the lightning and redirected it back at Saraphiel. He barely managed to dodge, the bolt grazing his shoulder and leaving a smoking wound. Saraphiel, impressive, he admitted grudgingly. Saraphiel, but not enough to defeat me. He charged at me again, this time unleashing a torrent of holy lightning that lit up the sky. I responded by tapping into my reality manipulation abilities, creating multiple clones of myself that surrounded Saraphiel. Each clone attacked from a different angle, forcing him to defend on all sides. Saraphiel roared in frustration, his wings flaring as he released a shockwave of lightning that obliterated the clones. But I was already on the move, phasing through space to appear directly in front of him. I drove my fist into his gut, sending him crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. He struggled to his feet, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Saraphiel, you're strong, he admitted, his voice strained. Saraphiel, but you won't win. We'll see about that, I replied, my eyes glowing with power. I unleashed a wave of silver blue energy that swept across the battlefield, disintegrating everything in its path. Saraphiel raised his hands, creating a barrier of holy lightning to shield himself, but the force of the attack pushed him back, his feet digging trenches in the ground. With a flick of my wrist, I manipulated the reality around him, trapping him in a bubble of warped space. He struggled against the confines, but the more he fought, the tighter the bubble became. I watched with satisfaction as his face contorted with pain and frustration. You're done, I said coldly, raising my hand to deliver the final blow. But Saraphiel wasn't finished yet. With a roar of defiance, he summoned all his remaining power, shattering the bubble and launching himself at me with reckless abandon. His body crackled with holy lightning, and he moved with blinding speed, aiming to take me down with one final, desperate attack. I met his charge head-on, my energy-infused arms clashing with his lightning-coated fists. The impact created a shockwave that shook the ground and lit up the sky. For a moment, we were locked in a fierce struggle, our powers clashing in a dazzling display of light and energy. Then, with a surge of strength, I broke through his defenses, my fist connecting with his chest. The force of the blow sent him flying backward, his body crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. He lay there, his wings broken and his body battered, unable to move. I walked over to him, my gaze cold and unfeeling. This is the end for you, Saraphiel, I said, raising my hand for the final strike. But just as I was about to deliver the finishing blow, I hesitated. I could see the defiance in his eyes, the unwillingness to give up even in the face of certain death. It was a spark of something I hadn't seen in a long time, something that made me pause. Saraphiel healed swiftly with a vial of phoenix tears, and as he stood, the clouds above darkened ominously. A series of bolts fired directly from the heavens struck his body, each one infusing him with holy lightning. His aura surged, and his power level rose exponentially. He was now cloaked in a shimmering armor of holy lightning, his wings having multiplied to 12, with the last pair made entirely of crackling electricity. This isn't over, Saraphiel declared, his voice echoing with renewed determination. He rushed at me with blinding speed, his figure almost a blur. I watched calmly as he approached, my mind calculating every possible move. As he closed the distance, I finally stood up, my eyes narrowing. Barakiel's fist, enveloped in holy lightning, came crashing down. I sidestepped, feeling the intense heat of his strike as it missed me by mere inches, scorching the ground. I retaliated with a swift punch aimed at his midsection, but he parried with a lightning-infused arm, the clash creating a thunderous explosion that rippled through the air, distorting space. I leaped back, manipulating space to create a shield of silver-blue energy. Barakiel pressed his attack, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, each one faster and more powerful than the last. I parried and dodged, the force of his blows pushing me back but failing to break my defenses. You've grown stronger, I acknowledged, deflecting another strike. But it's still not enough. Barakiel roared in frustration, his eyes blazing. He summoned a massive spear of lightning and hurled it at me with all his might. I raised my hand, warping reality to slow down time. The spear moved at a snail's pace, allowing me to sidestep it effortlessly. With a flick of my wrist, I sent the spear hurtling back towards Barakiel. He barely had time to react, raising his arms to block the spear. The impact sent him skidding back, his armor cracking under the strain. He growled, the holy lightning around him intensifying. He spread his 12 wings wide, each one crackling with raw energy. With a powerful flap, he soared into the sky, the storm clouds swirling around him. Bolts of lightning rained down, each one aiming for me. I summoned my elemental powers, creating a barrier of wind and energy that deflected the strikes. Barakiel dived down, his body a blur of motion. He unleashed a devastating combination of punches and kicks, each one infused with holy lightning. I met his attacks head-on, our blows creating shockwaves that shook the ground. We moved at incredible speeds, our forms almost invisible to the eye. Barakiel, you can't win, Barakiel shouted, his voice filled with conviction. Barakiel, I'll make sure of it, I smirked, channeling my power into my arms. Let's see you try. With a burst of energy, I unleashed a flurry of punches, each one faster and more powerful than the last. Barakiel struggled to keep up, his defenses weakening under the relentless assault. I landed a solid hit on his face, sending him crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. He got up, panting heavily, his armor flickering. Damn you, he growled, his eyes filled with rage. He raised his hands, summoning a massive ball of holy lightning. The energy crackled and surged, growing larger and more unstable by the second. I watched calmly, my eyes glinting with determination. Is that your final move? Barakiel roared, hurling the ball of lightning at me with all his might. The ground trembled as the attack hurtled towards me, the sheer power of it distorting the air around it. I stood my ground, raising my hand. Let me show you true power, I said, my voice cold and unwavering. I channeled my abilities, creating a vortex of silver-blue energy in my palm. As the ball of lightning approached, I absorbed it into the vortex, nullifying its power. Barakiel's eyes widened in shock as his ultimate attack was rendered useless. Barakiel, no, that's impossible, he stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. I closed my fist, the energy dissipating. Of course someone as weak as you would call it impossible, I replied, my voice calm and assured. Barakiel's anger flared. He summoned a storm of lightning, sending countless bolts hurtling towards me. I manipulated space, teleporting behind him and delivering a powerful kick to his back. He cried out in pain, tumbling through the air before crashing into the ground. You can't keep up, I said, my voice carrying over the battlefield. You're outmatched. Barakiel struggled to his feet, his body battered and bruised. His eyes were filled with determination, but there was a hint of fear in them. Barakiel, I'll never give up, he declared, his voice trembling. I walked towards him, my aura radiating power. Then you'll die trying, I said coldly. With a burst of speed, I appeared in front of him, my fist aimed at his chest. He tried to block, but my punch shattered his arms, sending him flying back. He hit the ground hard, his wings broken and his armor in tatters. He lay there, gasping for breath, his body too damaged to continue. I stood over him, my expression unyielding. It's over, Barakiel. He looked up at me, his eyes filled with pain and defeat. Barakiel, you win, he admitted, his voice barely a whisper. As I was about to end Barakiel's life, a searing pain shot through my chest. I looked down to see a large holy spear skewering me. I didn't even flinch. Impressive, I said with a nonchalant smile, attacking me when I let my guard down. My body morphed, absorbing the holy spear. The spear's divine energy was drawn into my form, the silver blue energy of my transcendent soul intertwining with it, creating a dazzling light show. My wounds healed instantly, and the spear dissolved into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. In front of me stood two new foes. One was clad in pristine white armor, his aura radiating power and purity, the White Dragon Emperor, Albion. Since he doesn't know the identity, he'll think he's Albion. Beside him stood Azazel, the Governor General of the Fallen Angels, his presence commanding and fierce, with 12 fallen angel wings spreading wide, each feather crackling with dark energy. I grinned even more. Me, wow, the entire strike squad is out to get me. Azazel, this ends now, Azazel declared, his voice filled with rare hatred. I could see why. I had ended the lives of close to 0% of the fallen angels on Earth, most of whom were evil, but it was still a significant loss. They moved in unison, their synchronization perfect. Albion rushed at me, his movements swift and precise, while Azazel attacked from a distance, summoning a barrage of dark energy spears. Divide! 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 His sacred gear trying to have my power. I felt the effects of his ability, but only for a moment. My infinite energy surged, overpowering his attempts to divide it. The force of his power clashed with mine, creating a shockwave that rippled through the air. Azazel's dark spears rained down upon me. I dodged and deflected them with ease, my body a blur of motion. I raised my hand, summoning a vortex of silver blue energy that absorbed the incoming attacks, nullifying their power. Me, is that all you've got? I taunted, my grin widening. Azazel's eyes burned with fury. He summoned a massive spear of holy energy and hurled it at me. I raised my hand, warping space to redirect the spear back at him. He barely managed to dodge, the spear grazing his shoulder and exploding in a burst of dark energy. Albion took advantage of the distraction, his white armor gleaming as he lunged at me with incredible speed. I met his attack head-on, our fists colliding with a thunderous impact. The force of our clash sent shockwaves through the air, the ground beneath us cracking and crumbling. Divide! Albion shouted again, his sacred gear attempting to sap my strength. I felt the familiar tug, but my energy remained undiminished. Nice try, I said, delivering a powerful punch to his midsection. Albion grunted in pain, his armor cracking under the force of my blow. Azazel attacked from behind, his dark wings propelling him forward with blinding speed. He swung a massive sword of holy energy at me. I turned, catching the blade with my bare hand. The dark energy sizzled against my skin, but I remained unscathed. Impressive, I said, pushing Azazel back with a burst of energy. Me, but not enough. Azazel and Albion regrouped, their eyes filled with determination. They attacked in perfect harmony, their movements fluid and coordinated. Albion's fists and feet were a blur, each strike aimed with deadly precision. Azazel's holy energy attacks complemented Albion's physical assaults, creating a relentless onslaught. I met their attacks with equal ferocity, my body moving with supernatural speed and precision. I parried and dodged, countering with powerful strikes of my own. The battlefield became a blur of motion, our clashes creating explosions of energy that lit up the sky. Divide! 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 Albion continued to chant, but his efforts were futile. My infinite energy surged, overpowering his attempts to weaken me. Azazel summoned a massive storm of holy energy, the sky darkening as bolts of holy energy rained down. I raised my hand, creating a shield of silver blue energy that absorbed the energy. I then redirected the energy, sending a torrent of dark lightning back at Azazel. He screamed in pain as the lightning struck him, his body convulsing. Albion tried to come to his aid, but I intercepted him, delivering a devastating kick that sent him crashing into the ground. Azazel struggled to his feet, his body battered and bruised. Azazel, this can't be happening, he muttered, his voice filled with disbelief. I walked towards him, my eyes cold and unyielding. He raised his hand, summoning a final, desperate attack. A massive sphere of holy energy formed above him, crackling with raw power. He hurled it at me with all his might, the ground trembling under the force of his attack. I stood my ground, raising my hand. Me, witness true power, I said, my voice calm and assured. I summoned a vortex of silver blue energy, absorbing the sphere of dark energy. The power of the attack was nullified, disappearing into the vortex. Azazel's eyes widened in shock and horror. Azazel, no, that's impossible, he stammered. I closed my fist, the vortex dissipating. Me, nothing is impossible for a transcendent soul, I replied. With a burst of speed, I appeared in front of him, my fist aimed at his heart. He tried to block, but my punch shattered his armor, sending him flying back. He hit the ground hard, his wings broken and his armor in tatters. Damn, I put too little into that blow. I was able to smash into his balance breaker armor, and his chest it cushioned the blower. Albion, seeing his comrade defeated, rushed at me with renewed fury. Divide! He shouted, his sacred gear trying one last time to sap my strength. I met his attack with a powerful punch, our fists colliding in a final, thunderous impact. Albion's armor shattered, and he was sent flying back, crashing into the ground beside Azazel. They lay there, defeated and broken, their bodies too damaged to continue. I stood over them, my expression unyielding. It's over, I declared. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Dustinsage for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.